Shopia. Just take our viewers through what they are seeing on the screens.
These are the raids of the counterintelligence wing of Kashmir, and this agency is conducting the raids at around 13 locations across the Kashmir Valley. This raid comes just after what happened in Delhi, and also this is a part of the investigation of Srinagar Delhi blast case with CID. Today, the counterintelligence Kashmir also raided the terror associates' houses at the Nazinpora Kigam in Shopian. So this is an ongoing process. We have seen the raids in different parts of the valley as far as the SIA or the J&K police is concerned, but now since the confirmation has come in about the Dr. Umar, who was the part of the car bomb blast, and as the DNA sample has matched, because the sample was taken from the mother and which has now been confirmed because his leg was that time stuck between the steering wheel and the accelerator. The DNA sample has matched with his mother. That is what the Delhi police has also confirmed. So this has further given a push to the case that as far as the Umar support in the valley is concerned, so we are seeing the agencies are continuously working. Many of the doctors have been once again picked up to burst the entire muddle. There has been a doctor who's been identified as Dr. Muzaffar Mir. He was working with the GMC Anantnag, which was the center of investigation, where from the AK-47 was recovered from a locker in the beginning of this month, and now he has also been picked up by the police for the investigation. Last night, somewhere around 3 doctors were picked up by Srinagar police. Certain doctors were on run who have been picked up for the questioning. So overall, we are seeing the main role of the doctors as far as this case is concerned. It is the first main is Umar, then we see the Muzammil, who was with the Al-Falah Institute, and then Dr. Adil, who is from Pulwama. Although the other 2 doctors are lying with the Srinagar police in their custody, Dr. Shaheen has also been brought in from Al-Falah to Srinagar. She lies with the cargo at present. Dr. Molvi, that Molvi of Shopian, who hails from Nadigram, who's a radical preacher, he too has been arrested. So charges have been slapped, questioning going on to see. The main point here is that to reach to the depth of the case, that how these people were connected, whether they were connected with the people sting across. What my sources tell me, they were directly in touch with the ISI Pakistan, and they've been radicalized for a long time, although they were covered. But now Srinagar police, the main lead is being taken by the Srinagar police as far as to solve this case, as I've been mentioning right from the beginning, that this was solved at the Thana level. The SHO was the main one who actually got to these strings that something big is cooking up. The 2 OGWs were arrested and they gave the leads to the Srinagar police. The investigation took them to Al-Falah Institute in Faridabad, where from a huge quantity of ammonium nitrate were recovered, and later in the evening of the same day, Umar carried that blast outside the Red Fort.
All right, thank you for getting us those details. I'll be coming back to you for more, Zeenat. We're getting some more updates coming in. A big update, we see U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has made a statement, and he has praised India for the professionalism that it showed in the investigation of the Delhi blast. So big update coming in on Republic TV. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reacted to the Delhi blast and said it is clearly a terrorist attack. He praised that the country's professionalism in handling the investigation. Rubio made the remarks while responding to a media query on India declaring the blast in Delhi on Monday as a terror incident. The Indians need to be commended. They have been very measured, cautious and very professional on how they are carrying out this investigation. The investigation continues. It clearly was a terrorist attack. This is what Marco Rubio has said, that it was a terrorist attack. It was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. He added that I think they are doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they will have facts, they will release those facts. The U.S. Secretary of State shared that he spoke with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar about the blast. Rubio stated that while the U.S. offered to help, India is very capable of handling the investigation and does not need help. We are aware of the potential it has, and we spoke a little about it today. A potential, it has become something broader. So we're getting the statement coming in from Marco Rubio, who has said that it is clearly a terrorist attack and praised the country's professionalism in handling this investigation. Rubio made his remarks while responding to a media query on India declaring the blast in Delhi as a terror incident. So Marco Rubio saying that this is definitely a terrorist attack. It is very clear from the way that this attack was carried out. Marco Rubio saying it was a terrorist attack. He's also said that Indians need to be commended. They have been very measured, cautious and very professional in how they are carrying out this investigation. That investigation continues. It clearly was a terrorist attack. It was a car loaded with explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. He added that they are doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think they will have facts. They will release those facts. I just want to go across to our executive editor, Niranjan, who's joining us live. Niranjan, you know, this is a statement coming in from Marco Rubio, clearly saying that it is a terrorist attack. Not just that, he also has commended India for the professional manner that India is conducting this investigation.
Well, one of the key questions we have been asking in the last few days is why haven't we named Pakistan? Why haven't we called out the Jaish-e-Mohammed link? And that shows you how India is going about this entire investigation, gathering one evidence at a time, like we have been seeing for the last almost 3 days now since the blast took place on Monday evening. And this is a very significant statement because India had made it clear that any act of terror will be considered an act of war. This is an act of terror, as pointed out by the cabinet in its note that was released after the meeting that took place last evening in the national capital. Now, what America is saying becomes extremely significant. Let me tell you that America and the Trump administration has said that it is clearly a terrorist attack. It's not important what Trump thinks or America thinks of this attack. Why it is significant is that they know that this is a terrorist attack and they understand that we as a sovereign nation will know how to respond to such an attack. And the US Secretary of State, let me give you the specific comment that was made by the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He mentioned saying that this is clearly a terrorist attack. And then he made the remarks while responding to a question that was asked to him on India, on the Delhi blasts of 10/11. And he said the Indians, look at the comment that he's made. Marco Rubio, while responding to a question, said the Indians need to be commended. They've been very measured, cautious, and very professional on how they're carrying out this investigation. And that investigation continues. It clearly was a terrorist attack. It was a car loaded with high explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. He added that I think they are doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they'll have facts, they'll release those facts. The US Secretary of State also mentioned that he spoke with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar about the blast. Rubio stated that while the US offered to help, very significant, he said, while the US offered to help, he said India is very capable of handling the investigation and does not need help. We don't need American help. We know exactly what we are doing. And that is what Marco Rubio and the Trump administration is also saying in the statement that has been put out. And Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, has said that we are aware of the potential it has, and we spoke a little about it today, the potential it has to become something broader, and we are going to await to see what the investigation reveals. We have offered to help, but I think they are very capable on these investigations. They don't need our help, and they are doing a very good job. This is America understanding what this means for India at this moment, while saying and admitting that they too know that this is going to be bigger, this is going to be much broader, indicating that as of this minute, even though we are not naming Jaish, naming Pakistan, looking at their role directly, not calling it out, Of course, we know it. We've been reporting what we know. But the government of India and the agencies have not said it. And they realize that. And that is why Marco Rubio is saying we know that this is going to be much broader than what it actually is. So this is extremely significant. This is a breaking news update that came in. Wanted to share that update with you. Back to you for now.
All right, Niranjan is getting us these updates coming in. Niranjan, also before I let you go, I also want to help our viewers understand, the statements which have been made by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, Prime Minister Modi, and made it very clear that the perpetrators, collaborators, and the sponsors will be brought to justice without delay. This is a very strong statement coming in, and like America has said, like US has said, the investigation is happening in a very professional manner.
Well, that's right, and we have been very careful and measured about what we put out in public. Of course, we in the media and through our sources have been able to gather and put together the full conspiracy, the full conspiracy of 10/11. And prima facie, it appears that this is a clear Jaish-e-Mohammed plot. And the reason we are saying it, you look at the 4 terror doctors, one of them, not just one, several of them linked to people directly in Pakistan. Shaheen, a terror doctor, was linked to people in POK, Bahawalpur, and she was the women's wing head in India. She was chosen to be the women's wing head, and she was directly in touch with different doctors and Pakistan ISI agents in POK even. And you look at the other doctors, for example, Muzammil and Umar, both were students of a Muslim cleric, and that Muslim cleric was Irfan Ahmad Wage. Irfan Ahmad was a cleric who was sitting in Shopian, and both Muzammil and Umar were his students. And he radicalized them, and this particular cleric in Shopian was directly in touch with Jaish-e-Mohammed handlers like Umar Khatub in Pakistan. So there is a direct link drawn not just of 1 or 2 terror doctors, but the entire module is linked to people sitting in Pakistan. So that is why this becomes extremely critical, and our agencies are piecing together every bit of evidence. And we've had many breaking news updates just this morning. Just to give you an update of what we have received, and Shavan is sharing more details. The explosive used is ammonium nitrate fuel oil in vehicle-borne IED. So we're just breaking this part of information. This bit of information, that the explosive used was ammonium nitrate fuel oil in a vehicle-borne IED. The car was rigged, the car was loaded and detonated in a public area, and it is all adding up. This morning we told you how Umar Nabi, the car bomber, had been given nearly 20 to 30 lakh rupees, and he went to Nuh and Gurugram in Haryana. He was in Faridabad, and Nuh and Gurugram are both in Haryana, and he traveled there. He purchased the ammonium nitrate from Nuh and Haryana, and the car bombs were to be prepared using the explosive ammonium nitrate fuel oil to be used in vehicle-borne IED. And the car was rigged, the car was detonated in a public area. It was not just one car, mind you. There were going to be 3 more cars, 4 cars in all, 8 terror doctors, 2 terror doctors assigned to each car. Primary information that we picked up this morning. The first car was the Hyundai i20. The Hyundai i20 exploded at the Red Fort metro station right outside. The second car is suspected to be the Red EcoSport, the Red Ford EcoSport, and maybe there are 2 more cars we don't know about. So we are waiting for more details on that. We'll take a break at this point. Jaish handler in the case has also been revealed. That's Umar bin Khattab. We just mentioned him. Shavan is picking up those details. Umar bin Khattab is the Jaish handler in the case. We should be able to get Umar bin Khattab's details in a short while from now. Handing it back to you for now. We'll come back with more details.
Yes, Niranjan, we have a lot lined up for our viewers after a short break. Taking a short break right now, viewers. Breaking news coming in, back-to-back breaking updates coming in, viewers. Taking a short break. Also, the Jaish terror plot was revealed. The terror doctors linked to terror outfit. UPATS detains 1 more doctor from Kanpur. More details coming right up. Stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में
Viewers, top headlines: PM Modi convenes emergency CCS meeting after Red Fort blast. Centre officially declares the car bombing as a terrorist incident. CCS directs agencies to ensure a swift professional probe into the Delhi blast. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav says all perpetrators will be identified and punished. UPATS detains and questions one Kanpur doctor named Mohammad Arif in connection with terror. Dr. Shaheen probe into Delhi blast case. Also reveals a possible plot. Details emerge that were 20 coordinated attacks planned across North India, while each up to 100 kilograms of explosives stored in Faridabad. Faridabad police seizes suspect Umar Nabi's Red Eco Sport linked to Delhi blast. Beginning a big breaking updates coming in, viewers, as the probe continues. We're coming to know that in the Red Fort blast accused Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil, Umar and Shaheen together, they collected a huge amount of money, that is approximately 2 million rupees in cash, which was handed over to Umar, and he later purchased over 20 quintals of NPK fertilizer worth around 3 million rupees from Gurugram, New and surrounding areas to prepare the RED. So this is a big update coming in. There was also a financial dispute between Umar and Dr. Muzammil. Umar had created a group of 2 to 4 members on the Signal app. Investigation agency sources are telling us this information. So just putting out the latest updates for you on Republic TV, and you can see on your screens that the parallel developments which are happening as we speak. So number one, we have understood that these accused, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil, Shaheen, they collected money in cash, which was handed over to Umar. So that's one of the updates that we're getting for you right now. The other big update we have got for you is that Delhi police has confirmed that the man behind the Red Fort blast in New Delhi was Dr. Umar Nabi, identified through a DNA test match. So parallel developments coming in. I just want to go across to Niranjan, who's joining us live on the latest update about money which was sourced to buy NPK fertilizers and prepare IEDs. Niranjan.
What we've been able to gather through the course of the investigation, which our news desk and Shavan and all our teams, our reporters have been able to put together, is that these terror doctors were collecting money. And we have some details about the kind of money that they collected. Muzammil, Adil, Umar and Shaheen. I repeat, Muzammil, Adil, Umar, the car bomber, and Shaheen together collected approximately 2 million rupees is what we are told. 2 million is how much? That's 20 lakh rupees. 20 lakh rupees was collected and handed over to the car bomber Umar Nabi. And it appears that Umar Nabi was the key link. Umar Nabi then used that money. Between 20 to 30 lakh rupees was spent to buy fertilizer, NPK fertilizer from Gurugram, Nu in Haryana and from surrounding areas, because they were living in Faridabad. They were studying, practicing medicine, terror medicine perhaps, in Faridabad's Al-Falah University. And Umar was tasked to pick up the NPK fertilizer from Nu, from Gurugram, and he was preparing the IEDs himself, is what we are picking up. At some point of time, the investigators sensed that there was also a financial dispute given the kind of money that was involved between Umar and Muzammil. So they've picked up some chatter about a financial dispute on the group, and they were using a group on the Signal app. A group was created on the Signal app, and a group of 2 to 4 members were on that app, is what we are picking up. I think we broke some significant information also about the kind of explosive that was used, which adds up ammonium nitrate fuel oil. Ammonium nitrate fuel oil in a vehicle-borne IED used to trigger the explosion. Now, it was a car that was rigged with the ammonium nitrate fuel oil and the IED, which detonated in public. And it's all adding up. Umar Nabi, they all collected cash. They gave it to Umar Nabi. Umar Nabi buys the explosive material, ammonium nitrate, fuel oil, etc., from Gurugram and Nu, and he assembles the IEDs, and then he loaded up the cars. There were supposed to be 4 cars. One of them was the Hyundai i20. Second, believed to be the red Ford EcoSport, which was found yesterday. The mystery about the 2 other cars, I think we should be able to get some information today. So these are some details that we've been able to pick up, especially on the angle of the 30 lakh rupees that was collected and handed over to Umar Nabi.
Absolutely. And Niranjan, I really wanted to hold on for a second there, because we just want our viewers to understand what is happening so far, because the probe is continuing. There's a probe is intensifying into the Delhi terror attack. The terror doctors with notorious links to Pakistani terror outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed are the focal point of the law agencies. Here is a detailed report.
On 6:52 p.m. on the 10th of November, a Hyundai i20 car parked with ammonium nitrate detonated in the heart of the national capital. 12 lives lost, and the masterminds behind this crime were doctors. Terror doctors with notorious links to the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Almost 48 hours since, crucial details are now coming to fore on the conspiracy. This is Adil, a doctor at the Government Medical College of Anantnag. He was picked up on the 5th of November in Saharanpur. He was tasked with setting up a mini recruitment center for the Jaish and executing major terror attacks. He relocated from Srinagar to Saharanpur to lead the group's mission of hoarding arms and ammunitions. Once a medical college lecturer, Shaheen Shahid, arrested from Faridabad last week, has emerged as a key figure in the white-collar jihad module. Shaheen was tasked with establishing and leading Jaish-e-Mohammed's women's wing in India under the banner of Band Jamaat-ul-Momin. She was working to set up a woman-led radicalization and recruitment network on the Indian soil. Fresh details picked up from her interrogation also suggest that religious sites in Ayodhya and Varanasi were on Shaheen's hit list. The terror doctors' SOP included hoarding explosives and activating sleeper cell modules.
जो इलाके के लोग हैं वो अब तक ये बात स्वीकार कर नहीं पा रहे हैं कि इस तरीके के बड़े घटनाक्रम में, इस तरीके के टेरर एंगल में किसी तरह का लेना देना शाहीन और उसके भाई का है। तस्वीर एक बार फिर आपको दिखाते हैं। ये कॉलोनी है उनकी, ये कॉलोनी की बस्ती है और आप देखेंगे लोग घर के बाहर झांक रहे हैं जब पुलिस आ रही है या मीडिया के लोग आ रहे हैं और लगातार यहाँ पर पुलिसकर्मी भी मौजूद हैं। गली में घर है और गली में घर में जो इस समय परिजन मौजूद हैं उनमें जो उनके पिता हैं वो मौजूद है, उनके भाई मौजूद है। भाई से हमने बात की, भाई तो सीधे तौर पर अब भी नकार रहे हैं, जबकि एविडेंस सामने आ चुका है, जबकि हथियार बरामद गाड़ी में हो चुका है उनकी बहन के, वो अब तक इस बात को नकार रहे हैं कि ये कैसे हो सकता है। और जो हमने पूछा कि अगर ये है और आप इसके ऊपर आप चाहेंगे कि कोई आगे चल के सजा उनको हो, तो बोले जब फैसला आएगा तब हम देखेंगे।
The interrogation of the arrested suspect Muzammil has revealed shocking details about the larger terror plot. Muzammil and Umar Nabi had conducted a recce of the Red Fort area earlier this year as a part of the plan to carry out multiple terror attacks on the 26th of January. Intelligence retrieved from the dumped data of his mobile phone matched his presence in and around the site. Interrogation of the arrested suspects has further revealed that the terror cell was also planning to target a crowded marketplace during Diwali. With each passing day, excruciating details lay bare the white-collar jihad module.
We was getting some more breaking updates coming in because raids are continuing in multiple places, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, where we are learning that anti-terror intelligence unit of Jammu and Kashmir police is conducting raids. The counter-intelligence Jammu is raiding 4 locations in Rajouri and Kathua, raids to dismantle terror infrastructure banned by Pakistan. Many suspects in touch with Pakistan handlers being raided by the CIJ. Raids underway at Rajouri and Kathua jails, a network of Pakistan inside Jammu and Kashmir jails on intelligence agencies' radar. So this is what we see, viewers. A big update coming in on Republic TV. Raids underway in Kathua jail, and we have put that picture out for you. So this is a district jail, Kathua. That is what it says. Remember, this coming in the backdrop of so many raids which are happening in different states. Anti-terror operations, anti-terror raids are underway, not just in Delhi and Jammu and Kashmir, but also other states as well. Specifically, these raids are happening in 4 locations, including Rajouri and Kathua. I want to go across to Niranjan, who's joining us. Niranjan, this is part of the larger anti-terror raids and anti-terror operations which are being conducted in multiple states. Okay, Gursama is also joining us. So Gursama, I'm coming across to you right now. If you could just help our viewers understand, as raids are... Okay, let's go. Niranjan is joining us. Raids underway in Rajouri and Kathua jails. Very important update coming in. A lot of focus on OGWs, a lot of focus on the suspects who are in touch with Pakistan handlers. They're being raided. Niranjan.
Video, there is a new breaking video. Can we please go to that? Not on Kathua or Rajouri, because this is the first video that we've seen of Umar. Let's go across to the video, please. Let's go straight to the video. We have a new video that is coming. Let's remove the BBG and put the new video on air, because the story right now is of the new video. We are breaking the new video right now. In fact, I have the new video with me. This is the new video. The new video that has just come out. We are breaking this video right now. In this video, you can see Umar. Umar is clearly seen in this video. And we're going to put that out right now on the channel. And you can see that Umar is seen here. Umar is seen in this particular video. This is Umar. Once again, this is Umar. You see him here. This is on the day of the blast. Look at that. On the day of the blast, Umar was seen near the masjid. This is a new video of Umar Nabi, the car bomber seen near the Turkman Masjid. The bomber seen near the Turkman Masjid. And this is the breaking news coming in right now. For the first time since the blast, Umar being seen on CCTV. We know that he was near the Shahi Ilahi Mosque. And this is for the first time that you're seeing a video of him, Umar Nabi, the car bomber, seen near the Turkman Mosque. And there were reports that he was hiding in a mosque before carrying out the explosion. He leaves Faridabad early morning at 7, crosses the Badarpur toll booth, passes through Okla, and then next, what we saw him earlier was at 3 p.m. But this is for the first time that we've seen a video of Umar Nabi, first video of Umar Nabi just before the bombing in the day. So he perhaps after entering Delhi, he was hiding at this mosque, and we know that he spent some time in that particular mosque. So Umar Nabi's video coming in from a mosque in Delhi. This is the Turkman Mosque, and we're getting in more pictures. This is for the first time that we're seeing a picture of him, a video in fact. This is the clearest video that we have so far of Umar Nabi. Clearest video of Umar Nabi. And we are seeing the footage for the first time. Footage for the first time. And you can see him walking past. You can see him walking past. And you can see him. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another breaking news coming in. There is news of another explosion that was heard. Another explosion that was heard, I repeat. There is news of another explosion. This is an initial report. News of another explosion, I repeat. News of another explosion being heard near the Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur in Delhi. Mahipalpur, Delhi. Breaking news coming in that some explosion kind of sound, an explosion heard near Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur. Fire brigade report receiving the call at 9:18 a.m. Delhi police, as of this minute, saying a team has arrived at the scene and is investigating. And we are picking up more details, ladies and gentlemen. This is a breaking news update. Once again, there has been news, there is news coming in of explosion near Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur in Delhi. This is a breaking news update coming in. Explosion near Mahipalpur in Delhi. We don't have more details. We are being extremely careful, extremely responsible in the information we are putting out right now. The fire brigade reporting receiving the call at 9:18 a.m. Roughly about 20 minutes ago, the first call was received. The Delhi police saying a team has arrived at the scene and is investigating. We don't know whether, we don't have more details. We should be able to get the first video, ladies and gentlemen, but first information that we've received is of Mahipalpur in Delhi at the Radisson, rather close to the Radisson, I'm not saying at the Radisson, close to the Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur, Delhi. There has been sound of an explosion, loud explosion. We don't know whether this was a blast. We don't know it was linked. We can't even confirm at this point of time whether it was a blast. What we can tell you at 9:18 a.m. At 9:18 a.m. there was an explosion near the Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur in Delhi. The fire brigade received the call at 9:18 a.m. And we are live right now trying to pick up more details. Minutes after the first detail came in of the first video came in of Umar Nabi, we are breaking the details. Yes, and at 9:18 a.m. the explosion was heard. The fire brigade has confirmed that they received a call at 9:18 a.m. And any time now, we should be able to get more details. This is the initial detail that's come in. Initial detail that's come in of an explosion that is heard. Explosion that is heard in Mahipalpur. And this is close to the Radisson. Another explosion. And any time now, we should be able to get more details. Ladies and gentlemen, confirming that an explosion was heard near Mahipalpur. Mahipalpur Radisson Hotel. We are waiting to get more details. Sorry, Shambhavi is with me right now. Shambhavi, getting in details of a loud explosion being heard in Mahipalpur. Can you confirm this, please? What do we know about this explosion in Mahipalpur?
Well, we know that this has been again just after it has been hardly 2 days after the Red Fort blast, and now that the fire brigade has reported receiving it around 9:18 a.m. So it's been just 30-35 minutes. Although the response that is coming from the Delhi police is that a team has arrived at the scene where this explosion is heard, and they are investigating on the cause of it.
This is close to the Radisson Hotel. I repeat, from the detail available with us right now, the explosion was heard near the Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur. I'm waiting for more details. We should be able to get a first confirmation from the police, but our first calls that went out to the fire department saying that the first call was received at 9:18. At 9:18, they received a call of an explosion near the Radisson Hotel. We are waiting for more details. It's a PCR call. It's a PCR call that went out. Call of an explosion reported near Delhi's Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur. We don't have any confirmation. This is an initial investigation, initial information rather. And following the initial information, we are putting it out. We don't have any pictures. We don't have any official word. And our reporters are en route, should be able to reach that location any time now. But from the information that we've received, it was a PCR call that went out. A call that went out to the fire department and the police control room. It was a PCR call. PCR call to the police control room from Mahipalpur, close to the Radisson Hotel. And we don't have any details. Anytime now, we should be able to get more details. PCR call was made. Okay, Shavan is picking up some more details. PCR call was made by a woman about loud explosion near or at Radisson Hotel. Nothing suspicious found so far. Nothing suspicious found. That's another bit of information that we have. So whether this was a false alarm, we don't know, but we are waiting for more details. Should be able to get more details. A PCR call. The information that we have is that PCR call was made by a woman about a loud explosion near or at the Radisson Hotel. The second bit of information, nothing suspicious found so far. This is what we are picking up. It was a PCR call that was made. So it's an evolving situation. We are waiting for an official word from the police, and Shavan is picking up more details. And we are sharing whatever information that we have. Just recapping all the information that we picked up so far. It was a PCR call, police control room that was made by a woman about a loud explosion. The moment we have something more on that, we'll come back. The moment we have something more on that, we'll come back. But the video of Umar Nabi, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first video that has come out of Umar Nabi on the day of the bombing. On the day of the bombing was seen on CCTV. This is near the Turkman Mosque, and Umar Nabi was seen close to the mosque. And this is a CCTV footage that we've accessed from close to the Turkman Mosque in the national capital. It's a new video of Umar Nabi. For the first time since the 10/11 blast, you are seeing pictures, moving pictures of Umar Nabi. So far, we've seen him on an image. We know what he looks like. But for the first time, we have a video of him on the day of the blast. And this video shows him walking and looking back at when he's walking through this area where the Turkman Mosque is located in the national capital. He's seen looking back cautiously, turns back and continues walking. He reportedly hid inside the mosque for almost 3 hours. Almost 3 hours he was inside the mosque is the information that we picked up. And this video is coming in right now of showing Umar, the terror doctor Umar Nabi, just moments before the blast. Now after this, of course, we have another video of him entering the parking lot at the Red Fort area. Parking lot at the Red Fort area, and his car seen leaving at 6:48 p.m. 6:48 p.m. the car leaves, and then the explosion takes place at 6:51. And this particular video was on the day of the bombing. Yeah, we have more pictures coming in. In fact, we have more pictures coming in. We have a second picture. There were two pictures. Both pictures, there was, look at that. That's a grab of Umar Nabi on the left, and that's a video of Umar Nabi on the right. And Umar Nabi, the bomber, was spotted at the Turkman mosque, where he reportedly hid on the day of the explosion, was inside the mosque for at least 3 hours, according to the details that we've picked up here on Republic TV. And this footage shows him leaving the Turkman mosque, so it could be closer to 3 p.m., closer to anywhere between 2 to 3 p.m., we are told, when he left the Turkman mosque. And he left to the Red Fort area. The next video, of course, we have of him being seen at the Red Fort parking lot at 3:19 p.m. He's seen entering the parking lot. At 6:48 p.m., he's seen exiting the parking lot. At 6:51, he explodes the car. He triggers the explosion. And these are more details we're picking up as we are broadcasting. We also had a report of an explosion that was reported, a PCR call, a call that went out to the police control room a little after 9:18 a.m. And that call was made reportedly by a lady who claimed hearing an explosion. And we are waiting for more details on that. The police has not given us more details on whether it was a hoax call or whether what we know is that so far indications are that there was nothing suspicious found, but it was a call that went out of an explosion that was heard. And we are picking up more details as we speak. So the moment we have some more information on that, we will come back to you with those details. So as of now, the new picture is of Umar Nabi, the car bomber, spotted near the Turkman mosque. And we will come back with more details, because we have details of how many more cars were going to be involved in that particular terror module in Faridabad. 4 cars were to be used, 8 terror doctors, 2 terror doctors assigned for each car. If one car exploded, the Hyundai i20, the second car has been found. Where are the other 2 cars? Taking a break. Back. Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार।
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. India's most authentic college rankings built on data, powered by verified reviews. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com. Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
DNA test confirms Umar was driving the car in Delhi blast, say police sources. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues statement on the Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. The video shows how the blast was triggered and the place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazal Ilahi Mosque. And the ATS detains a Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in the Delhi blast case. The doctor had contact with the Shaheen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we get you the breaking news updates and the non-stop coverage of the 10/11 conspiracy, we're picking up more details, and we've had at least 15 to 20 breaking news inputs on the story this morning, with pictures coming in for the first time of the car bomber. That's Umar Nabi. By the way, it's a 100% match. The DNA samples collected from the site of the blast have matched Umar Nabi's family members. His family members spoke to Republic TV a day after the blast, and their samples were collected, and it has now been confirmed that the DNA samples of his family members have matched with the samples found at the scene of the blast, at the site of the blast. And this is the first picture, the first visuals that you're seeing, exclusive images of Umar Nabi seen at the Turkman Mosque in the national capital in Delhi. After he left Faridabad, crossed through the Badarpur toll booth, and then moved towards Okla, entered Delhi, hid at a mosque for almost 3 hours. He was at the Turkman Mosque, we are told. At the Turkman Mosque, he was present for almost 3 hours. And these videos show, this is perhaps the first time that you see him leaving the masjid, and he headed towards the Red Fort parking lot. And Umar Nabi is the car bomber, and we had pictures of him detonating or triggering the blast outside the Red Fort. CCTV video that came in last evening. Now, this is for the first time that we have pictures of Umar Nabi. So far, we had file pictures of Umar Nabi, pictures of him before the blast, but this is for the first time. Now, on your screen right now, the second terror doctor wearing spectacles was Umar Nabi. So far, that was the only image we had. But now we have moving pictures of Umar Nabi on your screen. The moment he left the masjid, he's seen cautiously walking. Let's once again play the video, please. Stick to the video. And Shambhavi is also joining us live right now. So I'm going across to Shambhavi, who's joining us live. And Shambhavi's been tracking this entire masjid angle where he hid for almost 3 hours. Shambhavi, if you can tell our viewers, for how long was he there? What time did he reach the mosque? What time did he leave the mosque? What was his intent of hiding in the mosque?
So we are right outside this masjid. This is called Fazil-e-Ilahi, and the CCTV camera, the pictures that you're actually showing right now, it is just once you enter, it's around 50 meters after you enter, the camera comes on the right side inside. And till now, when we were tracing the entire route that Umar Nabi took before actually carrying out the blast, there was a huge gap between 8:19 a.m. when he entered Delhi through Badrapur Toll Plaza, and when next he was seen at 3:20 p.m. Entering the parking lot near the Red Fort area. Now, with the pictures coming up from this mosque itself, this masjid, the picture, the video that you see when he's looking at the camera right there and then proceeds to go forward, just 50 meters inside the gate, you'll go inside, the camera comes on the right side, the same camera, the footage that you're actually able to see. So it is, according to the information, he was here for at least 3 hours because there was a gap between of around 8 hours from 8:20 a.m. to 3:19 p.m. He was here for 3 hours and as per information, during those hours when he was not, there was no public movement seen as of now because when the 11-hour route was traced of Umar once he left from Faridabad on Monday morning at 7:30 a.m. and entered Delhi through at 8:20 a.m. through the Badrapur Toll Plaza. There was a lack of information about what was his movement before he entered the parking lot of the Red Fort area. Now, as more information comes up, things are getting a little clear that he was probably here for 3 hours and then left from here at around 3. For him to actually reach Red Fort Plaza, Red Fort and the Red Fort parking lot where the car was stationary for around 3 hours before he moved out of the parking lot at 6:48 p.m. It would take him at least 12 to 15 minutes if he would leave from here at 3 p.m. So the timing will make sense if he leaves from here at 3 p.m. and reaches the parking lot at 3:19 p.m. stays there, the car is stationary there for 3 hours, then leaves the parking lot at 6:48, and just few minutes later, the blast actually occurred.
Yeah, I think even the CCTV right behind you is visible. You're at the site. I can see that the CCTV was placed right behind you. I can see the footpath there. It was the footpath, the pavement, the divider. He's seen in this particular shot. The divider matches. So it appears clearly that that was the exact spot, because behind you the divider is also visible. You can corroborate both the CCTV to the divider. Okay, we are live from the EcoSport, the Red EcoSport, Faridabad. Let's go across live. These are the first pictures coming in of the location where the Red Ford EcoSport, the second car that was owned by the terror bomber. The second car was found in Faridabad, and this is the exact location of that car. It's being searched. I think the frame is frozen, so we'll get the shot again. The Republic Media Network team is at the site, and we should be able to get you. Let's go back to the pictures, then we'll get you the shot of the Red Ford EcoSport any second now, because we had that picture as well. I'm going back to Shambhavi till we get that picture of the Red Ford EcoSport, so believed to be the second car that was going to be used. And if I go back to Shambhavi, Shambhavi was at the pavement. So you're looking at this video, and in this video you can see Umar Nabi walking away from the mosque. Now, was he walking away from the mosque or walking towards the mosque? If you can show us the pavement on the left of your screen, we'll put the video of Umar Nabi. On the right, Shambhavi will be live, and she will show you how the videos corroborate. Shambhavi, show us how the videos corroborate from where you are, what you see in the divider and how it matches.
Definitely. So this is the same divider that you can very clearly see in in the video, in the picture, and it is, although a blurred picture, you'll also see, so this is the pole. So you can also see some part of the pole in the picture. This is the divider, this is the pavement, and this is the area. So you can also see the design you can corroborate the design of the mosque. We'll show you the design here. And this is also clearly visible, although the picture is a little blurred because it was magnified to corroborate whether it was Umar who was entering the mosque at the given time. And you can see some parts of this, the color, the pattern, everything makes sense. There is a camera on the inside as well, inside the masjid when you enter. Of course, we cannot do
same place, the same divider, the same road, and the angle this was taken. He was also looking at the camera in the picture, and
with the design you see. And he was possibly here for at least 3 hours. He was after he entered Delhi at 8:20 a.m. He actually took the outer ring road surrounding Delhi, and he travelled through half of the Delhi. He drove around Delhi. He drove around major places of the Delhi, and after finally being stationary in the parking lot of the Red Fort area.
You will be able to corroborate
the white walls. Will be able to corroborate the white walls. The design on this side, you can also see parts of that in that picture. This is the pavement. This is mostly cars are mostly parked out here. You can see there are cars and autos still parked out here. And those are the pictures of the exact same place. Republic is showing you the exact same place from where.
For a few hours before leaving, and the time would be somewhere around 2 to 3. 3 makes more sense because for him to actually go straight to the Red Fort parking lot area and he entered. You can see in the camera that more than 200 police personnel have seen the surveillance videos of more than 60 CCTV footages and have traced out the 11-hour journey of Umar once he left from Faridabad at 7:30. This is the same spot. This is the same spot where he was spotted entering the masjid.
Yeah, I can see the spot. In fact, we were also live from that location in Faridabad where the Red Fort Eco Sport was being investigated. And I'd like to play out a report of the Republic Media Network where my colleague was at that spot. The Red Fort Eco Sport, owned by the car bomber Umar Nabi, according to investigators, was supposed to be loaded with explosives and was going to be used to trigger the blast. Another blast. Now, that's what we believe. We don't know. Now, here's a report, a full report of the investigators there. They found the car last evening. Here's a detailed report.
देखिए, हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव में मौजूद हैं और गाड़ी को कल शाम ही जहां पर स्पॉट किया गया था। तस्वीरों में दिखाना चाहूँगा, लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पे आपको लाल रंग की इको स्पॉट गाड़ी नजर आ रही है। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर के नाम पे रजिस्टर्ड थी और फर्जी एड्रेस के आधार पर इस गाड़ी को रजिस्टर करवाया गया था। एजेंसीज कल शाम को यहाँ पर आती है, NIA, NSG की टीम आती है, फरीदाबाद पुलिस टीम आती है, क्राइम ब्रांच आती है और लगभग 12 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय तक इस पूरी गाड़ी को NSG की टीम ने, बॉम्ब स्क्वाड और डॉग स्क्वाड की टीम ने यहां पे सर्च किया। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं गाड़ी के जो साइड के जो गेट्स हैं और जो बोनट है वो यहां पर खुले हुए नजर आ रहे हैं और कुछ ही देर में ये बताया जा रहा है कि CFSL की टीम वो यहां पर पहुंचेगी और यहां से इस पूरी गाड़ी को एग्जामिन किया जाएगा। उसके बाद इस गाड़ी को सेफ लोकेशन पे ले जाया जाएगा क्योंकि NIA की टीम जो है इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है और डॉक्टर उमर का ड्राइवर जो है इस गाड़ी को यहां पर लाके पार्क करता है, ऐसा सोर्स के हवाले से खबर है। क्योंकि कल जब जांच एजेंसियां अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर पहुंचती है, कई लोगों के साथ पूछताछ की गई जिसमें एक शख्स जो संदिग्ध पाया जाता है, जिसमें वो बताया जाता है कि वो डॉक्टर उमर का असिस्टेंट था और ड्राइवर भी था। वही शख्स जो था गाड़ी को चलाकर अपने यहाँ पर लेके आता है गांव में खंडावली में और यहाँ पे गाड़ी को पार्क करके चला जाता है। एक बार फिर से विजय जो है मेरे एक बार तस्वीर दिखाए क्लोज करके, क्योंकि तस्वीर थोड़ी धुंधली है क्योंकि हम लगभग 100 से 150 मीटर की दूरी पे हैं। सुरक्षा कारणों देखिए, हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव में मौजूद हैं और गाड़ी को कल शाम ही जहां पर स्पॉट किया गया था। तस्वीरों में दिखाना चाहूँगा, लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पे आपको लाल रंग की इको स्पॉट गाड़ी नजर आ रही है। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर के नाम पे रजिस्टर्ड थी और फर्जी एड्रेस के आधार पर इस गाड़ी को रजिस्टर करवाया गया था। एजेंसीज कल शाम को यहाँ पर आती है, NIA NSG की टीम आती है, फरीदाबाद पुलिस टीम आती है, क्राइम ब्रांच आती है और लगभग 12 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय तक इस पूरी गाड़ी को NSG की टीम ने, बॉम्ब स्क्वाड और डॉग स्क्वाड की टीम ने यहाँ पे सर्च किया। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं गाड़ी के जो साइड के जो गेट्स हैं और जो बोनट है वो यहाँ पर खुले हुए नजर आ रहे हैं और कुछ ही देर में ये बताया जा रहा है कि CFSL की टीम वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेगी और यहाँ से इस पूरी गाड़ी को एग्जामिन किया जाएगा। उसके बाद इस गाड़ी को सेफ लोकेशन पर ले जाया जाएगा, क्योंकि NIA की टीम जो है इस पूरे मामले की जाँच कर रही है और डॉक्टर उमर का ड्राइवर जो है इस गाड़ी को यहाँ पर ला के पार्क करता है, ऐसा सोर्स के हवाले से खबर है। क्योंकि कल जब जांच एजेंसियां अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर पहुंचती है, कई लोगों के साथ पूछताछ की गई जिसमें एक शख्स जो संदिग्ध पाया जाता है, जिसमें वो बताया जाता है कि वो डॉक्टर उमर का असिस्टेंट था और ड्राइवर भी था। वही शख्स जो था गाड़ी को चलाकर अपने यहाँ पर लेके आता है गांव में खंडावली में और यहाँ पे गाड़ी को पार्क करके चला जाता है। एक बार फिर से विजय जो है मेरे एक बार तस्वीर दिखाए क्लोज करके, क्योंकि तस्वीर थोड़ी धुंधली है, क्योंकि हम लगभग 100 से 150 मीटर की दूरी पे हैं। सुरक्षा कारणों के लिहाज से
All right, these are the visuals and a DNA test analysis has confirmed that a DNA test analysis has confirmed that Dr. Umar Nabi was behind the wheels of the car that exploded near Delhi's Red Fort earlier this week. And according to officials, forensic experts matched the DNA samples collected from the blast site with those of Umar's mother, confirming his identity. Sambhavi, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Sambhavi, now you are at the mosque site right now. Give us more updates on what is happening.
Right, let me show you. We were not, there was no CCTV footage, CCTV visible from outside, but now we'll show you the exact CCTV from which the pictures and videos that Republic is showing you right now. If you can look at the frame, you see that is the CCTV at which Umar looked at while entering this masjid, and then few hours later he carried out the sinister act. He carried out the blast at Red Fort, Delhi. You can see that exact CCTV, and when you actually look closely, the surrounding and then corroborate it with the image that is that Republic is showing you, you'll be able to see the exact position, exact CCTV which caught Umar Nabi entering the masjid, because there was a lot of confusion. There was some gap between Umar entering Delhi and Ring Road and driving around half of the Delhi, moving to most of the places, most of the prominent places. He entered the parking lot, the Red Fort parking lot at 3:19 p.m. and few hours later he carried out the sinister act. But now with the images coming out from the
All right, we'll try to connect back with Sambhavi. Sambhavi, if you can hear me, just confirm that you can hear me. All right, I will try to connect back with our reporter there. But this is the new CCTV footage that has emerged that shows a Red Fort bomber, Dr. Umar Nabi, entering this mosque in New Delhi, in Old Delhi rather, before carrying out the high-intensity explosion near Red Fort. And one can clearly see his face even as he turns and looks back. Remember, in the earlier CCTV footages, even while he was driving the car, one could see him, but with the mask on. But the new CCTV footage that has emerged clearly shows his face, and these CCTV cameras have captured
this Dr. Umar Nabi entering and leaving the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque near the Ramlila Maidan. This is opposite the Turkman Gate. Shambhavi, if you can hear me, just confirm.
Yes.
All right, and you were showing us the CCTV, the placement of the CCTV, and as earlier we were corroborating how this CCTV footage that we are seeing on our screens is actually matching from where you are at the moment. Give us more details.
Definitely. We'll show you again. Sorry, I think we lost connection for a while. The same CCTV, we were corroborating the location which caught Umar entering the masjid and actually worked as a very significant puzzle piece into putting together where was Umar after he entered Delhi and then he moved into the parking lot. There is a gap, as you see, if you look at the timing from 8:20 to 3:19 p.m. there is a gap of several hours where the whereabouts of Umar were not known, and now this new piece of information, this new picture, this new CCTV footage picture which corroborates that Umar did indeed enter masjid and then left around 3 p.m.
and then left.
Makes sense because for him to reach from here, it would at least take him 12 to 15 minutes to be on the safer side for him to enter the parking zone stationary. And we're talking about Umar being stationary in the parking lot for more than 3 hours. It is also important to let viewers know that.
All right, we'll try to connect back with Shambhavi. She is at the same mosque, the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque near Ramlila Maidan opposite Turkman Gate. And yours, a new video of the Delhi terror attack now has emerged, showing a Hyundai i20 car blowing up and going up in flames moments after a bomb was detonated by Dr. Umar Nabi, who was an employee at that Faridabad's Al-Falah University. And one can see this new video of the Delhi terror attack, and that clearly shows the Hyundai i20 car blowing up and going up in flames. Shambhavi is now in fact joining us from the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque opposite the Turkman Gate. Shambhavi, please continue.
Right, I'm very sorry. Some network issue. We'll try to show yourselves and corroborate the position once again. You can see the CCTV right, just 10 meters, hardly 10 meters from the entrance of the mosque. You can see the same CCTV camera that caught Umar Nabi entering the masjid and helped investigators achieve a very important piece of information because there was a lot of gap between Umar entering Delhi and moving on, entering
and entering the Red Fort parking lot area at 3:19 p.m. But now, with the help of the very same CCTV camera, it helped the investigators to understand that where was Umar in the middle, in where there was no public activity seen from the Umar side between 8:20 a.m. to 3:19 p.m. This is where Umar actually. Before he actually carried out the sinister blast at the Red Fort, which costed more than 10 people their lives and several injuries. And after leaving from here, he was here
because at least 15.
All right. Of course, the audio seems to be a little problematic at the moment. But Shambhavi getting us very, very important information because she is at the side that she is at the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque, which is opposite Turkman Gate. And remember, this coming in as the CCTV footage has emerged that shows Umar Nabi entering and exiting this mosque in Old Delhi before he carried out the high-intensity explosion near Red Fort. And in that video, one can clearly see him turning back, looking back. And the visual, in fact, however, that you are seeing on your TV screen is the new video of the Delhi terror attack, which shows the moment of the blast, really. The Hyundai i20 car blowing up, going up in flames moments after the bomb was detonated. So in the initial part of the video, one can see there is a traffic and slow-moving traffic actually. And in between all of this, suddenly the i20 car blows up, goes up in flame. All right, Shambhavi is with us now. Shambhavi, please go ahead.
Right, we were telling our viewers that there was a gap between 8:20 a.m. to 3:19 p.m. 8:20 a.m. is the time where Umar, in his Hyundai i20, entered Delhi, entered the national capital through Badarpur Toll Plaza, and 3:19 p.m. is the time he entered the Red Fort Park. Between, as you can see, there is a gap of several hours where there was no public activity seen, there was no...
But now, with the help of the CCTV camera, we are constantly showing you on the exact CCTV camera which Umar entering the masjid, entering there where he was here for several hours before leaving from here and then reach Fort parking lot area, and was the Hyundai i20 was stationary there for 3 hours. Let me also tell our viewers that investigators are considering the angle that the reason why the car, it is definitely a question in all of our minds, that why was the car stationary at the parking lot for 3 hours in such a high surveillance zone, in a zone which has high security. We've been constantly showing you on ground the number of CCTV cameras that are there at the red light just outside the 20 meters, 20 to 30 meters. So which was everybody, even the investigators, that what was Umar doing in the
parking lot after leaving from here for
Right. Umar wanted, his intention, of carrying out the blast was the parking lot itself. But because on Monday, Red Fort is closed, the Chandni market is closed, one of the most places in Delhi. His target was cause as much as harm as possible. So that when he realized that because of it being a Monday, because the day being a Monday, there might not be a lot of people in the market. There might not be a lot of people in the parking lot. That is when he must have decided to come out of the parking lot, move towards the red lights, and just as we are also, the public was constantly showing you the video.
The CCTV footage at the moment of the blast. We were before that, we definitely had a lot of videos, a lot of CCTV footages where you could see the impact of the blast, the implications of the blast, what happened after the blast. You could see the people panicking. There was a panic, obvious panic among people. But Republic was showing you the exact moment, the exact point of the blast when there was a lot of traffic on the road. You could see there were cars, there were autos, there were a lot of people walking and a lot of traffic. Right. And within just a matter of microseconds, there was a loud flash. There was a red.
Come out at 6:48 and at 6:52 between.
Right, Shambhavi, we will connect back to you. You just take a breath because we are coming back to you. Shambhavi is at the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque. And we'll take a very short break. We'll come back to her and get more details on that. Meanwhile, we have more details emerging in the case because now Jaish terror plot is revealed. Now terror doctors linked to the terror outfit. UP ATS has detained one more doctor from Kanpur. Who is he? We'll get you all the updates after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये हित तो है इसकी खास खास बात। वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Hello viewers, very good morning. We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you in this show, and because we are also tracking how the investigation is continuing, there are parallel updates coming in from multiple states. There are CCTV footages showing you what happened during the blast and just before the blast. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. DNA test confirms Umar Nabi was driving car in Delhi blast, says police sources. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues a statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. A new CCTV of the Delhi blast surfaces. Video shows how the blast was triggered and place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl Ilahi Mosque. ATS detains a Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in Delhi blast case. Doctor had contact with Shaheen. And viewers, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has termed the Delhi blast as clearly a terrorist attack, praising India's professionalism in handling this investigation. Rubio made this remark while responding to a media query on India's declaration on the blast as a terror incident. He commended India's measured and cautious approach, stating that the investigation is ongoing. Rubio also highlighted the blast involved a car loaded with highly explosive materials, resulting in multiple fatalities. Expressed confidence in India's capabilities, stating that they do not need US help in the investigation. So big update coming in on Republic TV viewers. We have that statement as well. Let's go ahead and play it out.
Terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. So, but clearly, I mean, we're aware of the potential that it has, and so we spoke about that a little bit today, the potential that it has to become something broader. But I think we're going to wait to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing a good job. It clearly was a terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. So, but clearly, I mean, we're aware of the potential that it has, and so we spoke about that a little bit today, the potential that it has to become something broader. But I think we're going to wait to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing a good job.
The UP anti-terrorism squad has now detained Dr. Mohammad Arif, a cardiology student from Jammu and Kashmir, in connection with the Delhi blast. Dr. Arif was picked from his rented house in Ashok Nagar and Kanpur for questioning. He was reportedly in contact with Dr. Shaheen, a key suspect in the case, and their phone records revealed their connection. Dr. Arif is a student of the NEET SS 2024 batch and was pursuing his studies at the Cardiology Institute in Kanpur. ATS is investigating his involvement in the Delhi blast case, and further questioning is underway in this case. So this is what we see, viewers. You can see that one of the aides of Dr. Shaheen has now been not been picked up, has been arrested. I just want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'm being joined by my colleague Shambhavi joining us. Shambhavi, we see that a doctor turned Jaish recruiter, Dr. Shaheen, you know, her traces are being, her terror links are being traced as we speak. But one of her aides has just now, from what we understand, been detained. This is Dr. Muhammad Arif, a cardiology student from Jammu and Kashmir, has been picked up from Kanpur.
Right, and the role of this terror Dr. Shaheen has been very questionable since the start, because the name came feeble link in the story when there was actually raids going on in Faridabad from where several kgs of explosive was found, and then that is where when Adil and Muzammil were already arrested, they were being interrogated, and then when more and more explosive was found, there was the
series of explosives, and also ammunition was found, and that through that and that car was registered on Shaheen's name. That is how her name actually surfaced in this entire investigation. But as and when more and more layers started opening, more and more information started coming up, that is when Shaheen's role as the leader, she was also appointed as the head of the women's wing of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and the fact that she was practically in the middle of all the corroboration that was being done, all the coordination about the planned attack, because this was not the only place. Make no mistake, this was not the only place. Red Fort in Delhi was not the only place, and possibly their target place in the plan that they were actually planning. There were several other places in Delhi, Ayodhya, Allahabad, Varanasi that they were targeting. There were eight people, all distributed in a team of 2. So there were 4 groups, and all these 4 groups were supposed to carry out larger explosion, larger blasts in 4 cities, and main 4 cities, and especially targeting the religious places, temples, and that was what their original plan was. There were several meetings, there was several coordination between these people, where it involved Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen, Umar, and other radicalized medical students, radicalized group, which again, one of them has been arrested, as you very rightly mentioned. So there were meetings going on with them at the center, another center of this story, Al-Falah University. There has been information that in the building number 17, room number 13, there used to be regular meetings between all of them, among all of them, about how to carry out the attack, what needs to be done, what would be the target places. There were diaries maintained, there were detailed diaries, detailed documents maintained regarding what needs to be done, who will be in whose team, and each one of them, they were supposed to carry IDs with them. They were supposed to identify 4 cars, and those 4 cars would then be later turned into explosive laden vehicles, which 2 of them, again, the Hyundai i20 was the one in which the blast was carried out in Red Fort. Another car was a red EcoSport. Republic is constantly reporting from the spot in the Faridabad, from where the red EcoSport was seized by the investigators. But there are supposedly, allegedly, 4 cars that would then be turned into explosive laden vehicles, and their original plan of carrying out more severe blasts, which would cause more damage, more deaths, more injuries in 4 different cities, targeting religious place and the national capital.
That is right. Shambhavi, I really wanted to hold on for a second because I want to go across to my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us live as well. Zeenat, I'm coming across to you right now. And we know that, speaking of, Shaheen's aide being arrested there, we know that Shaheen's arrest earlier, we had reported that, and you were reporting live that time, came after the coordinated operation by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Faridabad police, which was happening across multiple states. If you could just help our viewers understand the latest coming in after Shaheen's aide has been detained, and this aide is from Jammu and Kashmir, Dr. Muhammad Arif.
See, this is an ongoing process. We have to understand that in order to reach to the core of the case, the government or the machinery, as far as the police is concerned, they are doing everything to reach to the core of the case, and for which the detainment is going on, the raids are going on. In fact, one of the raids today was carried by the CIK and the Srinagar police in Anantnag's GMC. GMC is one of the focal points where not only the locker, the AK-47 was recovered, but also the doctors have served there. So one of the doctors was once again picked up, rather the two doctors were picked up by the CIK during the raid. So that tells you in Srinagar also, last evening the three of the doctors were detained, one of them was released. The continuous cautioning is going on whether any links found more as far as Dr. Umar is concerned, or the Adil or the Muzaffar. So this is an ongoing process. The police is investigating the matter, because ultimately it was the Srinagar police who really carried an investigation from the ground level, which led to its hand in Faridabad, where the huge quantity of explosives were recovered, and also multiple leads were generated. Although this time also we are saying that J&K police, the one SHO who has been the part of the entire investigation and who actually pulled the string, he is still working with the Faridabad police there to generate more leads, because Al-Falah University is one such spot where majority of the doctors from the Srinagar who either were dismissed by the LG administration or have the tainted past.
Zeenat, hold on for a second. They're getting some breaking news coming in. Terrorist Umar Mohammed is seen driving a car packed with explosives in Connaught Place. This is the video. Let's put that video out for you. There you go. That is the video. This is a very, very important, especially a commercial area in the national capital, and in Connaught Place. This is the heart of Delhi. And Umar is seen driving a car packed with explosives on I20 in the middle of the road at around 10:05 a.m. on the Connaught Place outer circle. Parliament House is 3 kilometers, just 3 kilometers from Connaught Place. So a big update coming in, and this is the latest video. In this video, let's put that video out for you. You can see this is the Connaught Place area, which is the very central area of Delhi. You can see that Umar is driving this car with the explosives, in that I20 car in the middle of the road. It is around 10:05 a.m. So this is around 10:05 a.m. on the Connaught Place outer circle area, and Parliament House is just 3 kilometers away from Connaught Place. So this is a huge update coming in, viewers, and this is coming at the backdrop of what we just told you a short while back, where the UP ATS has joined the probe verifying links between the Red Fort blast and the planned strikes in Uttar Pradesh. And not just that, we also have got you the big update about the DNA match, which has been conducted and verified when it comes to terrorist Umar. Okay, let's go straight across to Shambhavi is joining us. Shambhavi, I'm coming across to you right now. And it is a DNA match. That has been confirmed. DNA test confirms Dr. Umar was the one who drove that I-20 that blew up near the Red Fort. But now we see this video. How much before? Okay, we have Rakshita. Rakshita, this video, if you explain to us how many minutes or hours before or days before the blast are we looking at that video? Rakshita.
It was for me. Please repeat the question, Shivangi.
Okay, Rakshita, if you can. Okay, we'll come back to Rakshita in a short while from now. Let's go to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, looking at this video, Umar's car at Connaught Place, first exclusive Republic TV. And this is coming just after we told our viewers that a DNA test has confirmed Dr. Umar is the one who was driving the i20, which we see that blew up near the Red Fort. Now, just take our viewers through this video that we are seeing on our screens.
See, Shivangi, exactly, because again, I'm sure we are showing the video right now. You can see this Hyundai i20 just going a very in a high.
Given the time, and the time is set to be at 2:05 p.m. That is the time in which this you can see the footage now. As he was saying, Shivangi, all these CCTV footage has now come up as the sign of this entire investigation, because as the investigators are trying to puzzle in what was the exact route taken. Of course, the skeleton of it, the larger skeleton of it, of when the car left from Faridabad and entered Delhi, and then what was the time when it left the parking lot and the blast was carried out. That was prepared by the investigators. But now, with these little 7 seconds, 15 seconds clips that Republic is now showing you, we are trying to corroborate the time between it entered the Badarpur border toll booth and entered Delhi. What was Umar doing, driving the car around all around Delhi at all the prominent places? And this is also very important to note that this place, the exact footage that we are showing you right now, that footage is the place that you see, that is of the outer CP circle, and that is just 3 kilometers away from the Sansad Bhavan. So these are the prominent places that Umar and the car is, again, it is important to reiterate it again that the car was heavily explosive laden at the moment. This Hyundai i20 was heavily explosive laden.
Okay. Shambhavi, please hold on. Okay, I think we have Rakshita with us. Let's go to Rakshita. Rakshita, you're joining us live right now, and we are getting these CCTV footages which are coming in from various locations. This one is from Connaught Place. If you could just help our viewers understand, why these footages are very important, because it really helps the investigators, helps the probe and the agencies put together the pieces of the puzzle.
Absolutely, as we have been tracking the story for the past more than 48 hours now, and we've told our viewers that how the forensic team has come together with the other investigative agencies. The CCTV footage, more than 100 of them have been tracked and closely monitored, and that's what is a big evidence that is now being gathered. Even yesterday, we ran reports like how this suspected suicide bomber Umar Nabi had also passed through Connaught Place. Now, Connaught Place is very, of course, is
there are many offices in Connaught Place. There are many government offices around Connaught Place as well. And, of course, it's very much near the Parliament House as well. So this, of course, is a matter of great concern, where all he was roaming around with that bomb-laden i20, that explosive-rigged i20 car. And that has also been seen in this CCTV footage that we are running. In fact, there are multiple footages that we're running. We broke last night as well, and how that moment unfolded, the moment of the blast that unfolded, and that is that we just saw right now. Omar's car at he was parking the car and passing through Connaught Place. It's really scary that from Faridabad to Connaught Place and here outside the iconic Red Fort, this man is running away freely with this explosive-laden car. That is, of course, a big question mark, and a serious security raises many questions on security. Now, this
serious security raises many questions on security. Now, this we continue to get our viewers more and more details as to which other routes has he taken. We've seen his images from the CCTV cameras as well. We've seen
right at the Red Fort. But yes, these are important pieces of information. The red car that has been seized, that is also a big mystery. It is still being searched because there could be a risky material, risky substance, could be laden with explosives as well.
So one by one, we see that this conspiracy is being peeled layer by layer. Not to forget that how the conspiracy of multiple bombs being planted in different locations is also coming to the fore as the investigation unfolds and deepens now. So Shivangi, yes, this entire investigation is only intensifying. And from the forensic evidence that has been gathered here to these dots that are being connected, not just in Delhi, but different networks, the modules, how they were spread out in different cities, that, of course, is a big, I would say, a success that this information is coming to the surface, and this could have been even a bigger attack. That is what has been indicated by the sources also. However, this might just be the tip of the iceberg, a little bit more than the tip of the iceberg, but there is more to this conspiracy, Shivangi, and we are, of course, waiting for more information from the agencies, from the sources, from the police also, as India has vowed that the perpetrators of this dastardly attack in the national capital will be brought to justice soon.
Absolutely. I'm coming back to you, Rakshita, because, we have been getting our viewers' latest updates which are coming in, specifically when it comes to this bomber. Okay, we're talking about the Dr. Nabi, terrorist doctor. Delhi police has confirmed the man behind the Red Fort blast in Delhi was Dr. Umar because of the DNA test matching his mother's sample after the explosion. So this is a huge confirmation coming in. There are two videos we have put on the screen for our viewers which show the car bomber Umar at Connaught Place and in one more location just ahead of that blast. Rakshita.
Right. This is, of course, there are more updates that we have been tracking today. And, of course, the important part is that he visited this mosque as well. And he parked his car in the masjid parking lot around 3:19 p.m. So this car that was loaded with these explosives, and remember, ammonium nitrate traces have been found. The fuel, oil, and ammonium nitrate combined has been identified. But what we understand is that there is another chemical that could be very, very dangerous. It is being pointed out by our sources that it could be
a chemical that could be very, very dangerous. It is being pointed out by our sources that it could be military-grade explosive, and henceforth we see that this was such was the magnitude of the blast that it is possible it could have been a military-grade explosive. And it is shocking that this man, Umar Nabi, a so-called doctor, the terror doctor, was roaming around with this explosive in this i20 car, walking there nonchalantly. You see, of course, he was maybe looking for an escape, trying to carry out an attack, and he was not sure. Maybe what we understand, it could have been just a hurried response, a hurried action that is taken last moment, that he came here, came all the way to the Red Fort area where we are standing right now. But yes, the fact that he passed through a very, very crowded street, that is a crowded road. If you see that outer ring of outer circle of the Connaught Place area, that is a big cause of concern. And yes, the angle where he goes to the mosque and he spends a lot of time at the mosque, he is looking for shelter at the mosque. That is also something now that has come to the fore via the CCTV footage that we have accessed from the Turkman Gate Mosque. So yes, these are piece by piece. This entire this day, the 10/11 conspiracy, at least that day of the attack, is now coming, becoming more and more clearer. But who was actually behind him? Who was supporting him? His associates, of course, have also been questioned. But there are many more questions that remain to be they still loom. They remain to be answered, and the investigators, of course, continue. We've seen yesterday and this morning also the NIA team, the NSG team was also present at the spot earlier this morning. The NSG team was also trying to retrieve more pieces. They're trying to piece everything together. And a forearm was also lying in one of the buildings around this area this morning. So yes, there are still some evidences in the adjacent areas. This area has been more or less been cleared, and maximum samples have been taken from this this entire road and that spot, of course, that is enclosed, that is concealed. But yes, we have to wait for more information coming in, because the tests continue. There are certain angles that are still being very, very closely followed. The CCTV footages are coming out one by one. They are servicing, and we've also accessed many of them, which indicate that how this day, the 10/11, this day was, this unfortunate day for the national capital had unfolded. In fact, but what really went behind? Who was along? Who did anyone give him support that day or earlier? We are, of course, getting viewers' details all throughout the day, one by one. Shivangi.
That is right. So, you know, Rakshita, just hold on for a second there. Rakshita, my colleague, is once again reporting live for us, from the blast spot. And she is getting us all those details. And I just want our viewers to look at these pictures on our screens, Rakshita, because we are mapping Umar's footprint before the terror attack. So he stopped for food in Ashok Vihar, then went to a mosque in central Delhi. Then, let's put those pictures out. And then he parked the vehicle near the Red Fort just hours before the terror attack. His last known mobile location was Al Falah University on October 31st, after which his phone went off, suggesting he had possibly switched to a secret device. Rakshita. Oh, yes. Shambhavi, yes. You know what? Let's go to Shambhavi, because Shambhavi is at that mosque, because we saw that the bomber Umar had stopped at a mosque just moments before that blast. And I think Shambhavi is there. Shambhavi, over to you.
Right, Republic has been constantly showing you the exact mosque and that too the exact CCTV camera which caught Umar entering and helped the investigators piece this conspiracy together because of the huge gap of around 7 to 8 hours that was not making sense, because after he left from Faridabad at 7:30 and entered Delhi through the Badarpur toll plaza at 8:19, then entered the parking lot at the Red Fort area at 3:20 p.m. There was a gap between 8:19 a.m. to 3:20 p.m. And now with these CCTV footages coming up, with these pictures coming up, there are two new pieces. There are two new pictures which is showing Umar driving around, either driving in the Hyundai i20 which carried out the blast, and the other picture was of here at Masjid. So now two puzzle pieces are brought together, and there is a timeline which is helping the investigators figure out that where all did he go, because Umar took the outer ring road area and drove around half of the Delhi, drove around major places. The video that we are constantly, the public is constantly showing you, the CCTV footage of Umar driving in the Hyundai i20 around the outer CP circle in a very high speed. Now, something which is very creepy, very eerie about it is that the same i20, that i20 car is not just any normal, usual i20. It is a heavily explosive laden vehicle. It was heavily explosive laden at that time, which Umar was driving at such a high speed, at not more than 3 kilometers distance from the Parliament building. And another puzzle piece that we are constantly showing you is this mosque where Umar actually came inside. We'll show you once again for our viewers who are just joining us right now. I'll request my VJ to come along and show the CCTV camera inside the masjid. And we'll keep bringing the ground updates to you, but we'll just stop for a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, they are visionaries who build companies and they are pioneers who build nations. But only a few have changed the course of modern India with the quiet conviction and uncompromising integrity of Padma Vibhushan N.R. Narayan Murthy. On the next episode of Legends, we trace his remarkable journey, story of discipline, innovation and the mind that coded India's future. Legends featuring N.R. Narayan Murthy. This weekend, only on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines. The latest confirms Umar was driving car in Delhi blast, says police sources. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues a statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. Video shows how the blast was triggered and place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl Ilahi Mosque. ATS detains Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in Delhi blast case. Doctor had contact with Shaheen. And viewers, let's start with a big story. Tracking a terrorist. Umar is seen driving a car packed with explosives in Connaught Place. So we're putting on these pictures for you. We have a lot of CCTV footage which shows we are mapping the footprints of the bomber Umar. Now, this is Connaught Place, the outer circle, and it's also the heart of Delhi. Umar is seen driving a car packed with explosives on an i20 in the middle of the road at around 10:05 a.m. on this place. This is Connaught Place outer circle area. And the Parliament House is just 3 kilometers. I repeat, the Parliament House is just 3 kilometers away from Connaught Place. So just putting on those pictures for you on Republic, you can see that this is the Hyundai i20 at Connaught Place, and then he was also at the mosque. Car bomber Umar was at the mosque. So we have multiple CCTV footages showing the footprints of Umar. Okay, we have with us our colleagues, Rakshita joining us live. Rakshita and Shambhavi both. Rakshita is near the blast site. I just want to go first to Rakshita first. Rakshita, you know, we will put our focus right now, even though the investigation is, the parallel investigations happening, different angles being looked at. Let's also talk a little bit more about this CCTV footage, because this is very important. The footages, there are many of them. They're showing different angles, different locations, and the movement of the bomber doctor, the terrorist doctor, before that dastardly blast.
Absolutely. You know, this is of how the 10 hours before the blast unfolded, how those 10 hours unfolded, and this man, Umar Nabi, was roaming around in the national capital very freely with these dangerous explosives in that i20, in that white i20 car. And what we understand from these multiple CCTV footages that have been accessed now, and we are playing that out for our viewers, is that he had in fact also not just passed through the Connaught Place area, he was right around the E block. He was right outside E block, and he also stepped out. He is seen without his mask. So in multiple CCTV footages, he can see with mask and without mask, and that's why the NIA has been able to identify him when he removed his mask. So the first sighting has come from CP's E block, and he was captured stepping vehicle and also roaming around.
Very busy market, and this is a busy area. It has multiple offices and restaurants and shops as well, and it's a very popular tourist spot. You will easily
shops as well, and it's a very popular tourist spots. You will easily spot tourists in Connaught Place day and night, and this is of course again potentially could have been the target. That is what is being at least indicated, but then he chooses to take his car here where we are standing. That is the Red Fort area outside the gate number 1 of the metro station, Lal Killa metro station. Now he was wearing the black shirt and black trousers, and you can clearly see those brows. What we understand is that he was not speaking to anyone in those footages that have been accessed. He was not speaking to anyone. He just roamed around, and he was quite quiet and very nonchalant in his in the way he was moving around. And then the other CCTV shows that he passed through this area, the Connaught Place area, and then he you know, what we understand, of course, ultimately he carried out that attack here at the Lal Killa metro station. So many of that he has spent good amount of time in different areas. The other key CCTV footage is the one from Turkman Gate, the masjid that is the Faiz Ilahi Masjid at Turkman Gate, which is very close by to this area in the near the Chandni Chowk area. And he again leaves the car unmasked when he goes to the mosque, and he spends time there. He spends a good amount of time in that mosque, and in that CCTV footage you can see his face is matching with the image that we had accessed just a day before and showed to our viewers how he looks like, how the suspected bomber looks like. And not to forget, the DNA samples have also confirmed that have matched with his parents in Pulwama. Now, what we understand is that there is a white car which is seen in at least, you can see that at least 25 CCTV points have been crossed. At least 25 CCTV points have been crossed by this i20 car. And that is, of course, a great cause of concern. But thankfully, this car has been identified because continuing, and
from the Badarpur toll to this mosque and then the Connaught Place and this parking area, there are so many footages that have been accessed, and now our public, we've shown them to our viewers that clearly show where all did he travel through. So, in fact, he was also possibly seen near a petrol pump in Kalkaji area, and he was perhaps also could have been trying to enter the National Capital Region. That, of course, in the realm of speculation right now, because there are so many of the footages that show this car moving around. We do not know yet what exactly was the plan, but was this Lal Killa metro station actually his primary target? That is, again, something that is being probed.
Yeah. I really have to ask you to wait because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates for our viewers because what we understand so far is that the Delhi police searching for another car, hunt on for another car. Remember, there are a couple of cars which are quite there's suspicion, very lot of suspicion around multiple cars. Delhi police searching for another car, search on for a Brezza car. Let's go to Rakshita. Rakshita, let's go to you. There is some information coming in right now regarding a Brezza car. One of Umar's cars was missing. Search is ongoing for the one found in Faridabad. Now search is going on for a third car. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Delhi police, now after the alert was issued by Delhi police yesterday of that red EcoSport car that has been now seized from Faridabad farmhouse. Now there's another car. It's a Brezza car, Maruti Suzuki Brezza car that is being searched for. And what we understand that there could have been an explosion that would have been, witnessed. One of Umar's car was missing and the search is still going on for that. And now the search is on for a third car now. So the second car, the EcoSport, was registered in his name, as we showed the details from the RTO that it was in the name of Umar Nabi. And now there's another car which is possibly owned by him. There was a plot to detonate a car bomb, and this car, the Brezza car, could have also been used for the same purpose. There was a module, but the module was exposed before it died out. So now what we understand that there were multiple cars that i20 car was the one car that actually carried out this attack. Now the second car was the red EcoSport that is still being searched. Remember, it's still a very, very risky job for the investigators. The dog squad, the NIA, NSG was there, and they're still investigating because that could be laden with explosives. Now there's a third car, that is the Brezza car, and possibly this is also the one that is being used. Now what we understand is a very, very dangerous plot, multiple cars, multiple bomb attacks being planned, and this again reinforces the theory that there might be multiple locations on target of this module. The module was busted, and what they could manage, what this man Umar Nabi, who had in fact who was trembling when he heard of those raids, and he rushed from Faridabad to target. He landed finally here, going to different areas in the national capital, and then what we understand that car exploded, that i20 exploded. But yes, it's dangerous that there are more cars, and that is why the national capital region and
the multi-city or multi-state attack that they had been planning. And within Delhi also, what we understand that there were many other areas that were on target. So that is, of course, a big cause of concern. The alarms have been raised very much early. Now, we do not know the details of this car. It's a Brezza car. We do not know the number. But the EcoSport was a DL car that has been now seized. But this, again, is another search that has been launched by the agencies, by the Delhi police, that this car bomb attack would have been carried out via another car, that is this Brezza car. The EcoSport already under suspicion that it could be having explosives. The Jaish-e-Mohammed, the angle continues. We see that how Jaish-e-Mohammed earlier also has been behind such attacks where it has laden the vehicles with explosives. We have to go back to the Pulwama attack in 2019 when the CRPF jawans were targeted in that truck, how it was in fact exploded. It was how the impact was caused, with another explosive laden car, and the entire convoy was targeted by Jaish-e-Mohammed. And this was a multi-location bomb attack possibly that was being now planned.
That is right, Rakshita. So what we see, viewers, is that in a breakthrough, we are seeing that already the Faridabad police recovered a red Ford EcoSport linked to the terror attack conspirators. Now there is a hunt on for another car. For more, let's go to Shambhavi. Shambhavi is joining us live. Search for a Brezza car. Explosion had occurred in a car. One of Umar's car was missing and the search is ongoing for the one found in Faridabad. The search is on for the third car. So there are three cars. One is i20. One is the EcoSport car, which was found recently in Faridabad. And one is the Brezza car, which the authorities are looking for. Shambhavi.
Right, Shivangi, Republic has already informed our viewers that there were 4 cars since the beginning. We are constantly non-stop updating you about the update in the case. There were 4 cars as per the investigation when the investigators were actually going through the stuff of Muzammil and Umar in the Al-Falah University, because there were 2 rooms, one of Umar and the another one of Muzammil. And there were diaries and documents, detailed diaries, where there were details about how there were 8 people who would be involved in the large-scale blast conspiracy that they were planning. And in their plan, there were 8 people, those 8 people in respective groups of 2. So 4 groups would be made, 4 groups would be given 4 cars. Their job would be to make sure that those vehicles are explosive laden vehicles. They are packed with explosives, and then they would carry out explosion. They would carry out blasts in 4 different places. There were several cities on their target, including Delhi. So now, after i20, there was red EcoSport, and now the third car is in picture. That is Brezza.
That's right. Shambhavi is getting us all these updates coming in after i20, EcoSport, hunt on for a third car, Brezza. Shambhavi also putting out these pictures for our viewers. But we're getting you some more breaking news coming in. Major arrest has been made in Faridabad. A man named Fahim has been arrested from an undisclosed location, according to sources. Fahim is said to be the brother-in-law of terrorist Umar. According to information, Fahim parked a red EcoSport car in the Kandevali village. We had spoken about this car earlier. This car was found recently. It is noteworthy that an unidentified woman was also present with Fahim when he parked that car. Police are now investigating the woman's identity and Fahim's activities. Security agencies are present at the scene. Investigation and searches have been intensified in this area. So huge update coming in. Shambhavi, after the second red car was recovered in Faridabad, a man named Fahim has been arrested from an undisclosed location. Very, very important, because Fahim parked that red EcoSport car in Khandewali village in Faridabad, the same car which was recovered in Faridabad by the police a while back. Yes, Shambhavi.
Shivangi, see, with each piece of information, we are able to know that this was a huge network. And it is very important to remind our viewers, it started with just one arrest in Saharanpur. That was the terrorist Dr. Adil. One arrest, and that has now led us to so many people. The latest arrest being Fahim. Just yesterday, there was an arrest, a mention of Shaheen's brother Parvez, and now it is Fahim. Then Fahim's name coming up, who is the brother-in-law of the bomber, the terrorist bomber Umar. And he was allegedly, he was the one who had parked that car, the red EcoSport that the investigators were hunting, and it was found in the Khandewali village in Faridabad. And it is expected to be explosive laden. There are still teams, NIA teams, NSG teams, bomb squad, trying to figure out if there are explosives in the car, because they were indeed planning 4 different blasts with 4 different teams in 4 different cars, and now the investigators are on the hunt of a third car, and this new person Fahim with an unidentified woman. There is another woman whose identity is still not disclosed. The investigators are currently working on investigating who that woman was, but now we see that this was an extremely expanded network with even the families involved, and even Shaheen in the investigation. The information has come up that Shaheen has shared that there were 5 people. There was Shaheen, Adil, Muzammil, Umar and Shaheen's brother Parvez. In this, they had a WhatsApp group through which they used to decide, they used to plan how to carry out this entire conspiracy, this entire blast that they were planning in major places in India, in major religious sites in India. And with this new piece of information, we see that not only these 4 doctor, 4 terror doctors were involved. 4 main faces that the public has been constantly showing you, being Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar. There were their families. Their families are also involved to some extent. To what extent it is still a point of investigation, but Shaheen's brother and now Umar's brother-in-law, Faheen, is also a part of this conspiracy.
Right, Shambhavi, we're getting these updates coming in. The police are probing Fahim's activities, and this is the biggest update for you right now. So we have Shambhavi and we have Rakshita also, but I want to go back to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, you have been in Faridabad. You have been covering the story ever since we saw that there was a lot of explosives found in Faridabad, and then we saw that the investigation really pick up pace. So if you could help our viewers really understand, how this case has really snowballed in terms of Faridabad being a key location where a lot of explosives were found and being a key center where all these conspirators were coordinating with each other and leaving explosive and leaving clues behind. Yes, Shambhavi.
Definitely, Shivangi. See, earlier when the arrest was made of this terror doctor Adil from Saharanpur, the extent of this investigation was earlier just to Jammu and Kashmir. But with these explosives found, with the arrest of Adil, this terror doctor Adil, the investigation has expanded to Haryana, West, UP and other parts of the country. And the investigators we get to know that this was a largely extended terror module that they were operating on. And with more than 2,900 kg of explosive. Now that is a huge amount. With just 360 kg of explosive ammonium nitrate packed in 8 large bags, 4 small bags in a small room and an isolated place in a very small village of Faridabad, which was and just 4 kilometers away from there, another house, another small room with around 2,600 kgs of explosive, which includes the wires, the timers and every other material that goes in the making of IED. It was found, so that makes Faridabad, that already made Faridabad a major point in this entire investigation. The presence of Al-Falah University, from where all these people, all these terror doctors are associated in some way or form. Either they are a student or they are a senior teacher in Al-Falah University. That is the point where all these conspirators, where all these terrorists, they were planning, they were meeting for several meetings, they were coordinating. So
I also want to bring in Rakshita. I want to bring in Rakshita because Rakshita has been at the blast site. In fact, she's been there for the past few days. And Rakshita has been also looking at how the investigation is continuing very closely. Rakshita, I'm coming across to you. If you could just help our viewers understand the latest updates that you are getting for us. We are already breaking a lot of stories and a lot of inputs that we are getting.
Right, so this man, another is a big catch by the agencies. This man, Fahim, who has been arrested, it's a very big development. And, the investigators, the agency are getting closer and closer to those who carried out this attack. Now, this man is Fahim, who's said to be the brother-in-law of Umar Nabi, the terror doctor Umar Nabi, the suicide bomber. And now what we understand is that he was the one who parked this red Eco Sport car, which was rounded up yesterday in Faridabad, a farmhouse. And this is now what we understand is that there was also a woman that is seen in this footage, and this woman is said to be also associated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed's Women's Week. And remember, Shaheen, Dr. Shaheen also has been associated with, said to have reportedly associated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed's Women Wing. And now you can see that if you connect the dots, this entire terror module of the so-called doctors is becoming clearer day by day. And how dangerous were they? It was not just this car bomb blast, but there were multiple cars now that are under the lens, that are on radar. First, that Eco Sport, and now there is a hunt, remember, for that Brezza car as well, where it could be laden with explosives, or perhaps an explosion has already been heard somewhere. We do not know yet, but the hunt for that Brezza car is underway. And now this is getting even more clearer that it could have been multiple. They divided teams and they took these cars with explosives in different locations. And when this module was busted, the raids were conducted in Faridabad. They ran for cover, they ran for their life, and what they could manage was Umar here, who was roaming around the national capital for half a day almost. He carried out this bomb blast. But yes, it's a big arrest that this man has been now arrested. Also, there are sources coming in that there is also a woman who's under the scanner called Afira Bibi. Okay, we'll get more details on that. But what we are getting to know is that this is a big arrest that has been made from Faridabad, from an undisclosed location, of course. And the red Eco Sport car is the car that he was in Khandwali village of Faridabad, that still remains there, and multiple teams are at the spot, and they're investigating that car if it is laden with explosives, and which is a big possibility. There's a high possibility. So that is the big information. That is a big piece of information. That's important information that we're getting in right now. Fahim is the name, and he was with an unidentified woman also. And now police are investigating the activities of Fahim, who's said to be the brother-in-law of Umar Nabi, the suspected suicide bomber of this Delhi attack.
That is right, Rakshita. Rakshita, you know, okay, of course, we're getting back-to-back updates coming in, but I also want to shift our focus to what is happening at the blast site, you know, because, of course, we'll keep getting all these updates about the key players here, which are being investigated. However, we saw that still their investigation agencies at the spot, they're still collecting whatever evidence that they can find from the spot, even days after the blast. Just help our viewers understand more on this, Rakshita.
Well, as we speak, this remains sealed, but today a severed arm, a part of an arm, a forearm, a severed arm was found in one of the rooftops around this area, around 1,000 feet away from this blast site. It was at the Lajpat Rai markets. Now, if you go behind this Jain Mandir, we will see that entire market is in this vicinity. And in the market, there's a severed arm that has been found today. And just like just the next day of the blast, this morning when we were reporting, that morning we showed that how a severed head was found in the Jain temple, and there was a part of a shoulder on the terrace that was also located and collected by the forensic team. It was so intense, viewers. The arm of a person found nearly 300 meters from this blast site. And there was a video that came in today, the Lajpat Rai market, that was just opposite the Red Fort corridor. So that is the latest recovery that has been made by the team today, was at the spot, the NSG and the FSL as well. Shivangi.
That is right. So still we see that the FSL team is on the spot. But I request Rakshita and Shambhavi to stay with us, because we're getting a lot of updates, especially this video you see, the car bomber Umar car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place just hours before the blast. Much more details coming right up.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
This is Republic Jack Oliver Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
DNA test confirms Umar was driving car in Delhi blast, says police sources. Car bomber Umar's car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place 4 hours before the blast. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. Video shows how the blast was triggered and place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazal Ilahi Mosque. ATS detains Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in Delhi blast case. Doctor had contact with Shaheen. Viewers, we are live and breaking and getting you all the updates coming in as the probe continues in the Delhi blast case. The Republic has now detailed inputs. The first location of a terrorist, Dr. Adil. Dr. Adil was posted at Vibras Hospital in Saharanpur on November 5th, 2024. He then left on March 3rd and then joined the famous Medicare on March 20th, 2025. And on November 7th, the Jammu and Kashmir police arrived and took him into custody in Jammu and Kashmir, viewers. So we're getting these updates coming in. We have with us our reporters and some reactions and ground reports.
देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए। ये देखिए घर का दूसरा दरवाजा है और इस दरवाजे का इस्तेमाल इसलिए किया जाना था ताकि अगर कोई जांच एजेंसी, कोई टीमें यहां पर पहुंचे तो कैसे जल्दी से डॉक्टर आदिल अपने और अपने साथियों को इस दरवाजे के रास्ते भगा दे। ये देखिए ये जो गली मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, ये गली पूरी सुनसान है। यहाँ पर ना कोई सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं और ना ही देखिए यहाँ पर एक रात में परिंदा भी पर मारेगा निकलकर, क्योंकि गलियां थोड़ी खाली हैं। यहीं के क्या रहने वाले आप लोग भी यहाँ? तो देखिए गली में यहाँ पर यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। तो देखिए फिलहाल ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ के रहने वाले नहीं है क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम यहाँ पर चल रहा है। लेकिन अब चंद कदम की दूरी पर देखिए वो मस्जिद है, जिस मस्जिद में डॉक्टर आदिल जाकर देखिए नमाज पढ़ता था। फिर उसके बाद जो वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल है जहाँ पर वो नौकरी के लिए जाता था। गौरव, कौन सी वो मस्जिद जहाँ पर जाता था नमाज के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए सामने वो दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, वो दरवाजा जो दिख रहा है वही आसमा मस्जिद है। उस आसमा मस्जिद में आदिल जाता था। आदिल जाने के बाद वहाँ पर सीढ़ियों से चढ़ता था, अंदर जाके नमाज पढ़ता था। कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि 1-2 बार आदिल को यहाँ पर नमाज पढ़ते हुए देखा गया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आदिल नमाज पढ़ने के बाद दोबारा अपने रूम पर आता था और यहाँ से इन्हीं सुनसान गलियों के जरिए पैदल बाहर सड़क तक जाता था और जाने के बाद ऑटो करने के बाद वो हॉस्पिटल पहुंच जाता था, जहाँ पर वो अपने काम को अंजाम देने के बाद रात के समय दोबारा वापस इसी कमरे पर आता था।
तो देखिए बिल्कुल ये वो मस्जिद की तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ जहाँ पर डॉक्टर आदिल देखिए नमाज पढ़ने के लिए आता था, इस मस्जिद के अंदर दाखिल होता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर भी कुछ लोगों का ये कहना था कि यहाँ पर उन्होंने डॉक्टर आदिल को देखिए देखा भी था। फिलहाल देखिए मस्जिद ये बंद है, कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं कि कोई आए उनसे भी हम बातचीत करें। जब डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर देखिए दाखिल होता था, भाई यहीं के रहने वाले आप हैं? तो देखिए कुछ यहाँ पर शख्स हैं जो यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ रहता था डॉक्टर आदिल, आप लोगों ने कभी उसे देखा था यहाँ पे?
नहीं जी, कभी नहीं देखा।
कुछ पता चला इस गली में कितना बड़ा आतंकी रहता था आप लोग?
नहीं जी नहीं, हमें मालूम नहीं है इसके बारे में।
इस मस्जिद में भी वो आता था नमाज पढ़ने के लिए, आप लोग को जानकारी मिली हो तो?
नहीं, अभी कभी नहीं देखा उसे।
फिर आपको पता नहीं इस गली में रहने का क्या फायदा है आपके?
हम दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं।
फिर दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं। देखिए वो दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं, इस गली में रहते थे, लेकिन क्या फायदा जब इन्हें पता ही नहीं कि इतना बड़ा आतंकी इस गली में रहता था। देखिए ये वो गलियां जिसमें रहता था, ये फिलहाल वो मस्जिद जिसको हमने आप दिखाया वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, यहाँ से कुछ ही किलोमीटर की दूरी पर, जहाँ पर देखिए जाकर वो नौकरी करता था। उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर उसने ज्वाइन की बहुत अधिक सैलरी पे, लेकिन उस अस्पताल प्रबंधन से जब हमने कुछ देर पहले बातचीत की अनामिका, तो वहाँ पर ये कहा गया कि हम इस बारे में बयान अभी हम दे नहीं रहे, लेकिन 12 बजे जब मैनेजमेंट की टीमें आएंगी वो बताएंगे इस बारे में कि आखिर कैसे डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर आए। क्योंकि यहीं पर जब 37 दिन पहले ब्लास्ट के शादी समारोह में सभी जो है आतंकी शामिल होते हैं, ये तय किया जाता है कि कैसे दिल्ली के हर एक इलाकों में, लखनऊ में, फिर यूपी में हथियारों की सप्लाई करनी है, ब्लास्ट यहाँ पर पहुंचानी है। अब देखिए वो जो घर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, वो घर जो है किस तरह से सामने जो है खाली प्लॉट वहां पर है। हालांकि देखिए लोग इस पूरे बड़े मामले पर बचने से दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ पर रहते हैं गलियों में, देखिए उसी के पास उस शख्स का घर भी है जो ये नकार रहा है कि देखिए हम नहीं जानते इस घर में कौन रहता था। हालांकि लोगों का ये कहना कि हाँ वो छुप छुपा कर यहाँ पर आता था, जाता था। अब देखिए इस पूरे गली में कहीं आपको सीसीटीवी नहीं दिखाई देगा। बड़ा बड़ा ये देखिए यहाँ पर मकान यहाँ पर बने, बड़े बड़े घर यहाँ पर बने, लेकिन डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था वो यहाँ पर आतंकी ग्रुप को इसीलिए बुलाता था ताकि जो है किसी भी देखिए तरह से यहाँ पर लोग जो है कैमरे में कैद ना हो। और इसीलिए अभी तक कोई भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज जब आदिल की यहाँ से मूवमेंट होती थी वो अभी तक सामने नहीं आ पाई कि आखिर कैसे आदिल यहाँ से अस्पताल की तरफ जाता था, कैसे नमाज पढ़ने के लिए जाता था। अभी तक फिलहाल वो सब सामने नहीं आ पाया। घर के बाहर देखिए मीटर लगा है, लेकिन इस घर का मालिक भी अभी इस समय फरार है। वो घर का मालिक अभी तक गौरव सामने नहीं आया जो इसका मकान।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए मास्टर जाकिर इस घर का मालिक बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक वो लापता है, उसका कोई पता नहीं है, उसके गांव का अभी तक कोई पता नहीं लग पाया है। लेकिन सबसे आदिल को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस यहाँ से गिरफ्तार करके ले गई, जब से वो बिल्कुल लापता दिखाई दे रहा है। अभी तक उसकी कोई सूचना पुलिस तक को नहीं है,
पुलिस को भी नहीं मिल पाई। जी देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा है जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए। ये देखिए घर का दूसरा दरवाजा है और इस दरवाजे का इस्तेमाल इसलिए किया जाना था ताकि अगर कोई जांच एजेंसी, कोई टीमें यहां पर पहुंचे तो कैसे जल्दी से डॉक्टर आदिल अपने और अपने साथियों को इस दरवाजे के रास्ते भगा दे। ये देखिए ये जो गली मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, ये गली पूरी सुनसान है। यहाँ पर ना कोई सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं और ना ही देखिए यहाँ पर एक रात में परिंदा भी पर मारेगा निकलकर, क्योंकि गलियां थोड़ी खाली हैं। यहीं के क्या रहने वाले आप लोग भैया? तो देखिए गली में यहाँ पर यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। तो देखिए फिलहाल ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ के रहने वाले नहीं हैं क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम यहाँ पर चल रहा है। लेकिन अब चंद कदम की दूरी पर देखिए वो मस्जिद है जिस मस्जिद में डॉक्टर आदिल जाकर देखिए नमाज पढ़ता था। फिर उसके बाद जो वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल है जहाँ पर वो नौकरी के लिए जाता था। गौरव, कौन सी वो मस्जिद जहाँ पर जाता था नमाज के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए सामने वो दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, वो दरवाजा जो दिख रहा है वही आसमा मस्जिद है। उस आसमा मस्जिद में आदिल जाता था। आदिल जाने के बाद वहाँ पर सीढ़ियों से चढ़ता था, अंदर जाके नमाज पढ़ता था। कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि 1-2 बार आदिल को यहाँ पर नमाज पढ़ते हुए देखा गया है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आदिल नमाज पढ़ने के बाद दोबारा अपने रूम पर आता था और यहाँ से इन्हीं सुनसान गलियों के जरिए पैदल बाहर सड़क तक जाता था और जाने के बाद ऑटो करने के बाद वो हॉस्पिटल पहुंच जाता था, जहाँ पर वो अपने काम को अंजाम देने के बाद रात के समय दोबारा वापस इसी कमरे पर आता था।
तो देखिए बिल्कुल ये वो मस्जिद की तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ जहाँ पर डॉक्टर आदिल देखिए नमाज पढ़ने के लिए आता था, इस मस्जिद के अंदर दाखिल होता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर भी कुछ लोगों का ये कहना था कि यहाँ पर उन्होंने डॉक्टर आदिल को देखिए देखा भी था। फिलहाल देखिए मस्जिद ये बंद है, कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं कि कोई आए उनसे भी हम बातचीत करें। जब डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर देखिए दाखिल होता था, भाई यहीं के रहने वाले आप हैं? तो देखिए कुछ यहाँ पर शख्स हैं जो यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ रहता था डॉक्टर आदिल, आप लोगों ने कभी उसे देखा था यहाँ पे?
नहीं जी, कभी नहीं देखा।
कुछ पता चला इस गली में कितना बड़ा आतंकी रहता था आप लोग?
नहीं जी नहीं, हमें मालूम नहीं है इसके बारे में।
इस मस्जिद में भी वो आता था नमाज पढ़ने के लिए, आप लोग को जानकारी मिली हो तो?
नहीं, अभी कभी नहीं देखा उसे।
फिर आपको पता नहीं इस गली में रहने का क्या फायदा है आपके?
हम दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं।
फिर दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं। देखिए वो दूसरी तरफ रहते हैं, इस गली में रहते थे, लेकिन क्या फायदा जब इन्हें पता ही नहीं कि इतना बड़ा आतंकी इस गली में रहता था। देखिए ये वो गलियां जिसमें रहता था, ये फिलहाल वो मस्जिद जिसको हमने आप दिखाया वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, यहाँ से कुछ ही किलोमीटर की दूरी पर, जहाँ पर देखिए जाकर वो नौकरी करता था। उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर उसने ज्वाइन की, बहुत अधिक सैलरी पे। लेकिन उस अस्पताल प्रबंधन से जब हमने कुछ देर पहले बातचीत की अनामिका, तो वहाँ पर ये कहा गया कि हम इस बारे में बयान अभी हम दे नहीं रहे, लेकिन 12 बजे जब मैनेजमेंट की टीमें आएंगी वो बताएंगे इस बारे में कि आखिर कैसे डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर आए। क्योंकि यहीं पर जब 37 दिन पहले ब्लास्ट के शादी समारोह में सभी जो है आतंकी शामिल होते हैं, ये तय किया जाता है कि कैसे दिल्ली के हर एक इलाकों में, लखनऊ में, फिर यूपी में हथियारों की सप्लाई करनी है, ब्लास्ट यहाँ पर पहुंचानी है। अब देखिए वो जो घर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, घर जो है किस तरह से सामने जो है खाली प्लॉट वहां पर है। हालांकि देखिए लोग इस पूरे बड़े मामले पर बचने से दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ पर रहते हैं गलियों में, देखिए उसी के पास उस शख्स का घर भी है जो ये नकार रहा है कि देखिए हम नहीं जानते इस घर में कौन रहता था। हालांकि लोगों का ये कहना कि हाँ वो छुप छुपा कर यहाँ पर आता था, जाता था। अब देखिए इस पूरे गली में कहीं आपको सीसीटीवी नहीं दिखाई देगा। बड़ा बड़ा ये देखिए यहाँ पर मकान यहाँ पर बने, बड़े बड़े घर यहाँ पर बने, लेकिन डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था वो यहाँ पर आतंकी ग्रुप को इसीलिए बुलाता था ताकि जो है किसी भी देखिए तरह से यहाँ पर लोग जो है कैमरे में कैद ना हो। और इसीलिए अभी तक कोई भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज जब आदिल की यहाँ से मूवमेंट होती थी वो अभी तक सामने नहीं आ पाई कि आखिर कैसे आदिल यहाँ से अस्पताल की तरफ जाता था, कैसे नमाज पढ़ने के लिए जाता था। अभी तक फिलहाल वो सब सामने नहीं आ पाया। घर के बाहर देखिए मीटर लगा है, लेकिन इस घर का मालिक भी अभी इस समय फरार है। वो घर का मालिक अभी तक गौरव सामने नहीं आया जो इसका मकान।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए मास्टर जाकिर इस घर का मालिक बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक वो लापता है, उसका कोई पता नहीं है, उसके गांव का अभी तक कोई पता नहीं लग पाया है। लेकिन सबसे आदिल को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस यहाँ से गिरफ्तार करके ले गई, जब से वो बिल्कुल लापता दिखाई दे रहा है। अभी तक उसकी कोई सूचना पुलिस तक को नहीं है,
पुलिस को भी नहीं मिल पाई। जी
Okay, let's go to Rakshita who's joining us. Rakshita, we heard that report by my colleague, and he was reporting on Dr. Adil. Now, Dr. Adil was arrested from Saharanpur. He was working at a Saharanpur hospital and he was following the blast. He was arrested. Now, Republic has traced one of his locations and he was taken into custody in Jammu and Kashmir. If you could just help our viewers understand the role of Dr. Adil, because he's one of the key players who are being investigated.
Absolutely. Adil was in fact a very important player right from the beginning, even before this blast took place, because remember, he is the one, he hails from Kazigund and he was the one who was putting up these posters in Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact, a team of Jammu Kashmir police had found 350 kilograms of ammonium nitrate, assault rifles and ammunition from Faridabad. Now, Adil Ahmed Rathir was arrested for putting up these posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Srinagar, remember it, right in Srinagar. And what unfolded was questioning. He was arrested and then questioning. He was a senior resident doctor at GMC Anantnag. It's a very, very high profile hospital for the area. So he was posted, he was working as a senior resident fellow, as a senior resident doctor in GMC, as the government medical college in Anantnag until October last year, until October 2024. And then what we understand is that from his locker, police had raided his GMC Anantnag locker, and AK-47 rifle and ammunition was seized. So that of course raised an alarm. So it all began from there. This entire terror module, Adil Rathir's role becomes very important when it comes to cracking this entire conspiracy. So these posters led to what was happening in Faridabad.
All right, let's go to Shambhavi. Sorry, Rakshita, I'll have to go to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, looks like there's some movement there. Shambhavi, over to you.
Right, Shivangi, we're right outside. We were constantly reporting from Masjid, and as you can see, there are several officials who have now come here for some investigation. They're here for some verification. We tried talking to them, asking them for some answers. What is the state of investigation? Have they got anything, any new leads or something? But they told us that very soon some senior official is going to be here and they'll speak to us regarding the update on the investigation. But there has been constant movement of Delhi Delhi police here, since we've been here since hours now, they've come here for verification. But now, just a few moments ago, there were senior officials here. Even right now, they are inside. They are verifying some information. We tried asking them that, are you here for investigation? Are you here for some new update? And they said that we are here for some verification. Let our senior officials come. They'll speak to you. They'll update you about what is the stage of the investigation.
That is right. Shambhavi, also, we have to talk a little bit more about the significance of where you are. If you could help our viewers understand the significance of where you are, because we know that the terrorist Dr. Umar, he was moving across many locations. We have a lot of videos which we'll put out on our screens. CCTV footage mapping his footprints. Yes, Shambhavi.
Right, because this is one of the very crucial pieces which will help the investigators map out the entire route that Umar took after entering Delhi, because as Republic has been telling our viewers that there was a gap between him entering the Delhi and also him entering the parking zone, the Red Fort area. So this is one of the very significant CCTV footage or pictures which we are showing you, where Umar was seen entering the masjid. He was here for 10 minutes. He offered prayers, and he even as per information, he was looking around at people very suspiciously, and he also looked directly at the camera. In the picture, you can see the picture the Republic is showing you. You can see that Umar is looking at the towards the camera. He was here, and then he left around 3. For him to reach the parking zone from here, from this masjid itself, the distance is somewhat of a 2-kilometer distance from here to Red Fort. And for him to reach the Red Fort parking zone, that is the time which is being currently being assumed by the investigators. And with each new piece of CCTV footage, with each new piece, we can see there was another footage that we showed where Umar was seen driving the I20 on the outer circle of CP in that explosive-laden car, and this was so this can be considered as the last stop before the few hours there when the blast was actually carried out, because this was the last stop before he moved on, before he went to the parking zone of the Red Fort, was stationary there for 3 hours, came out of the parking zone at 6:48 p.m. and just few minutes later at 6:52 p.m. there was this blast near the Red Fort, causing several people to lose their lives and several injuries. So this becomes a very crucial point, a very crucial spot, because this was the last place. We can positively say that this was the last place that Umar was before moving on to the parking zone, to the Red Fort area, and then carrying out the sinister blast.
That is right, Shambhavi. I also want to, tell our viewers a little bit more about Dr. Adil. Dr. Adil, remember, was arrested by the SIT. My colleague Sagar is in Saharanpur and is getting us this report from outside the hospital where Dr. Adil was posted, one of the terrorist doctors in this blast case. Let's have a look at this report by my colleague.
आखिर दिल्ली में जो आतंकी ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसके बीज कहां पर बोए गए, आखिर उसकी फसल कहां पर देखिए सबसे पहले तैयार हुई, उसी का खुलासा रिपब्लिक भारत इस समय हर दिन कर रहा है और कई अहम कड़ियां सामने आ रही हैं। यह है सहारनपुर का देखिए वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, जहां पर डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था, जो जैश के संगठन से जुड़ा था, जो हथियारों की सप्लाई करता था, जो लोगों का ब्रेन वॉश करता था, वो यहां पर आकर सबसे पहले नौकरी किया। यहीं पर लोगों को लगातार वो मिलाने लगा और दिल्ली ब्लास्ट के 37 दिन पहले यहां पर सभी डॉक्टरों, जो आतंकियों की फौज है, वो यहां पर मुलाकात करती है। फिर उसके बाद स्क्रिप्ट पूरी तैयार की जाती है, पटकथा की आखिर कैसे पूरे देश भर में ब्लास्ट किए जाएं, धमाके किए जाएं। लेकिन आखिर देखिए ये जो ठिकाना मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, जहां पर देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल आया नौकरी करने के लिए, और अभी फिलहाल देखिए अस्पताल मैनेजमेंट जो इस बारे में बताएगा कि आखिर कैसे यहां पर वो पहुंचा। देखिए तस्वीरें, यहां पर आया डॉक्टर आदिल, सबसे पहले नौकरी किया, फिर उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर में जाकर उसने ज्वाइनिंग की, और भी कई अहम कड़ियां इसमें सामने आ रही हैं कि आखिर कैसे यहां तक वो पहुंचा, कैसे वो देखिए बैंक अकाउंट खुलवा रहा है हर जगहों पर, क्योंकि आखिर पहला ठिकाना उसने यहाँ पर क्यों बनाया, कितने की सैलरी पर वो ज्वाइन किया, और यही नहीं उसके घर में कौन कौन से लोग मुलाकात के लिए आते थे, इस बारे में भी देखिए बातचीत अब की जा रही है। यहीं से रोज देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल जो एंट्री करता था, अस्पताल में दाखिल होता था, बहुत मोटी सैलरी पर देखिए यहाँ पर वो ज्वाइन किया था। लेकिन जो उसने किराए पर मकान लिया इस अस्पताल से देखिए चंद कदम की दूरी पर, उस मकान में भी 2 दरवाजे थे। 2 दरवाजे होने का मकसद ये था कि अगर कोई आगे से मुलाकात करने के लिए आया तो कैसे उसको पीछे रास्ते वापस कर दिया जाए। 5 से 6 गाड़ियां डॉक्टर आदिल जो यहाँ पर सबसे पहले कश्मीर से नौकरी के लिए आया डॉक्टरी की, उसके यहाँ लोग मुलाकात करने के लिए हर दिन जाते थे। उन संदिग्ध गाड़ियों में कौन से लोग आते थे उनसे भी पूछताछ इस समय की जा रही है। लेकिन आखिर 37 दिन पहले सहारनपुर का वो देखिए जो है लोकेशन था जहां पर लोग मुलाकात करते हैं एक शादी समारोह में, और आतंकियों ने पूरी पटकथा लिखी कि आखिर कैसे देश को धमाके की आग में झोंका जाए, देश का माहौल बिगाड़ा जाए। सहारनपुर लोकेशन रखने का मतलब एक था क्योंकि यहाँ से दिल्ली, लखनऊ, मथुरा ये तमाम देखिए लोकेशन है उत्तराखंड जैसे, जिसको देखिए यहाँ पर निशाने पे टारगेट पे लिया जाए आतंकियों के जरिए।
And viewers, Karnataka Congress Minister B. Zamir has created quite a stir with his statement yesterday on the Delhi blast that happened in the national capital's Red Fort area. He speculated the blast to be a political conspiracy in light of the blast occurring a day before the Bihar elections phase 2. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
As the nation is still reeling in the aftermath of the Delhi blasts on Monday, a Karnataka Congress leader makes a shocking statement. Congress Minister B.Z. Zamir, in a statement on Wednesday, speculated the blast to have political involvement. He alleges so as he traces the blast which occurred on November 10th to precede the Bihar elections phase 2, which is scheduled on November 11th. He even went on to demand an answer on the same from Home Minister Amit Shah.
कार ब्लास्ट जो होना था, हादसा जो हुआ है नहीं होना चाहिए था। हमको आश्चर्य क्या है, ये बम ब्लास्ट जो हुआ है 10 तारीख को हुआ है, 11 तारीख को चुनाव है बिहार के अंदर। अभी आप भी देखे होंगे हमारा कन्नड़ माध्यम के अंदर वो लोग बोल रहे थे कुछ पॉलिटिकल है क्या करके। हमको भी ये सुनने को आ रहा है कि इसके अंदर पॉलिटिकल इन्वॉल्वमेंट है करके सुनने को आ रहा है, पक्का नहीं बोलता हूँ। और ये जो भी पॉलिटिकल अगर बेनिफिट को एक आदमी की जान लेना है ना, उसको सही में उसको अच्छा नहीं होता। कोई भी रहने दो, एनीबडी। और ये 100% एक दिल्ली कैपिटल में हुआ है इंसिडेंट, ये दिल्ली कैपिटल में हुआ है। अमित शाह उसका जवाब देना चाहिए। इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर, IB फेलियर।
The statement indicates his letting Pakistan off the hook for having inflicted the blast and consequent devastation. This statement also comes amid ongoing investigations into the Delhi blast, especially as it garnered the connotations of a terror attack in light of the Faridabad raids and the nation's crackdown on terrorism.
Viewers, PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir chief minister Mehbooba Mufti has now come out openly backing the accused, saying agencies must not go overboard during the probe. Take a look at this report for more.
In the aftermath of the Delhi terror attack case that killed nearly 12 people and injured 20 others, a major political controversy has now erupted. 4 terror conspirators, the terror doctors, have been detained. And still underway are the raids across the valley in multiple locations on the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror suspects. As agencies tighten the crackdown on the Faridabad-based terror doctor-led Jaish-e module, PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir chief minister Mehbooba Mufti has come out openly backing the accused, saying agencies must not go overboard during the probe.
सरकार को चाहिए वो फर्क करे, जो लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, जो मुजरिम हैं, उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दो, मगर जो शक के बिना पे जिनके रिश्तेदारों को आप इस वक्त पकड़ दकड़ कर रहे हो, उनके साथ तरीके से पेश आइए। उनको मुजरिम समझ के तफरीश मत कीजिए। उनको सिर्फ ये जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन समझ के इन्वेस्टिगेशन कीजिए, ये अच्छा नहीं है।
The Gupkar gang, who remained silent for 48 hours after the Delhi terror attack, has now urged the government to conduct a free and fair investigation, but not to harass the parents of the arrested doctors.
मैंने खुद देखा टीवी पे जिस तरह एक डॉक्टर के बाप, उसका क्या कसूर है, उसके मुंह पे काला कपड़ा डाल के उसको धक्के घसीटा जा रहा था। ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए। मुझे पता है, मुझे मालूम है जो दिल्ली में हमारे लोग इस हादसे का शिकार हुए, उनके घर वालों के दिलों पे क्या गुजरती होगी। हमने ये कई बार देखा, कश्मीर में होते हुए देखा, जम्मू कश्मीर में होते, हमें तकलीफ समझती हूँ, मगर सरकार को चाहिए वो फर्क करे, जो लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, जो मुजरिम हैं, उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दो।
But this is not the first time. Earlier, as the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack, when the houses of OGWs were being demolished and raided in the valley, Mehbooba Mufti had then come out in support of the terror backers.
सिर्फ नहीं था, वो हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर के बिलखुसूस कश्मीरियत पे अटैक था, हम लोगों पे अटैक था, इसको हम पूरी तरह से इसकी मजम्मत करते हैं, ये बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। मेरी गुजारिश है, होम मिनिस्टर साहब यहाँ आए हुए हैं कि वो जल्द अज जल्द पता लगाएं ये कौन से दहशतगर्द हैं जो इसमें मुलव्वस थे, ताकि उनको जल्द अज जल्द सजा दी जाए।
Her statement has now ignited a political fault line between those backing a strong hand against terror and those calling for restraint in investigation. As Delhi remains on high alert and the Delhi police and NIA widens its search, Mehbooba Mufti's defense of the accused has turned into a national flashpoint, pitting politics against the fight on terror.
And viewers, in a major crackdown following the high-intensity blast in Old Delhi, security agencies have arrested 3 Muslim clerics from different parts of North India. Now, all the 3 are believed to have played a key role in planning and supporting the attack that shook Delhi on November 10th. Here is a detailed report.
A multi-state operation busted the white-collar terror module. Further investigations have put 2 Muslim clerics in the public eye. In the investigation that started after spotting of Jaish posters at Srinagar in mid-October, 2 overground workers with history of stone pelting and close association with Jaish and Lashkar-e-Toiba were later arrested. The first Muslim cleric arrested was from Shopian. His name, Irfan Ahmad Wagai, who is accused of being the mastermind behind the white-collar terror module in Faridabad. Irfan Ahmad worked as a former medical worker at the Government Medical College and as an imam in Naugam. He allegedly lured medical professionals towards radical ideologies and brainwashed his students by showing Jaish videos. Investigations have also revealed that the imam's ties were with Dr. Muzammil Sheikh, a close aide of Dr. Muhammad Umar, who allegedly carried out the Red Fort blast. The second cleric detained from Mewat, Haryana is Hafiz Muhammad Ishtiaq, residing in a rented accommodation within the Al Fatah University campus. Ishtiaq has been taken to Srinagar for further questioning. Earlier, the investigators seized over 2,500 kilograms of ammonium nitrate, potassium chlorate and sulfur from his home. Police say that the duo were in constant communication and is suspected to arranging logistics and dispersing radical content and recruitment of a larger terror module. With the latest arrest, the agencies believe that they have nabbed the core group behind the deadly blast, but the investigation is far from over.
And viewers, just getting on this update coming in, Building 17 of the Al Falah University has become a meeting point for terrorists. Now, I just want to tell our viewers that this is information coming in on the Al Falah University, emerging as an epicenter of the planning for the blast that ripped through that dastardly blast which took place in the national capital. Room 13 of the building was a site of a conspiracy to carry out bombing at many locations in Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. And Room 13 belonged to Dr. Muzammil of Pulwama, where he held meetings with other terrorist doctors. There was more detail that we are getting because the police have seized this room. So there's some action taken. The police have seized this room and recovered many devices and pen drives. Forensic team recovered some chemicals and digital data from room 13 of building 17 and from the lab. It is suspected viewers that explosives were prepared by mixing these chemicals with small amounts of ammonium nitrate and oxide. This is a huge update because it gives us a insight or a clue as to how the planning was taking place. Al Falah University has become the epicenter of the planning for the blast that ripped through the heart of the national capital. The investigation now is continuing on all those doctors who are working at this university and were planning, according to the details, were planning other activities. Taking a short break. Much more coming up. We'll put our focus on the top stories. We're tracking car bomber Umar's car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place 4 hours before the blast. Much more details coming right up. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12 p.m. this Thursday afternoon. Our top story continues to remain the 10/11 blast investigation. We here on Republic over the last 3 days have been breaking the details of the complete conspiracy. And this afternoon at 12 p.m, I bring you 5 exclusive angles with 5 breaking news inputs on how this entire terror module of Jaish was operating unabated from Faridabad with connections all the way to Turkey. I'll bring you all those details in just a moment, but as always, let's start this live and breaking bulletin with the headlines. DNA test confirms terror doctor Umar Nabi was driving the car in Delhi blast. Now, police sources say that the car bomber Umar Nabi's car was spotted outside the Connaught Place 4 Circle just hours before the blast. Car bomber Umar Nabi's car was spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place just 4 hours before the blast. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. Video shows how the blast was triggered and the place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazal Ilahi Mosque. ATS detains Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in Delhi blast case. Doctor had contact with other terror doctor Shaheen. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 3 days, Republic has been breaking the news live about how an inalienable Pakistan and Jaish link is linked to the Delhi blast. And now it is confirmed that Jaish-e-Mohammed had in fact planned the blast. A huge confirmation has now come from the Indian agencies that Jaish carried out the attack via a white-collar terror module network using Telegram to plan and execute these blasts. This all started with Dr. Adil, who was arrested in Jammu and Kashmir after he was caught posting Jaish posters there in Srinagar. Subsequently, an entire arrest and investigation took place, which led to the exposure of all the other terror doctors and the 3 tons of explosives that were recovered from Faridabad. My colleague Rakshita joins me live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Rakshita, we have been piecing the puzzle all together for the last 3 days, and now the big picture is once again emerging that we were telling all along, an inalienable Jaish link emerging to the Delhi blast.
Absolutely. This actually shows that how these Jaish-e-Mohammed operatives were very much present and they were in fact hiding out in these sleeper cells. If you can talk about, am I audible? Am I audible? Check,
Yes,
1, 2, 3.
you are, Rakshita.
You talk about Jaish-e-Mohammed, that there was an entire network that was in fact very much there present. And remember, Jaish-e-Mohammed's style of attack is quite identifiable with what happened. The car bombing is something that Jaish had attempted in Pulwama as well. But not to forget that this time the explosives, that were laden were more than 300 kilograms. It was 3 tons, as you mentioned. 3 tons of explosives have been seized, and it all began with those Jaish-e-Mohammed posters being spotted. Before 2019, it was a very common sight. It would have been dismissed as a propaganda, but this time, all thanks to, SSP Srinagar, GV, Chakravarti, who actually was on alert. He went on to, he sent in teams to identify the man, check these CCTV footages, who in fact had pasted those posters praising, lauding, glorifying Jaish-e-Mohammed in Srinagar. That led to Adil Rathe's arrest, and then the GMC Anantnag was raided, and that led, that arrest led the investigators to Faridabad, where Muzammil was there in the Al-Falah University. So this, in fact, is a very, very important, Adil was the key to busting this terror module in Faridabad, and it shows that how Jaish-e-Mohammed's operatives were very much connected with the Al-Falah University. The Jaish-e-Mohammed's women's wing, which Republic TV has been closely tracking, how Jaish-e-Mohammed has been been using digital wallets for terror funding, how it is attempting to rebuild its markaz and its headquarters, and Jaish-e-Mohammed is trying to recruit women. And just weeks after, we see that Shaheen, this so-called Dr. Shaheen, is arrested, and she in fact had exposed that how she has been associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. Not to forget the Telegram apps, the Telegram chats as well, which have groups made and which are affiliated with the handlers in Pakistan. And the Turkey angle is also something that we broke yesterday. So yes, these are tentacles, I would say, that have been identified point by point, and the style of the attack itself shows that Jaish-e-Mohammed was behind this, something like what they did in Pulwama. This time they were planning perhaps a multi-location blast, because there are 3 cars at least under scanner. One i20 car has been already identified, that carried out this explosion right here where we are. The second EcoSport is still being investigated. It could be laden with explosives, and now the hunt for that Brezza car is also underway. That is also a part of or owned by the members of this terror module. So yes, this nefarious plot of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Masood Azhar is the one who was literally crying. If you see in that audio message recently that he had also released, where he was lamenting the death of his family members, and the module there, the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit members, also how airstrikes by the Indian Air Force had completely demolished their headquarters and finished the family of Masood Azhar. It's the same Masood Azhar, in fact, if you remember, who had vowed to avenge Babri. He has mentioned Babri many times, even in the past of 2 years. He has made a statement about Babri Masjid, especially when Ram Mandir was being inaugurated. Before that, he was talking about Babri Masjid and how it is hurtful. He was in fact reading out such sermons and trying to brainwash people once again. And we do know that there were in Ayodhya and Varanasi were also potential targets. So clearly we see how the Jaish-e-Mohammed hand is very much visible. The agencies also understand that. But it remains to be seen what India does now, because in the CCS last night, there was no mention of Pakistan or Jaish-e-Mohammed. That, of course, is a matter of right now. It sparks curiosity right now. What really is India's stance? Is India what will be the next step of New Delhi? But yes, Jaish-e-Mohammed, its hand is very much visible, and agencies are on high alert across cities, because such bombs could be planted in different cities, even in Delhi, in multiple locations also. So the hunt is going on for many more associates, and especially another car that has been identified now, Kurtat.
Indeed, Rakshita, and what, ladies and gentlemen, also is very much confirming that this was an industrial scale terror operation is the manner in which the entire attack was carried out, which brings us to angle number 2, which is the ammonium nitrite fuel oil in the vehicle that had borne the IED. That was an ANFO that triggered during the crowded place in the Hyundai i20, which was packed with ANFO and IED. That's the breaking news update that we are getting you now, that it is confirmed based on forensic evidence that the IED that went off at the Red Fort had fuel oil ammonium nitrate borne with an IED ANFO triggered in the crowded place. Shambhavi, you have been reporting from ground zero also since the day of the blast. Do tell us about what information that we have now gathered about the forensics and how it has now been confirmed, and then inalienable link has been established to the 3 tons of ammonium nitrate that was recovered from Al-Falah University and the residences of Dr. Muzammil, and now the entire link of the same chemical being used in the IED blast, which was very cold and calculated when it went off in the visual that is we see on the screen at the Red Fort blast site.
Right, Kritat, with each piece of information that we are getting, you can see that this is a huge network, huge terror module, way worse than what was being discovered initially, even from the first arrest. And it is the first arrest of Dr. Adil in Saharanpur that triggered this entire investigation, multiple raids, and the presence of ammonium nitrate that you're talking about, definitely the forensic evidence, the examination has confirmed that the ammonium nitrate, which was found in the car with of which the IED was made of the ammonium nitrate, the fuel oil, which triggered the blast and again resulted in multiple deaths and casualty. That is shows that this is a huge network, and it's not just 360 kgs which was found in Faridabad, in that isolated village of Faridabad Doga. That is not just it. It is another 2600 kg explosive was found in just 4 kilometers radius. And then even a third location was discovered where around 56 kgs of material which is used to make firecrackers and fireworks and could also be potentially used in making of explosives. So you see that this is a huge amount of explosive, and this is not an isolated incident. Make no mistake, this Red Fort blast which was carried out by this terrorist network, their doctor terrorist network, this was not an isolated incident. This was meant to be a larger conspiracy. This was meant to be a larger network. These were a team of 8 people who were supposed to be divided in 4 groups, and each group would have 2 people each. And there were several meetings which was going on. The Republic also has been reporting from Al-Falah University. Among all these findings of explosives and the material that usually goes into the making of IEDs, Republic has also been reporting from Al-Falah, which has also come up as one of the central points in this entire conspiracy. Apart from these doctors, these terrorist doctors being associated to the university in some way, shape or form, there were regular meetings. There were regular meetings for coordination to carry out this sinister plan that was going on in the rooms of Umar and Muzammil. They were meeting in the building number 17. There is a room number 13, which is specifically has come under the radar of this investigation, where the police, the officials, the NIA officials, the Delhi police officials, Faridabad police officials, they have found several documents. They have found diaries with detailed notes about how they were planning on carrying out 4 different blasts using 4 different cars, and those cars, those vehicles would be explosive laden. They would be packed with explosives and IEDs, possibly which would be made by using the same ammonium nitrate that has been confiscated, that has been seized. So this comes out as a huge network where on the list of targets there was more than Delhi. There was Ayodhya, there was Allahabad, there was Varanasi.
Indeed, and it has complete footprints and fingerprints of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module and their modus operandi, Rakshita. How ammonium nitrate and fuel oil, which is a deadly combination often used by JEM modus operandi modules, was discovered at the site of the blast. And now we are also getting in more information, Rakshita, that Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, who is a Pakistan-based terrorist handler, had held meetings in Turkey. He has direct links to Turkey and Jaish-e-Mohammed, and he had held various meetings in Turkey, and he was in connection with the terror doctors who had also held meetings with Pakistan ISI. In fact, this is the same Pakistani handler, Rakshita, the information that we had the day before, who was in touch with the same Maulvi from Shopian who was arrested by the J&K police. So an inalienable link now also translating not just to a Pak ISI white-collar module, but at the same time Pakistan-based handlers also being in connection with this larger Faridabad Jaish-e-Mohammed module. What is the information that you have on this story?
Well, this is information. This is what we have been breaking since yesterday. Also, how the Turkey link has been also uncovered. We do not know exactly who all were present, but some of these, members of the modules, yes, they were in Turkey. If you see the passports that have been seized, they clearly show that they did go to Turkey before this attack, and there were also links that have emerged from the data that has been received as far as their mobile phones and the communication systems, the Telegram app is concerned. So yes, the name you took, Khatak, was very much is a Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist, and he's a handler, and he was also present. So it was a very much well thought out conspiracy, a very well planned conspiracy that was going on for a long time. Of course, Diwali is said to be the timing, or the timing that was on their target, which could not really happen. And remember, just around Diwali we got the news how a terror module was busted, and Republic TV had closely tracked that story also. Now that could not happen. They were planning another attack, but what unfolded after the raids was this perhaps a possible hurried attack by Umar Nabi. So yes, Jaish-e-Mohammed had very much associated. And you talked about AN4A, that is ammonium nitrate fuel oil. Yes, it was very much clear the night before yesterday that ammonium nitrate traces have been found. Just the same ammonium nitrate that was also seized by the agencies, by the special cell of the Delhi police in Faridabad as well in high amounts. And this is used, the ammonium nitrate is used in agriculture sector very much, but when combined with fuel oil becomes highly explosive. And that's why we understand, if you see, that was that enclosed area, that enclosure is actually the spot where the car was detonated. But then you see this entire stretch had people who were injured, and there are also cross-body injuries. Now, what are cross-body injuries? That such is the impact that they are just so shattered by the mere intensity that even if they were not near the blast, even if they were not they were untouched by the flames, that such is the impact that they would just be thrown out, literally pinned against the wall because of this intensity. So cross-body injuries have also been diagnosed. And what we understand is that this is why this ammonium nitrate fuel oil becomes very important. There's another substance that has been recovered. The investigators are not revealing that. It could be very much possible it's a military grade explosive that has been seized, and it will be maybe revealed at some point in time. But the fact that there's no splinter found, there was no crater that was formed, it leads to the forensic team to infer that ammonium nitrate fuel oil, along with another very deadly and dangerous explosive, was used in this attack. And these doctors were, what we understand as per our sources, were also raising lakhs and lakhs of money to actually gather it, to raising funds for these explosives. And that's why this seizure was made. And what they could manage last moment, Umar Nabi carried out this attack on the night of 10th November.
Indeed, Rakshita, and there was Jaish posters at the start, as you rightly mentioned earlier. Then subsequently there was a Jaish modus operandi, Jaish radicalization. Then there was a Jaish link park handler. And now ultimately, Shambhavi, we are also getting in that there is a Jaish-linked motive behind the bombing, which is seen to be as a revenge for Operation Sindoor strikes that were deployed against the Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur. Markaz-e-Subhanallah was blown to smithereens, and this apparently, that was the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur in Pakistan, Punjab, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are getting from our sources that Jaish was plotting a revenge for the strike on their headquarters, which is why this entire thing was done. And Shambhavi, there was also indications that various temples and religious sites in India were also potentially on the list.
Definitely, Kritat, as we've been reiterating that this seems to be much more than what actually happened. This was the kind of impact, the kind of blast that they were actually planning to. This seems to be we were left with a better, I would say, if for a lack of better word, situation, because on the list of potential places which were confiscated from the campus of Al-Falah University, and also there was a diary which was seized by the police, by the Faridabad crime branch when the investigation was going on in the Faridabad Doga village. The same room from where ammonium nitrate of around 360 kgs was seized, a diary was also seized from there, where they had this coordination, the list for coordination, the list for potential places, and they were also sending surveillance videos. Now we are connecting this with the Pakistan, the cross-border handlers from Pakistan as well as from Ankara, because this dates back to 2021 and 22 when Muzammil and Umar went to Ankara. They went there, and there is a possibility, the investigators are suggesting is suggestion that was the time.
Shambhavi, I'm very sorry to cut you off, but right now we are getting in a big breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen. This is the update on the third Brezza car that was missing since yesterday. It has been revealed that the bombing was a revenge, and the third car that was being on the radar of the police has been now located. The Brezza car is said to be of Dr. Shaheen, and it has been traced and found, guess where, ladies and gentlemen, on the Al-Falah University campus, where Dr. Muzabil and Dr. Shaheen were professors and teachers of medical sciences there. The Brezza car has been finally traced by the police. It has been found on the university campus of Al-Falah University, and it is also revealed now that the car, the third missing link in this entire terror investigation, has been registered in in the name of terror, Dr. Shaheen. Rakshita, my colleague, is joining us live once again. Rakshita, this is a big breaking news detail that we are tracking at the moment. Since morning, there has been a hunt about this Brezza car, and it is now found at the very same place where it all started, at Al Falah University campus.
और ये हॉस्टल का पूरा एरिया है जहाँ पे उमर और मुजम्मिल रहा करते थे, और ऐसे में बिल्डिंग नंबर 17 कमरा नंबर 13 में मिल करके बैठ करके उन्होंने पूरी तरह से ये आतंकी साजिश रची थी। इस पूरे एरिया की ही बात करें तो बहुत बड़ा जो है ये हॉस्टल है। पूरी यूनिवर्सिटी की बात करें 70 एकड़ में यूनिवर्सिटी फैला हुआ है। तो ऐसे में देखिए पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे ये तस्वीरें दिखाना बेहद ही ज़रूरी हो जाता है। ये तस्वीरें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाती है। सबसे पहले ये बिल्डिंग नंबर 17 कमरा नंबर 13 जहां पे पूरी तरह से साजिश रची जाती है, देश को दहलाने की साजिश होती है, धार्मिक स्थलों को टारगेट करने की साजिश होती है। और उसके बाद एक बार फिर से सीपीजी इसे थोड़ा सा जूम करके दिखाइए, जूम करके इसको थोड़ा सा दिखाइए, इन तस्वीरों को दिखाइए। हालांकि ये पूरे पार्किंग से हम तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। इस पूरे ब्लास्ट को लेकर के बात करें तो देखिए पूरी तरह से ब्लास्ट के बाद जो है दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल एजेंसी एसटीएफ की टीम जो है वो पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे देखिए अलर्ट में हो गई, हरकत में आई। जब जांच की आंच आगे बढ़ी, जांच का दायरा आगे बढ़ा, कई बड़े खुलासे होते गए। और अब तीसरी गाड़ी देखिए, अभी तक तो 2 गाड़ी निकल के सामने आई थी, लेकिन अब तीसरी गाड़ी जो है ब्रेजा शाहीन की वो भी निकल के सामने आई है। हालांकि इस पूरे खबर को लेकर के लगातार रिपब्लिक भारत पर बड़ी कवरेज जारी है। वक्त हो चला है एक छोटे
from Al Falah University campus there, where the third car has been now recovered by the police. The visuals are on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Brezza car, which was the third suspected car, which has now been recovered by the police. 3 cars in total were on the radar now in the post-investigation of the I-20 blast that took place at the Red Fort on 10/11, ladies and gentlemen. The other car, a red EcoSport, was located yesterday evening at a farmhouse linked to one of the doctors there, Dr. Umar. And today, Dr. Shaheen's Brezza has been recovered from the Al Falah University campus, which is now increasingly becoming the epicenter of this entire module in Faridabad of Jaish-e-Mohammed that was operating. These are the breaking news details, ladies and gentlemen, and that's the latest that we are tracking this afternoon.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe. The fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:40.
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. Introducing India's largest college rankings. Driven by data, defined by credibility. Designed for students and parents to make informed choices. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen. If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a
Hello viewers, we're breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We're getting all the details coming in of how the Delhi blast was being planned. Exclusive details on Republic, exclusive CCTV footage only on Republic. We'll get to everything that you need to know, but the headlines first. Let's get started. DNA test confirms Umar was driving the car in Delhi blast, says the police source. Car bomber Umar's car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place 4 hours before the blast. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues statement on Delhi blast to say it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. A video shows how the blast was triggered and place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl Ilahi Mosque. ATS detains Jammu doctor from Kanpur for questioning in Delhi blast case. Doctor had contact with Shaheen. And viewers, the Republic's super exclusive, the undeniable Pakistan link is out in the open, and Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed Rathod, the Pakistan man, has been unmasked. And we see that Muzaffar is the brother of terrorist Dr. Adil. Muzaffar was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. Umar was directed to carry out the attack by Muzaffar. Muzaffar was coordinating with the terror module from Dubai after terror Dr. Adil's arrest. He moved to Afghanistan. Okay, so we are getting these updates coming in because the focus right now has changed to the key players, the key conspirators. The investigation agencies are making sure that they get every detail. So on your screen is a Republic super exclusive, the undeniable Pakistan link, which is out. Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed, the Pakistan man, has been unmasked. He's a brother of terrorist Dr. Adil. All these are the terrorist doctors which are being investigated. Now, Muzaffar was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. Umar was directed to carry out the attacks by Muzaffar. So, Umar was directed, the terrorist bomber was directed to carry out the attack by Muzaffar. This is the picture of Muzaffar on your screen. He is one of the conspirators, the Red Fort blast conspirators. Muzaffar was coordinating with a terror module from Dubai, and after terror Dr. Adil's arrest, he moved to Afghanistan. So we're getting these updates coming in on Republic TV because finally on your screen are the conspirators. Let's go to Shravan, our senior editor joining us. Shravan, if you could take our viewers through the latest coming in and Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed, the brother of the terrorist, one of the key conspirators, what else do we know about him?
Well, in fact, Republic TV getting the undeniable Pakistan link. A new character has basically emerged in this entire investigation that has been carried out so far. And let me just tell our viewers right now that he was on the radar of the investigative agencies from the very time that the first cleric was actually arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. In fact, had it not been for the Jammu and Kashmir police, remember, the plan was to basically carry out serial bombings in the national capital in the month of December. The plan was much more larger than what has really come up with the bomb blast that took place in the national capital on 10th of November was something that was done in a hurried manner. But the real picture is this. The new character that has emerged, his name is Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed Rathod. He happens to be the brother of Dr. Adil, who was taken into custody by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now, who exactly is this man? It seems he was the one who was directly running this entire doctor module. It was Muzaffar Rathod, brother of Dr. Adil, who was basically running this entire operation. Let me first take you through the details of it, and then I'll go across to our reporters. Republic Newsbreak now being confirmed by top security agencies. In fact, Muzaffar, the brother of terrorist Dr. Adil, was the one who was coordinating with the doctor module here. The meetings that were actually taking place, we do now have a confirmation, if we can break this right now. It was Muzaffar who had taken Dr. Muzammil to Turkey. In fact, the meeting took place in Istanbul in the year 2022. Now, remember, that is the time from when this is being worked upon. In fact, they had a larger plan in place. Of course, Jaish finally expedited all of this as an operation, as a revenge of Operation Sindoor. In fact, the meeting that took place was in 2022. Muzaffar and Dr. Muzammil met Pakistani handler Ukasha. Ukasha happens to be the handler that they met in Istanbul. If you can put out the name there, Ukasha is the Pakistani handler that Dr. Muzammil met in Istanbul. In fact, there were also plans of another meeting to take place in Afghanistan. However, that did not really materialize. It turns out that it was Muzaffar who had actually instructed Umar to carry out this entire attack when Adil was taken into custody. So it was Umar who was getting direct instructions coming in from Muzaffar. And in fact, after Adil was actually arrested, it was Muzaffar who had basically moved to Afghanistan. So it's very clear with respect to what has basically transpired as to who exactly was giving the instructions. Let me just quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now. Who exactly is this new character that has emerged in the investigation? On your screens right now, for the first time, we are putting out pictures of Muzaffar Rater, brother of Dr. Adil. Dr. Adil, a close associate of the main accused in this particular case, that is Dr. Muzammil. In fact, back in 2022 itself, they had meetings in Turkey. The plan was to come up with a new outfit altogether. And this was expedited by Jaish. Following Operation Sindoor, this was largely seen as a revenge to Operation Sindoor when there were precision strikes that was carried out against Jaish-e-Mohammed at the headquarters in Bahawalpur. In fact, following this meeting that took place, it was Muzaffar who had taken Muzammil thereafter for a meeting that took place in Afghanistan. Following which, when Adil was taken into custody by the Jammu and Kashmir police, we are given to understand that instructions were basically being given by Muzaffar to Umar. This entire module, the doctor module, was actually being run from Dubai. That's the other breaking news now coming in, that this entire terror doctor module was basically being carried out, was being handled by Muzaffar, who was already out of India. In fact, following the arrest of Dr. Adil, we are given to understand that he had moved to Afghanistan. They had plans of carrying out serial bombings in the national capital. In fact, we are also picking up right now in terms of logistics. It was a cleric in Mewat who was given this entire job to ensure that these two houses where we are given to understand the explosives were essentially stored. And this was being stored for the last 2 years. It turns out for the last 2 years, they have been amassing this entire weaponry, this entire ammunition. They were amassing this over a period of time in order to avoid the gaze of the security agencies. For the first time, a new character in this entire terror module has now been exposed. As far as the Pakistani link is concerned, Ukasha is the Pakistani handler with whom a meeting actually took place. There is a meeting that has happened in Afghanistan. There is a meeting that has happened in Turkey. And of course, remember, with the Pakistani handlers finding it far more easier to basically carry out this entire operation when they are in countries, in friendly countries with India, particularly, no one would have raised, a concern if Adil's brother was actually in Afghanistan. Let me also try and get across to our reporters on the ground while we stay full frame with these images coming in. I want to first go across to Arawat, who's joining us on this broadcast. Arawat, I spoke to a top source of mine within the security agencies a short while ago, and I've got a confirmation with regards to Muzaffar Rater, who happens to be the brother of Dr. Adil. And it turns out that there was a meeting that took place in Turkey, in Afghanistan, and this entire terror doctor module was being run from Dubai. What more details are you picking up in terms of this module, their operations, and how the overground workers were essentially helping them?
And Muzammil has went to Turkey and they have met the handler there, and then after they have added more people into it, and we have seen that the Jammu and Kashmir police and other security agencies have reached almost to these handlers, and also we have seen across the Kashmir Valley the raids are going on, and also we have seen that there are dozens of the people who have been questioned by the various organizations within the Jammu and Kashmir police, and also we have seen that the Muzaffar and Muzammil they went to Turkey and they have also met the handlers there. In fact, they have had the physical meeting there. Also, they have exchanged the thoughts with each other, and they have decided the further strategy there. And then after we have seen, they went back to India, and also they have discussed the same strategy with other members here. In fact, the Jammu and Kashmir police and Delhi police is also investigating the whole matter. And also we have seen that the multiple raids are being underway from the North Kashmir, Central Kashmir and the South Kashmir, which are taking place. And also we have seen that the senior police officers are continuously monitoring the happening. And also we have seen some electronic gadgets, including the laptop and mobile phones, and some pen drives have also been accessed by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And the investigation is going on right now, Sharon. Also, we have seen that the operation which started days back in Kashmir Valley is still underway. Also, we have seen some more doctors have been detained in the Kashmir Valley, and also the questioning is going on from the North Kashmir, Central Kashmir, and the South Kashmir. Also, we have seen that the new connection has surfaced of the Muzammil. Now, that too are being verified, and the links are also being verified by the various security agencies within the Jammu and Kashmir. Yes.
Rawat, I'll request you to stay on with us while we get more details on this. Shambhavi, in fact, is my colleague who's there in the national capital outside the mosque. This is the very mosque which was basically being used by Umar just before he actually left and carried out the attack. Shambhavi, you have been tracking the story very closely with regards to Umar's role and the places that he was actually hiding. I was told by a source of mine last evening that he was very much in Faridabad and he had got an instruction coming in from Muzaffar. Muzaffar happens to be the new link that we are putting out, only channel with the Muzaffar link, the Pakistani link out now. What more details are you picking up in the manner in which Umar had carried out this entire attack, the movement that took place? Where exactly was he on the very day when the attack was carried out?
Well, we've been tracing the exact location, the route that Umar took from first thing in the morning after leaving from Faridabad at 7:30 a.m. Monday morning, and then entering Delhi at 8:20 a.m. through Badarpur Toll Plaza. And there was this gap till now from 8:20 a.m. to 3:19 p.m. because 3:19 p.m. is the time he entered the Red Fort parking zone. But now with multiple CCTV footages surfacing, we can see that this is one of the last spots, and we'll also show you once again the masjid. This is the same masjid and the CCTV footage that captured Umar looking right at the camera, and he was also allegedly looking very suspiciously around at everybody. He was there for 10 minutes inside the mosque, and then he left for the Red Fort parking zone, which is around 2 kilometers from here. There has been constant movement of the Delhi Police Special Cell and also NIA officials since morning. Even just now, the ASP of Delhi Police left after being there inside for over an hour. And when we tried to speaking to her, there was the only response that we got is we are verifying some information. So there was definitely a briefing going on inside. Around 20 to 25 officials were there inside the mosque since morning, investigating, analyzing that what was Umar up to. And this is the last spot where he was seen, where he was spotted. Just some time before before he was here, he took the outer ring road. We are tracking that he took the outer ring road and also the outer circle surrounding CP, one of the busiest areas of the national capital. And he can be seen driving the Hyundai i20 at a very high speed. And that is not just any ordinary Hyundai i20. That is indeed an explosive laden vehicle. And just after that, from the footages that we have seen, he could have taken the outer circle, the CP outer circle, where he was caught on camera. Then from the CP outer circle, he came here to the mosque, offered prayers. He was here for around 10 minutes inside the mosque. And then from here, he left for the Red Fort parking zone.
Let me also bring in my colleague Rakshita. Rakshita, the biggest news break right now on Republic TV, the only network getting the picture of Muzaffar Rathir, brother of Dr. Adil, and the Pakistan-Afghanistan-Turkey link that is basically emerging. It seems that it is largely the plan of the Pakistanis to ensure that the non-deniability factor still remains. That is the reason why these meetings took place in other countries. Some happen to be a friendly country too.
Absolutely, and this is what we see, what's panning out after Operation Sindoor, and the Jaish-e-Mohammed is trying to revive itself yet again and continuing with its provocations. Clearly, the manner in which this blast has been carried out, the car bomb blast, is another modus operandi of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, style of attacks that has been identified in the past as well. We've seen that just in like in Pulwama, there were explosives laden car that was different. The fact that there was the car was rammed into the CRPF convoy, but this time here it is a multi-city bomb attack, or rather a multi-location bomb attack that was planned within the national capital, and henceforth we see that 3 tons of the explosives have been seized by the investigators, by the agencies, by the police. And the Jaish-e-Mohammed link is very much clear right from Adil Rather's arrest. That was in fact a key that had a butterfly effect that led to this Faridabad module, Ashravan, because in Srinagar these posters were put out in praise of Jaish-e-Mohammed by Adil Rather, and when the SSP of Srinagar took cognizance of the matter, he in fact ordered that all the CCTV footages must be investigated and this man should be identified. He was identified and nabbed, and this led to what was happening in Al-Falah University in Faridabad, and there you had the tons of explosives that were seized. And GMC Anantnag, of course, that is linked with Adil Rather. His locker had rifles and ammunition and explosives. Now his brother, of course, comes as another key to this case. The Pakistan link is ever more visible. Shaheen, you remember the terror doctor Shaheen also has been affiliated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. She was in fact, what we understand, getting orders and directions from Sadia Azhar, who happens to be the sister of Jaish-e-Mohammed, the chief Masood Azhar. So the Pakistan link, one by one, is being pieced together. And the meetings, of course, in Turkey, the handler of Jaish-e-Mohammed, as you were mentioning about his name, Ukasha, that also is very much visible in the information we are getting in. The Turkey visit has been established, given the visits that have been recorded in the passport, and the telegram groups also make it very much evident that there were handlers in Pakistan. There were talks that showed that there was someone interacting with someone. There were handlers in Pakistan who were interacting with the module, and individuals here were part of this module. So yes, the Pakistan link is ever more visible, Shravan, and of course it remains to be seen what really happens from here on. What steps does New Delhi take as investigation also continues to unfold and uncover this entire terror module?
That is right, Rakshita. And I also want to go across to other reporters. So we have Soumya, we have Shambhavi, we have Arawat. Now let's go to Soumya. Soumya is at the Al-Falah University in Faridabad, which is the epicenter of the planning for the blast that ripped through the national capital. This is where a lot of meetings, secret meetings, Soumya, had taken place. I just want to come across to you because there's some room and a building has been identified. Building 17, room 13 is what has been identified as where those meetings took place. Yes, Soumya.
Yes, well, Shivangi, you have correctly pointed out that Al-Falah University, the premises, is the epicenter of the so-called terror doctor module. The doctors used this premises for planning out this whole functioning of this module. The room numbers in questions are within the same perimeter wherein we had access yesterday, and we showed around as to how these 3 terror doctors, be it Muzammil Shakil or terror doctor Shaheen, or the main accused now in the Delhi blast case, which has been confirmed, Umar Nabi. So these are the main rooms in questions where these guys used to stay. This is most probably the places where these rooms are most probably highly likely are the places where the alleged meetings have happened. So of course, undeniably, this has been at the epicenter of the whole planning of what could have happened later in the December. However, with the crackdown of the police and the security agencies, that could not happen. However, we saw what panned out on 10th of November, and clearly the room numbers, the laboratory in question, and in total this university, Al-Falah University, which has been under the scanner since 10th of November, and now from last 3 days the crackdown has been increased. The police officials, the numbers have increased, the interrogations with each and every possible link to understand how this terror module was operating, how they had access to the kind of information they had, how they had access to the ammunitions and everything, how number of other elements are also emerging at this point, as we saw how another eco sports car which was rounded up by Faridabad police yesterday was also linked to the blast case, and now another car in question, Brezza, which is been rounded up by the police officials, which was found inside the campus for that matter. So too many links emerging, and at the center of it all is the Al-Falah University.
Right, let's go straight across to my other colleague. We have Arnab joining us from Srinagar, because we cannot deny the connection between what happened and Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, Rawat, you have been speaking also to the family members of the bomber Umar. You have spoken to that, and now we see that anti-terror operations are still continuing in Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Rawat.
Yes, absolutely, Shivangi. We have seen after the Delhi blast, we have seen that the multiple operations are taking place in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that the operations have been started from the line of control area, from the various areas in the Kashmir Valley. And also we have seen that the same kind of operations are also taking place in the main districts of the Kashmir Valley, particularly if you talk about the North Kashmir, Baramulla, Kupwara, Bandipora. The same kind of operations are also taking place in the central Kashmir, Srinagar and other parts of the Kashmir Valley. And we have seen that the raids are also being conducted at the OGWs, who is the backbone for the terror networks in the Kashmir Valley. And also we have seen some residential areas were also searched by the Joint Security Forces. The same individuals who are having the terror links had remained in the past, and the residence area have been also searched by the various security agencies. Also we have seen some electronic gadgets have also been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police related to the Delhi blast. As part of the investigation, we have seen that everything is being sanitized in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that the Kashmir police, Jammu police, and as well as Delhi and Faridabad police is also investigating the whole matter. And also we have seen that the doctors are being detained continuously across the Kashmir Valley, and the dots are being connected by the various security agencies as of now. Yes, Shivangi.
That is right, Arawat. So now let's go back to my colleagues. So we have with us Rakshita, Soumya, we have Shambhavi. I think let's go to Shambhavi now, because Shambhavi, I'm coming across to you. Yes, Shambhavi, you're back with us. Just also getting a little bit of an update about the key players and, where you are as well. We see that a lot of authorities have been visiting that spot, given the fact those are one of the key areas where Umar was visiting before that blast. Just help our viewers understand what are the key players, who are the conspirators the agencies are trying to investigate, especially connected to where you are standing right now.
See, Shivangi, there were till now four main key conspirators, which were Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar. But now, as the investigation is underway, we are able to see that this is a hugely extended network terror module, which was operating since very long, and this has expanded to the borders now to Afghanistan, to Turkey, to even Pakistan. There were cross-border handlers, and these people, not only these people, now their families are also involved. The first instance that we saw was with Shaheen's, the terrorist Dr. Shaheen's brother Parvez here in the matter, who was also very actively a part of this group, the WhatsApp group that these 5 people are part of. And even Shaheen during the investigation revealed that my brother was a part of this module, this conspiracy that we are planning. And the next phase which Republic just broke a few moments ago, was Fahim. Now, Fahim is the brother-in-law of the bomber Umar. So now, first was the brother, now the brother-in-law of Umar was also involved. He's been arrested in this matter. He is the one who actually had left the car, the red EcoSport, the second car in question, which is related to this entire conspiracy, in Faridabad with an unidentified female. So this is a huge network. We can see these are the players that now a new, even Masood Azhar's nephew's wife has also come up as one of the key conspirators, because she was the one who was directing Shaheen as how to go about radicalizing women into joining Jaish-e-Mohammed, because as we know that Shaheen was appointed as the head to lead the Jaish-e-Mohammed women's wing in India, and she was constantly planning and looking for places.
Yes,
we also know that she was planning
Thank you,
to look for...
Shambhavi. Turkman Gate, then Rakshita blast site, Soumya Al Falah University, Arawat Srinagar. All our reporters, correspondents spread out in various locations, getting you the biggest updates. Now the Pakistan link is undeniable. Viewers, taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Republic has the quickest and the fastest updates in the Delhi blast probe as the investigation continues. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of...
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's 1 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. The 10/11 Delhi blast conspiracy. We continue to track minute-by-minute updates. In fact, we have lined up a Republic super exclusive for you where we have laid bare the undeniable Pakistani link in the Delhi blast case. We'll get you all that and much more. But first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. It's a Republic super exclusive. The undeniable Pakistani link is out in the open. Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed Rater, the Pakistani man, has been unmasked. Muzaffar is the brother of the terrorist Dr. Adil. DNA test confirms Umar Nabi was driving the car in Delhi blast. Say police sources, car bomber Umar Nabi's car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place 4 hours before the blast. Car bomber Umar Nabi's car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place 4 hours before the deadly Delhi blast. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. Video shows how the blast was triggered and the place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl Ilahi Mosque. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a Republic super exclusive that we are getting for you. The undeniable Pakistani link is now out in the open. Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed Rater, the Pakistani man, has now been unmasked. Muzaffar is the brother of terrorist Dr. Adil. Muzaffar was in fact in touch with the Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. In fact, Umar, the suicide car bomber, was directed to carry out the attack by Muzaffar himself. This is a new character that is coming out in the open, ladies and gentlemen. Muzaffar was in close coordination with the terror module from Dubai. In fact, just after terror Dr. Adil's arrest, he moved to Afghanistan as well. This is a Republic super exclusive that we're getting for you, ladies and gentlemen. The Pakistani man, the Pakistani link stands wide open. This is a Republic exclusive that we're getting for you. We have exposed the brother of the terrorist Dr. Adil. In fact, this is the undeniable Pak link that we are getting for you. It is out in the open. Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed, the Pakistani man, now stands unmasked. He's the brother of terrorist Dr. Adil. In fact, Muzaffar, as our reports indicate, was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. In fact, the suicide car bomber, Umar, was directed to carry out the attack by Muzaffar himself. All right, let me cut straight across to my colleague Soumya and Shambhavi, who are joining me live on this edition. Soumya, this is a huge expose. Republic has now exposed Dr. Muzaffar. This is an undeniable Pakistani link that has now emerged and a new character that now comes to the fore in this very fast developing case. Tell us more. Shambhavi.
Yes, well, see, Antara, it is a very big breakthrough for the investigators, also for the security forces, also investigating the so-called doctors terror module, like professionals, working professionals like Umar Nabi or Muzammil Shakil or terror Dr. Shaheen. How such learned professionals were involved in a terror module which has a link that has been traced back to Pakistan. Now Operation Sindoor, or what we saw happening earlier this year, as to how it panned out in Pahalgam, how Pakistan had a role behind it. It is yet again we are back in that circle wherein a Pakistan link, a foreign link has emerged again right from Pakistan.
मुझसे क्या पूछताछ की है किस कॉलेज से इन्होंने सर वो किया है तो कौन लोग थे एमबीबीएस ब्लैक स्कॉर्पियो श्रीनगर में कौन सा कॉलेज थे सर टीम ने आप लोगों से कुछ पूछताछ की है क्या उससे संबंधित जो कल्टी हुई क्या सवाल पूछे जिनकी हमसे तो लोगों से कभी मुलाकात ही नहीं हुई आप लोगों से पता लगा हम लोग तो आप लोगों से पता चल रहा है सब चीजें
अभी लोगों से पता भी चला था आप लोगों को।
आपके ऑफिस में पुलिस ने डॉक्यूमेंट की जांच की है?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं। आप क्या
सर आमिर से जुड़ा कुछ डाटा आपसे लिया गया?
कोई इंटरेक्शन नहीं हुआ, वो सिर्फ वहाँ पर जहाँ रहते थे वहाँ से।
जम्मू कश्मीर के कुछ और भी छात्र आपके यहाँ हैं, उनको लेकर
हमारे यहाँ ऑल ओवर इंडिया।
Well, that was the Al-Falah University's press conference. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it has been at the center of this terror crackdown. All right, let's go back across to Rakshita, who now joins me live on this bulletin. Rakshita, I was just telling our viewers how this is an undeniable link, the undeniable Pakistani link that now stands exposed here. We have exposed the brother of terror, Dr. Adil. Tell us more on this.
Absolutely. Now, the brother of Adil Rathir, of course, a key figure now emerging. Adil Rathir, in fact, was you can say in a way, origin point of this entire busting of the module that started from those posters that he had put up, and now his brother's role is as under scanner. And what really was happening in that terror university, if you can call it, the Al-Falah University, the lab too is under the lens, and there have been many arrests being made in the past 48 hours from the Al-Falah University. In fact, the links with Jaish-e-Mohammed are getting clearer and clearer day by day. Shaheen, of course, this was one of the most important updates that emerged even day before that, how Shaheen was getting directions from Sadia Azhar, the sister of Masood Azhar. And now what we understand is that there are searches still being conducted in Jammu and Kashmir on the Jamaat-e-Islami, that's a banned outfit, the Jamaat-e-Islami, and the links with the Jaish-e-Mohammed. In fact, it's a combine of Jaish-e-Mohammed along with the Ghazwat-ul-Hind as well, that is under probe, how Jaish-e-Mohammed was trying to revive these groups and revive terrorism, and there's modus operandi was the white-collar jihad, and that is now being uncovered one by one, day by day. We see these links are emerging, and Pakistan, of course, at the forefront, right from the kind of attack that was carried out to the visit in Turkey, the chats that have been recovered from Telegram, and the visit in Turkey that is in focus, the handler in Ankara, of course. So everything piece by piece together, we see that Jaish-e-Mohammed's role is getting even more clearer, how multiple cities were under their radar, were on target. Several locations in the national capital itself were also on target, and Jaish-e-Mohammed's hand is becoming clearer day by day.
Certainly, Rakshita, absolutely. In fact, we are tracking this story very, very closely, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also go across to my colleague Soumya, who's joining us live from outside the Al-Falah University. Soumya, this particular university has been at the center of the terror crackdown and has been at the center of the terror investigation. Now, tell us about, tell our viewers who are just joining us, who are just tuning in, talk to us about, how there were 4 doctors, 4 key conspirators who were at the center of this investigation and were working at the Al-Falah University. And also talk to us about where the investigation is at the current stage when it comes to the Al-Falah University. Soumya.
Yes, well, Antara, yes, this particular university has been at the center of this doctors terror module. 4 doctors now. Earlier we had 3 names, and now there has been a new name that has been added to the list. Nasir, an individual named Nasir, is also has been added to the list. But the 3 main faces, right from Muzammil Shakil to Shaheen, the face behind the Jaish-e-Mohammed's newly started women wing, and also the main accused here in the Delhi blast case, Umar and Nabi. So these were the perpetrators building a network while working as professionals here at Al-Falah University. As mentioned earlier, since we have been reporting from day one from outside the Al-Falah University, we also got access as to how things are panning out inside university, which way is the investigation headed to. Various central agencies, officers are here, and they have been here since Monday. Various detentions have been made. The investigators are trying to keep a track of all the links possible. That's how they were able to track down on the two other cars as well in question, which were of suspicion. The latest development that we have here from Al Falah is that they have been successful in tracking down the third car, the Brezza, in question as well. So these are the developments as far as Al Falah is concerned, and how it has been at the center of this doctor's terror module.
Absolutely, Soumya. In fact, we are also getting another update that is coming in. 2 days before the Red Fort car blast, we are getting to know that the National Assessment Accreditation Council, or the NAAC, has issued a show cause notice to the Al Falah University. And they did so for displaying false accreditation on its website. In fact, what the council is saying is that the claim was misleading and against its norms. So we continue to see how Al Falah University continues to be under scrutiny. The staff members at the Al Falah School of Medical Sciences and Research Center continue to be under, agency's lenses. Soumya.
Yes, well, see, the different angle has emerged here with regards to accreditation, the NAC accreditation, where on one side we have the university claiming a different story to it. Even on its website, the claims are different. However, NAC has clarified that how the accreditation is in question here. It had expired long back. So multiple loopholes are also emerging with regards to how not all was right with regards to how Al Falah was functioning. Serious questions are now being raised with regards to the Chancellor here in question, Vice Chancellor here in question, as to how the NAC accreditation that expired long back, how it kept on showing. So yes, minute by minute, there are several questions that are being raised with regards to how Al Falah was functioning, how a terror module practically was breeding inside Al Falah. So these are the details that we are tracking down from outside Al Falah, and as and when details emerge, we will keep updating our viewers.
Absolutely, Soumya. Thank you for getting us those updates. In fact, I would request my colleagues to stay with me. I'm getting a breaking news that is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. There's a new CCTV footage of terrorist Umar entering Delhi. We are playing we're going to play that CCTV footage for you in just a moment. Terrorist Umar has been repeatedly seen looking at the camera. In fact, a large bag is also kept in the back of the car. The CCTV footage of terrorist Umar entering the Badarpur border toll in an i20, the same white Hyundai i20 car. Umar is in fact clearly visible in the CCTV footage. Let me cut straight across to my colleague Shambhavi, who continues to join me live. Shambhavi, this is a new CCTV footage that has emerged showing terrorist Umar Nabi and the suspected car bomber behind the Delhi Red Fort blast entering Delhi through the Badarpur toll plaza. Tell us more.
See, Antara, we've been tracing the route that Umar took that day, the day when the blast actually occurred. And this CCTV footage that I'm sure we are showing right now, our viewers, this is of around 8 a.m., 10 a.m. And you can see that when Umar is entering the Badarpur toll plaza, he looks right at the CCTV camera. He looks right at the camera. And you can see there is a large bag on the behind him on the seat. And then he looks at the camera, he again takes out some money, gives it to the toll person, and then looks at the camera again, as if he was like looking straight in the camera, as if without any remorse. You can see he has a black mask on, and he can be seen looking at the camera again and again, right into the camera. So this is again, this confirms the route that we were saying, that Umar left from Faridabad at 7:30 a.m. Monday morning, and then he reached the Badarpur toll plaza, through which it entered the national capital at around 8:19 a.m. This was the route, and this CCTV footage corroborates his presence at the Badarpur toll plaza. And you can again, we'll show our viewers, we'll take our viewers through it. You can see there's a blue car. Then when the blue car is exiting, right behind it, you can see the Hyundai i20, white color Hyundai i20. And Umar can be seen driving the car. And even just he enters the plaza, he's waiting for his turn. He's waiting for the other car to finish their turn. He looks at the camera. He looks at the CCTV camera. And then he goes ahead. He can be seen taking some money out. You can also spot a very large bag, which there's a possibility that the bag had the IED that actually caused the blast outside the Red Fort metro station. And then he takes out some money, gives it to the toll person, looks at the camera again and drove away, entered the National Capital Territory.
Certainly, Shambhavi, the terror trail definitely now stands exposed. Thank you for getting us those updates, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting another breaking news that is coming in. NAAC has issued a show cause notice to Al Falah University. NAAC has in fact said that Al Falah does not have accreditation. NAAC has also given 7 days time to respond to this notice. This is 2 days after the Red Fort car blast. The National Assessment Accreditation Council has issued a show cause notice to Al Falah University in Faridabad for displaying false accreditation on its website. The council described the claim as misleading and against its norms. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Al Falah University is under the scrutiny after the staff members of the medical school came under the lens after the deadly Delhi blast. Let me cut straight across to Soumya, who continues to join me live. Soumya, we were just talking about this. The NAAC has issued a show cause notice, and we're also coming to know that they have given Al Falah University 7 days time to respond to the notice. If you could tell our viewers who are just tuning in as to what is that show cause notice about and how is all of this falling into place given the current investigation scenario.
Yes, see, Antara, more problems brewing up for the Al Falah University. Yeah, earlier it was the terror module that was breeding and functioning from here, and now its NAC accreditation is also under scanner by the NAC officials who have denied that their accreditation had lapsed long back. Now the show cause notice was issued. Then the show cause notice was issued to the university yesterday. Now the professor director of this the professor director of NAC has in a statement said that how this was misleading, how the accreditation of this university had lapsed long back. They do not have the accreditation at the moment, and neither so went under through any such assessment. This is the very university in question. Antara, I will request my camera person to show you around the Al Falah University in a question. This is the very university. Earlier it was the terror module, and now it's under scanner for one more reason, the NAC accreditation, which has been clarified by the officials that the accreditation is not there. It had expired long back, and now they have been given time to come back with a statement, with a clarification, as the claims that have been made by the university, this university in questions, are misleading and deceiving for parents, for students, for interns who apply here. So these are the details that we are picking up, Antara, with regards to the NAC accreditation row that has emerged as we speak.
Right, absolutely, Soumya. Thank you for getting us these updates. We are tracking the story very, very closely, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, the Al Falah University, viewers, located at the Dhauj village in Faridabad district of Haryana, has become the latest focus of a massive terror crackdown in the aftermath of the November 10th Delhi blast. Take a look at this report.
Al Falah University, located in the Dhauj village of Faridabad district of Haryana. This university has now become the latest focus of a massive terror crackdown. 7 suspects, all with links to Jammu and Kashmir, were arrested, including medical students at Faridabad's Al Falah University, from where police arrested Dr. Muzammil Shakil and seized ammonium nitrate, an AK-47 rifle and ammunition from his room. Exclusive visuals accessed by Republic show the laboratories, classrooms and hostels where investigators have been now conducting searches. Teams of multiple agencies are reportedly looking into the alleged links of the detained doctors associated with Al-Falah University.
Right now I'm inside the Al-Falah University, which is at the hem of the Faridabad terror module and has been under scanner specifically from last 3 days, and last 24 hours have been very, very crucial, as you've seen how the university has been completely taken over by police officials. And now behind me you can see the visuals of the building. The building in question is the same place where Muzammil Shakil, the first arrest that was made by the Jammu and Kashmir police in this Faridabad terror module. Along with him, the terror doctor Shahina and the main suspect of the Delhi police, Umar Nabi, they all used to stay here.
But the university has denied any wrongdoing. In an official statement, the Vice Chancellor Professor Bhupinder Kaur Anand has called the allegations baseless and defamatory. And the university has now condemned the media reports, calling them misleading. Despite the denials, the atmosphere inside the campus remains tense.
This particular quarter behind me is the same place which is provided for the resident doctors or the assistant professors. This is being told to us is where all three of them used to live. This is the particular place where all the alleged meetings between the three of them used to take place. As per the sources within the university, under this quarter, the resident doctors have been provided 2 BHK flats. So was the case with Muzammil Shakil, for that matter, the terror doctor Shahina, or for that matter, the prime suspect of Delhi police and NIA also, for that matter, at the moment of Delhi blast, the main suspect Umar Nabi.
The probe has brought the spotlight at the Al-Falah University, which was established in 2014. As security agencies continue their probe and questions emerge, Republic's cameras are inside, bringing the reality from ground zero.
Republic has in fact detailed inputs about the first location of terrorist Dr. Adil. Dr. Adil was posted at V-Bras Hospital in Saharanpur on November 5th, 2024. He left on March 3rd, 2025 and then joined the famous Medicare on March 20th, 2025. And then on November 7th, the Jammu and Kashmir police arrived and took him into custody in Jammu and Kashmir. Take a look at this report that we're getting in.
देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए। ये देखिए घर का दूसरा दरवाजा है और इस दरवाजे का इस्तेमाल इसलिए किया जाना था ताकि अगर कोई जांच एजेंसी, कोई टीमें यहां पर पहुंचे तो कैसे जल्दी से डॉक्टर आदिल अपने और अपने साथियों को इस दरवाजे के रास्ते भगा दे। ये देखिए ये जो गली में आपको दिखा रहा हूं, ये गली पूरी सुनसान है। यहां पर ना कोई सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं और ना ही देखिए यहां पर एक रात में परिंदा भी पर मारेगा निकलकर, क्योंकि गलियां थोड़ी खाली हैं। यहीं के क्या रहने वाले आप लोग भी यहाँ? तो देखिए गली में यहाँ पर यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। तो देखिए फिलहाल ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ के रहने वाले नहीं है क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम यहाँ पर चल रहा है। लेकिन अब चंद कदम की दूरी पर देखिए वो मस्जिद है, जिस मस्जिद में डॉक्टर आदिल जाकर देखिए नमाज पढ़ता था। फिर उसके बाद जो वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल है जहाँ पर वो नौकरी के लिए जाता था। गौरव, कौन सी वो मस्जिद जहाँ पर जाता था नमाज के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए सामने वो दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, वो दरवाजा जो दिख रहा है वही आसमा मस्जिद है। उस आसमा मस्जिद में आदिल जाता था। आदिल जाने के बाद वहाँ पर सीढ़ियों से चढ़ता था, अंदर जाके नमाज पढ़ता था। कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि 1-2 बार आदिल को यहाँ पर नमाज पढ़ते हुए देखा गया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आदिल नमाज पढ़ने के बाद दोबारा अपने रूम पर आता था और यहाँ से इन्हीं सुनसान गलियों के जरिए पैदल बाहर सड़क तक जाता था और जाने के बाद ऑटो करने के बाद वो हॉस्पिटल पहुंच जाता था, जहां पर वो अपने काम को अंजाम देने के बाद रात के समय दोबारा वापस इसी कमरे पर आता था।
तो देखिए बिल्कुल ये वो मस्जिद की तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ जहाँ पर डॉक्टर आदिल देखिए नमाज पढ़ने के लिए आता था, इस मस्जिद के अंदर दाखिल होता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर भी कुछ लोगों का ये कहना था कि यहाँ पर उन्होंने डॉक्टर आदिल को देखिए देखा भी था। फिलहाल देखिए मस्जिद ये बंद है, कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं कि कोई आए उनसे भी हम बातचीत करें। जब डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर देखिए दाखिल होता था, देखिए ये वो गलियाँ जिसमें रहता था, ये फिलहाल वो मस्जिद जिसको हमने आप दिखाया वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल यहाँ से कुछ ही किलोमीटर की दूरी पर, जहाँ पर देखिए जाकर वो नौकरी करता था। उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर उसने ज्वाइन की बहुत अधिक सैलरी पे, लेकिन उस अस्पताल प्रबंधन से जब हमने कुछ देर पहले बातचीत की अनामिका, तो वहां पर ये कहा गया कि हम इस बारे में बयान अभी हम दे नहीं रहे, लेकिन 12 बजे जब मैनेजमेंट की टीमें आएंगी वो बताएंगी इस बारे में कि आखिर कैसे डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर आए। क्योंकि यहीं पर जब 37 दिन पहले ब्लास्ट के शादी समारोह में सभी जो है आतंकी शामिल होते हैं, ये तय किया जाता है कि कैसे दिल्ली के हर एक इलाकों में, लखनऊ में, फिर यूपी में हथियारों की सप्लाई करनी है, ब्लास्ट यहाँ पर पहुंचानी है। अब देखिए वो जो घर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, घर जो है किस तरह से सामने जो है खाली प्लॉट वहां पर है। हालांकि देखिए लोग इस पूरे बड़े मामले पर बचने से दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ पर रहते हैं गलियों में, देखिए उसी के पास उस शख्स का घर भी है जो ये नकार रहा है कि देखिए हम नहीं जानते इस घर में कौन रहता था। हालांकि लोगों का ये कहना कि हाँ वो छुप छुपा कर यहाँ पर आता था, जाता था। अब देखिए इस पूरे गली में कहीं आपको सीसीटीवी नहीं दिखाई देगा। बड़ा बड़ा ये देखिए यहाँ पर मकान यहाँ पर बने, बड़े बड़े घर यहाँ पर बने, लेकिन डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था वो यहाँ पर आतंकी ग्रुप को इसीलिए बुलाता था ताकि जो है किसी भी देखिए तरह से यहाँ पर लोग जो है कैमरे में कैद ना हो। और इसलिए अभी तक कोई भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज जब आदिल की यहाँ से मूवमेंट होती थी वो अभी तक सामने नहीं आ पाई कि आखिर कैसे आदिल यहाँ से अस्पताल की तरफ जाता था, कैसे नमाज पढ़ने के लिए जाता था। अभी तक फिलहाल वो सब सामने नहीं आ पाया। घर के बाहर देखिए मीटर लगा है, लेकिन इस घर का मालिक भी अभी इस समय फरार है। वो घर का मालिक अभी तक गौरव सामने नहीं आया जो इसका मकान।
बिल्कुल देखिए मास्टर जाकिर इस घर का मालिक बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक वो लापता है, उसका कोई पता नहीं है, उसके गांव का अभी तक कोई पता नहीं लग पाया है। लेकिन सबसे आदिल को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस यहाँ से गिरफ्तार करके ले गई, जब से वो बिल्कुल लापता दिखाई दे रहा है। अभी तक उसकी कोई सूचना पुलिस तक को नहीं है,
पुलिस को भी नहीं मिल पाई
जी।
आखिर दिल्ली में जो आतंकी ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बीज कहां पर बोए गए, आखिर उसकी फसल कहां पर देखिए सबसे पहले तैयार हुई, उसी का खुलासा रिपब्लिक भारत इस समय हर दिन कर रहा है और कई अहम कड़ियां सामने आ रही हैं। यह है सहारनपुर का देखिए वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, जहां पर डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था, जो जैश के संगठन से जुड़ा था, जो हथियारों की सप्लाई करता था, जो लोगों का ब्रेन वॉश करता था, वो यहां पर आकर सबसे पहले नौकरी किया। यहीं पर लोगों को लगातार वो मिलाने लगा और दिल्ली ब्लास्ट के 37 दिन पहले यहां पर सभी डॉक्टरों, जो आतंकियों की फौज है, वो यहां पर मुलाकात करती है। फिर उसके बाद स्क्रिप्ट पूरी तैयार की जाती है, पटकथा की आखिर कैसे पूरे देश भर में ब्लास्ट किए जाएं, धमाके किए जाएं। लेकिन आखिर देखिए ये जो ठिकाना मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, जहां पर देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल आया नौकरी करने के लिए, और अभी फिलहाल देखिए अस्पताल मैनेजमेंट जो है इस बारे में बताएगा कि आखिर कैसे यहां पर वो पहुंचा। देखिए तस्वीरें, यहां पर आया डॉक्टर आदिल, सबसे पहले नौकरी किया, फिर उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर में जाकर उसने ज्वाइनिंग की, और भी कई अहम कड़ियां इसमें सामने आ रही हैं कि आखिर कैसे यहां तक वो पहुंचा, कैसे वो देखिए बैंक अकाउंट खुलवा रहा है हर जगहों पर, क्योंकि आखिर पहला ठिकाना उसने यहाँ पर क्यों बनाया, कितने की सैलरी पर वो ज्वाइन किया, और यही नहीं उसके घर में कौन कौन से लोग मुलाकात के लिए आते थे, इस बारे में भी देखिए बातचीत अब की जा रही है। यहीं से रोज देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल जो एंट्री करता था, अस्पताल में दाखिल होता था, बहुत मोटी सैलरी पर देखिए यहाँ पर वो ज्वाइन किया था। लेकिन जो उसने किराए पर मकान लिया इस अस्पताल से देखिए चंद कदम की दूरी पर, उस मकान में भी 2 दरवाजे थे। 2 दरवाजे होने का मकसद ये था कि अगर कोई आगे से मुलाकात करने के लिए आया तो कैसे उसको पीछे रास्ते वापस कर दिया जाए। 5 से 6 गाड़ियां डॉक्टर आदिल जो यहाँ पर सबसे पहले कश्मीर से नौकरी के लिए आया डॉक्टरी की, उसके यहाँ लोग मुलाकात करने के लिए हर दिन जाते थे। उन संदिग्ध गाड़ियों में कौन से लोग आते थे उनसे भी पूछताछ इस समय की जा रही है। लेकिन आखिर 37 दिन पहले सहारनपुर का वो देखिए जो है लोकेशन था जहां पर लोग मुलाकात करते हैं एक शादी समारोह में, और आतंकियों ने पूरी पटकथा लिखी कि आखिर कैसे देश को धमाके की आग में झोंका जाए, देश का माहौल बिगाड़ा जाए। सहारनपुर लोकेशन रखने का मतलब एक था, क्यों ये था क्योंकि यहाँ से दिल्ली, लखनऊ, मथुरा, ये तमाम देखिए लोकेशन है उत्तराखंड जैसे, जिसको देखिए यहाँ पर निशाने पे, टारगेट पे लिया जाए आतंकियों के जरिए।
Viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues statement on Delhi blast. Says it was clearly a terrorist attack. All this and much, much more on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy
every day. इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
It is a Republic super exclusive. The undeniable Pakistani link is out in the open. Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed Rater, the Pak main man, stands exposed. Muzaffar is the brother of terrorist Dr. Adil. DNA test confirms Umar Nabi was driving car in the Delhi blast. Car bomber Umar Nabi's car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place 4 hours before the blast. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issues statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast surfaces. Video shows how the blast was triggered and how the place was carefully chosen. New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out in the open. It shows him hidden in the Fazal Ilahi Mosque. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting fresh visuals of police collecting samples. We are tracking this story minute by minute updates. We are getting to you on your screens. Let me cut straight across to Rakshita, who continues to join me live. Rakshita, over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been tracking this story very, very closely, the 10/11 Delhi blast conspiracy. In the latest, we are getting to know that Republic has in fact detailed inputs of the first location of terrorist Dr. Adil. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Adil, a Kashmiri doctor, was arrested by Jammu and Kashmir police for his alleged links with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, a Pakistani-based terror group. In fact, he is one of the key conspirators of this deadly 10/11 Delhi blast. We continue to track these stories very, very closely. We are, in fact, getting you live visuals from the blast site where you can see the police collecting the remaining evidence of this 10/11 Delhi blast. We'll try and join back with my colleague Rakshita, who continues to get us these minute-by-minute updates of this very, very fast developing story from the ground. We are getting you the pulse of the story here, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, viewers, we were just speaking about how the Pakistani link now stands wide open in this deadly terror blast that shook the national capital. It is an undeniable Pakistani link which is now out in the open. In fact, we showed you the picture of Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed, the Pakistani man who now stands exposed. He is in fact the brother of terrorist Dr. Adil. This is one of our key focus of the day, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, another update that we have been tracking is the DNA test that has now confirmed the suicide bomber Umar Nabi's presence in the car that was spotted near the Delhi blast. Let me cut back across to Rakshita, who continues to join me live. Rakshita, we are getting in live visuals that are coming in from the blast site. We can see the police trying to collect the evidence that could give us more details about this 10/11 Delhi blast. Give us more details.
Entire sidewalk, if you can see, and right now, Antara, if you can see, I'm just speaking over the visuals. The Delhi police cell today is right now on both sides of the road. This is what we are showing from outside the Jain temple and also the Jain Sports Club. Both sides of the road, all the walkways, the footpaths, everything is being recce. There are some of the samples have been collected as well. Of course, they are tight-lipped. They're not authorized to speak, even when asked if they have recovered anything substantial. But yes, there are black polythenes that they have in their hands. Some of the personnel have it in their hands, and it's suspected to be some samples that they are collecting, because this is another team, another batch of police personnel of the special cell that have arrived at the spot a while ago, and they have moved all throughout Netaji Subhash Marg, and they continue to investigate this entire stretch, the entire 200 to 300 meter stretch from the Red Fort gate number 1. As we see, this is quite ahead of the blast site. As I'm showing to you, they are trying. This is nothing. This, as I was showing yesterday as well, no sweeping has taken place, no cleaning has taken place, because it remains a very, very sensitive area till date for investigation. So they have moved ahead today. Last 48 hours, we did not see much of investigation here, but now they have moved to this location that's quite far ahead. It is quite ahead of the 2 layers of barricading that we see at the Netaji Subhash Marg, and they continue to investigate all the sidewalks, the footpaths, and trying to collect evidence in the polythenes, in these black polythenes. Of course, the forensic team have collected samples for the past 48 hours. Now the Delhi police cell also they are also collecting samples from different locations, different spots at this Netaji Subhash Marg that leads to the blast site, that is the gate number 1 of the Lal Killa metro station. On the other side, across this road also, if you see, the Delhi police personnel are present across the road as well. So this entire stretch is being investigated by the Delhi police special cell personnel, and they continue to collect more evidence, because there has been in one of the market shops, the Lala Lajpat Rai market, there was a severed arm that was found today in one of the terraces of a shop. That gory image, that was a disturbing visual, Andhra, that was seen today, this morning, when the team had come in. NIA investigators continue to visit the spot. Delhi police, of course, round-the-clock investigation from Delhi police continues, as we are watching right now and bringing to our viewers live visuals from Netaji Subhash Marg. That is right, that leads to this gate number 1, that is the blast site of the Lal Killa metro station. And even far ahead, if we keep walking and showing you these areas where street vendors, of course, all these shops are shut. As you see, all these shops have been shut since the moment of the blast, right after the blast. All these very busy markets, remember, these are very busy market, very crowded area, that's all shut today. And now we see that they are trying to investigate. That's why this entire area is sealed. Only media personnel and investigators are allowed in this area. There's heavy barricading. There are 3 to 4 layers of barricades that have been put up in this entire road. So now you see that the police is here. The Delhi police is collecting samples all throughout. We have seen the FSL team picking up the samples, picking up significant samples. But today they are checking for more. If they have got any lead, we do not know, because this is sudden. And if they have found any lead, we do not know yet. Of course, they will not be revealing it right now. But it seems to be that they are checking for more clues and more samples that will be going in for the forensic investigation, because the forensic investigation is continuing every day. Remember, right from the explosives that were used to the vehicles around, the blood samples, of course, today have been matched. last night it was confirmed, and today we broke the story how the blood sample of Umar Nabi has matched with his relatives, with his family in Pahalgam, in Pulwama, I beg your pardon. And now we see that more investigation is unfolding, from DNA sampling to all the objects over here, because such was the magnitude, such was the intensity of this blast that it had an impact in this entire stretch. And many of the people have cross-body injuries also. That was the severity of this explosion, viewers, as we continue to show you how the Delhi police is walking through and checking throughout this stretch. This is like almost half a kilometer that we have walked in from the blast site, and they are now searching for more evidences. They're looking for more clues here on every corner. They're not sparing any corner. They're not leaving any corner. They continue to investigate. This stretch, of course, leads to some of the shops that have now been opened. But yes, this road, nobody can walk in without showing their ID card. Only media personnel and investigators are allowed in this stretch where we are showing you the visuals from. You can see that cart is also being investigated as we speak. Live visuals coming in from the Red Fort area. This is right outside the cycle market. That is a very, very busy market. And today at the Lala Lajpat Rai market also, there was a severed forearm, that was a severed arm of an individual that was recovered. And as we speak, more and more spots out here are being investigated. They are looking for something, it seems. We do not know what clue have they found or in the investigation that has been underway. If at all, there has been some leads that they have received, and they have been asked, they have decided to come here and check something. So this is what we are witnessing right now. They're wearing the gloves just like the FSL team wears, and now they're investigating every tree, every cart, every vendor shop that is, of course, lying shut since the moment of blast here. Nobody is allowed, no commercial activity allowed throughout this stretch. This is the road just quite near the Jama Masjid, as you can see, near the Chandni Chowk area. And we continue to track this search and this investigation that is continuing by the Delhi Police Special Cell. The FSL team is currently conducting many tests of at least more than 40 to 45 samples were collected in the past 24 to 48 hours. That's what we know officially from the sources. But many of the explosive material has been identified. Traces have been found, and a very dangerous chemical, very dangerous substance has also been identified. The name has not been revealed, of course, yet. But right now we see that more clues are being searched for in our frame. You can see police personnel right here around this stand. It seems like a bus stand that is being investigated. Now every corner of that bus stand, you can see Delhi police is searching for, from the trees to the vendor shops to the benches right out here, and all the cardboards that are lying out there, the wooden planks that are lying out here. Everything is being searched for right now in the middle of the day. This is happening right now. A forensic team continues to investigate the blast site, and the Delhi Police's special team also right now on the ground conducting a fresh survey of this entire road. We have walked almost around 500 meters from the blast site. That is the gate number 1 of the Lal Killa metro station. And not just this road, across the road also. Across this road where I'm standing, there's a divider here. So across that road also investigation continues by the police personnel. Antara.
Indeed, Rakshita, and we are tracking these developments that are coming in, ladies and gentlemen. These are fresh visuals from this afternoon as we speak, as a forensic sweep is being conducted by the Delhi police. Just a few minutes ago, Rakshita, our colleague, is tracking the developments from Site 0, where any additional remnants or any other forensic evidence that can be collected potentially, or even though the site was later on cordoned off, but at the moment now the police is conducting one final sweep. They seem to be in search of a certain kind of forensic evidence that they can track, that can aid in the investigation. There you can see Delhi police officials are taking a sweep across. These are the various benches of the various street vendors there on that street where the blast took place. Obviously the shops have been closed since the blast took place on 10/11, and subsequently now a sweep is ongoing at the moment. Rakshita, our colleague, continues to remain with us. Rakshita, also for the viewers who are just joining in right now, tell us what is going on exactly. We have seen in the last 24 to 48 hours, forensic teams also once again visiting back again and again to the blast site and searching for more and more forensic evidence. We have established so far 2 key forensic developments that have taken place in the case. One is that Dr. Umar was the driver of the car, and subsequently ammonium nitrate and fuel oil combination was behind the blast that took place. What other investigative leads are the Delhi police now looking at?
We see something has been covered right now, Krutart, as we see in our frame. In our frame, there is something that was lying there. We do not know if it is a body or it is something significant, because there are women police personnel that have gathered in here, and we see one of the personnel taking notes. Now this some individual here on the roadside has covered it with a carpet of like thing. That thing was lying. There's an object. We do not know if it's an unidentified body. It's suspected to be that, because they moved near it and then they went away, the women police personnel. So we do not know if they, because there has been a deliberate attempt to cover it, of course. So it could be something, because they are making a note of it. Such was the impact. We understand that there are many homeless people also who actually generally are seen sleeping here ahead of this road, of course, across the barricade, now that it has been sealed since the moment of blast. But is it an object that has been found since the moment of the blast? We do not know. That is being shown right now. And as we speak, more police personnel continue to track ahead of it, ahead of this road as well. They're looking for something, it seems. What we understand, Krutha, they're looking for something. Perhaps they have received some information, and that's why they have launched this fresh forensic sweep, this fresh check right throughout this road, because in the past 48 hours we've been here, we haven't seen this sort of a sweep, especially by the police personnel out here in this entire half a kilometer, or a little more than half a kilometer. They have not conducted such a long sweep, at least when I've been here. So this is very much significant that apart from the routine surveys that are happening, routine forensic sweeps that are happening, we see that they have expanded their area of survey. This time, at least today, we talk about, it's going to be almost 3 days, and since that dastardly attack happened, and here the footpaths and the dividers, they're all being checked. They're all being checked, and they are, of course, looking for more clues as to who are the individuals who were here. If anything, anything from the moment of the blast still remains, because this entire area is cordoned off. No sweeping has been allowed. You can see some more things have been uncovered. These are the vendors. Some of the vending areas are being also checked with the help of an individual. Perhaps he is well acquainted with this place, with the police is interacting with as we speak. So they are also conducting checks and taking help of the locals over here and trying to understand who was here, what was lying here, anybody has been moved here. So they are checking across the length and breadth of this area, Krutars, across the length and breadth of this area, and if I may also say the heights, because they are trying to look at these trees also. We saw some of them looking at the trees, trying to peep above if something is lying over there, and if something is stuck in there. They're trying to check each and every corner. They're not leaving any stone unturned as we speak. Even there are a couple of police personnel, some of the police personnel who are conducting the checks all throughout this road. So yes, Krutars, the investigation has not ended. It's almost going to be more than around 72 hours. But yes, the investigation continues around the clock in this Delhi blast case. The agency, it's a multi-agency probe, remember, and each and every link every day is being uncovered, right from the terror module, the network, the cars that are being seized, and one other car that today the third car has also been found. But this time it is this spot remains very, very sensitive. They are not done and dusted. This has not been opened, and we do not expect that this entire stretch will be opened for public anytime soon, because it's a very, very sensitive location, because that blast has claimed the life of more than 10 people now, what we understand, and this remains very, very delicate. Every corner is being searched every day, and today a fresh forensic sweep has been conducted by the Delhi police today. Krutart.
Indeed, Rakshita, and ladies and gentlemen, we are the only network which is reporting from ground zero at the moment, obviously at a safe distance, as the Delhi police continues to examine the larger extended set of roads beyond the cordoned off area for additional forensic evidence. There is a massive long line of police officers, one behind the other together, moving and sweeping methodically every corner on that street. And in the interim, we are also tracking a lot of various angles that have emerged over the last 3 days that we have presented to you. And the most important one at this hour is the car bomber seen wrecking the Connaught Place in Delhi. That CCTV footage has now captured and confirmed that the Hyundai i20 was also at Connaught Place, which Umar, the bomber, was seen driving with explosives at about 10:05 a.m. on November 11th, the day when the attack took place. The Hyundai i20 with a bomb was spotted 3 kilometers from the Parliament House also. So there were various concerns about this having to be a major attack that could have taken place, Rakshita, either at Connaught Place or even in very close proximity to the Parliament House. Subsequently, the blast ended up taking place at the Red Fort area, but there were signs that there was a very sinister plot to target very high intensity, high population density locations in the national capital. Rakshita.
Absolutely, because Connaught Place is a very, very high-profile area. You have to understand, it's just the heart of the national capital. And the fact that there is a possibility he has spent some time in Connaught Place, that's what we are learning, that he even stepped out for some time from his car, is very, very dangerous. That explosive-laden i20 was roaming around freely in the outer circle near the E block, what we understand, what we are picking up from our sources. And as per the analysis of the CCTV footage, that he had passed through Connaught Place. Was he looking for more targets, or was there something else in his mind? Was this a last-ditch attempt? Was this a panic attack for him, last resort for him? That is it's a matter of investigation. That's all being investigated, because he spent quite some time in Connaught Place, we understand, and not to forget the mosque in Turkman Gate that continues to be under surveillance, that is being investigated. We've seen that he spent quite a lot of time in the mosque also. So yes, he spent more than 6 to 7 hours in the national capital. That is, of course, a very, very dangerous, that's something that is very, very dangerous. Right. And that this car was roaming freely is something that is being now under the lens. And yes, the CCTV you're talking about, he was around in a very busy road. He did not talk to anybody, at least in that part, in the time that was recorded in the footage in that camera. So yes, he did not speak to anyone in that footage, at least. But yes, we do see that he was very much easily strolling through, and he was driving his car with those explosives, and he ended up in the evening, or in the afternoon rather, here at the parking lot. Krutarth.
Thank you so much, Rashida, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in from the blast site in Delhi, where at the moment, the Delhi police is conducting a thorough sweep. Meanwhile, more breaking news is coming in from the Al Falah University, where the Al Falah University website, ladies and gentlemen, has been taken down by the administrator. The website of Al Falah University is down. That's the big breaking update, just minutes after they came out with a press conference saying that they had nothing to do with the terror attack and allegedly attempting to distance themselves from the 2 terror doctors that were in direct employment of the university amidst a shadow over whether university premises were used for planning, plotting and execution of this mass-scale terror attack, terror factory of the Faridabad module of Jaish-e-Mohammed. At the moment, the breaking development, ladies and gentlemen, is that file is not found, and that's the web page of Al Falah University, which was just moments ago also issued a notice by the National Accreditation Council, the NAC, over their lack of accreditation and updation. Soumya, my colleague, joins us live from Al Falah, who's been tracking closely all the developments related to the university. Soumya, just minutes after distancing themselves from the entire conspiracy, now they have taken down the website. What's the latest?
Yes, Krutarth, it is under the Al Falah University is under the scanner for all the more new reasons, certainly not the right ones. Here is the Al Falah University in question. First breeding the Dr. Terra module, and now is under scanner for allegedly claiming the false NAC accreditation. Now, minutes after the show cause notice news broke, it is being found the university's website has been taken down by the university authorities. Now we talk about what are the security forces who have been here for several days now. It's the fourth day that the security forces are inside. This is the very premises. I would request my camera person to show you. This is the very premises. It is well within the interiors that the whole premises has been taken over by the security agencies, be it STF, be it crime branch officials, be it police officials from different departments of Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir, Delhi police as well for that matter. So now security agencies are also trying to understand why all of a sudden the website has been taken down when the show cause notice has clearly mentioned that the accreditation claims are false. The university never really had gone under any such assessment. The accreditation had lapsed long back and has sought an answer, a response within 7 days, and has also demanded a compliance to the notice. So these are the details that we are picking up at the moment, Krudart.
Thank you so much, Soumya, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in from the Al-Falah University, where now their website has been taken down. It's time for a very short break, ladies and gentlemen, but do not go anywhere, because coming up next on Live and Breaking is the United States acknowledging the terror angle behind the Delhi blast.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail, because it was very, very late. The blast had happened.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 50
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's a Republic super exclusive. The undeniable Pakistan link is out in the open. Dr. Muzaffar Ahmad Rathar, the Pakistan man, stands exposed. Muzaffar is the brother of terrorist Dr. Adil. DNA test confirms Umar Nabi was driving car in the Delhi blast. Car bomber Umar Nabi's car spotted in the outer circle of Connaught Place 4 hours before the blast in Red Fort area. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issued statement on Delhi blast, says it was clearly a terrorist attack. New CCTV of Delhi blast services video shows how the blast was triggered and the place was carefully chosen. The new CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, in fact he is now certain that he was the bomber, is now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl Elahi Mosque. Republic TV reporting live from the Red Fort area from the blast site. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with breaking news coming in, viewers, that Al-Falah University, that the financial audit is being now conducted. It will be carried out by the agencies. Sources tell Republic TV that financial audit of Al-Falah will be carried out by the agencies. The financials of Al-Falah, the terror that had become the hub for this white-collar jihad module, is now under investigation. Earlier, we broke the news of how the NAC has also now indicated that this was not an accredited university, and that is under scanner. So Al-Falah University, remember, there was another angle that we broke to you, that how room number 13 of Al-Falah University, building 17, was the site of the conspiracy to carry out the bombings at several locations in Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Building 17 of the Al-Falah University was a meeting point for all these terror doctors. So now the financial audit will also be carried out by the agencies. So yes, Al-Falah University is at the core, if I could say, of this entire terror module that is now being uncovered day by day. That's breaking news we are getting in right now. Financials of the Al-Falah University in Faridabad it will be now under investigation. It is not even an accredited university, is what we know so far. And the breaking news right now is that Al-Falah's financial audit. All right, we have Shravan Sen joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Shravan, well, that's of course more trouble for the Al-Falah University. Okay, Soumya is right now at the Al-Falah University. Soumya, tell us more details, please. The fact that now financial audit is also going to be carried out by the agencies of this university that had become a hub for these terror doctors.
Yes, well, Rakshita, clearly troubles mounting for Al-Falah University by each minute. First, it was the NAC accreditation row. Then later on, the website of the university, which was down by the university authorities itself, and now the financial audits will be under scanner of Al-Falah University. Of course, this was going to be the next course of action with regards to understand the financial readings of the university. The fundings of the university is a trustee-based university. So, of course, this was going to be the next course of action. The security forces have clearly taken over the over the university. By each link, they are trying to establish what was actually the role of the university, as to for how long, as we saw, how long Muzammil Shakil has been inside the premises, how room number 13 has become a core point where so how it was possible.
Okay, Shravan Sen is also joining us from the newsroom. Shravan, the financial audit is going to be carried out, and the website has also been suspiciously taken down by the administration. Dr. Monica Lange is joining us. She was a senior to terror Dr. Muzammil during her college in ASCOMS in Jammu, that we are told. Okay, I think Dr. Lange, can you hear me? Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV, Dr. Lange. Tell us more, whatever you have gathered, whatever you've known about the terror Dr. Muzammil, who is now under scan and investigation because of this terror module that has been busted, ma'am.
Well, in fact, joining us on this broadcast is someone who has seen Dr. Muzammil, and just to put this on record, for the longest time, someone with an absolutely clean record and, more importantly, a fantastic background in terms of academic background. Dr. Muzammil was basically part of what many would say the rising aspirational class of Kashmiris in Jammu and Kashmir. But it is certainly a U-turn that we are essentially looking at right now. One such is Dr. Lange, who's joining us on this broadcast. Doctor, first I want to ask you, when was the last you saw Dr. Muzammil?
See, I don't know him personally. I just came to know from one of my immediate juniors that he was our immediate junior in the same medical college. I don't know him personally. But I was very much aware about these kind of people during my college days. I know that how they run the anti-India agendas and how they brainwash against this.
Dr. Monica, what is it that you remember, or in terms of the fact that you've spoken to your juniors about him? What's the sense that you were essentially getting? Were they always basically taking an anti-India line? Given the fact, Dr. Monica, I want to share this with you.
Yes. These kind of people usually stay away from me during my college days, because they knew that I'm very vocal against anti-India and anti-nationalist. So, the most important thing I want to tell you that in Jammu Kashmir medical colleges, people like Dr. Muzammil and the doctors from the same community, they usually run the agenda and they brainwash the mindsets of the people against that against Indian army.
Is there any evidence to the effect, Dr. Monica, that Dr. Muzammil was actively doing it?
And I have seen that in our class desk, there are openly written Pakistan Zindabad, Burhan Wani was a hero. So these things are very common in our medical colleges.
No, I'm asking a specific question, Dr. Monica, because
Pakistan match, whenever there happen any India-Pakistan match, and these are the people who always support Pakistan. So this is nothing new for me.
Yeah, Dr. Monica, what I'm asking is something more specific regarding Dr. Muzammil. Is there any evidence to suggest that Dr. Muzammil was indulging in anti-India activities inside the college campus?
No. I don't know him personally, and I have no idea what he was doing in the college. But I knew their ideology very well.
What is it that you have heard? Because I believe that you have spoken to some of his colleagues, those who have worked with him. What is it that they have to say?
See, I want to tell you one thing. My only concern is the pain that we feel why their colleagues, their batchmates do not criticize their mindsets, and they are not coming forward to speak against them, to tell the more details about him. Even they are countering, they are defending these terrorists and terrorist mindsets. This is the reality. This is the reality I'm telling you.
Dr. Monica, for how long were you in that very college where Dr. Muzammil was studying or thereafter teaching?
I have done my UG from the same college.
Okay. You've done, and you witnessed it up front that there were anti-India activities going on?
anti-India activities is going in every college. If you किसी भी स्टूडेंट जो कश्मीर में पढ़ रहा हो, आप पूछ के देखिए. बट ये लोग स्टूडेंट्स डरते हैं, बोलते नहीं, उनको एक डर रहता है कि फेल किया जाएगा. बट एवरी स्टूडेंट हैड फेस्ड इन देयर करियर these anti-India activities, how they support Pakistan. These things are common in J&K.
Do you remember any specific incident? Because, you know, I would not like to indulge in any sort of generalization. Dr. Monica, you know, as a responsible network, I would not like to, you know, indulge in any sort of generalization against any community in particular. But having said that, sticking to the evidence of this particular case, I just want to ask you, because you were an undergraduate in the same college in which Dr. Muzammil was also there. I want to ask you, what was the kind of anti-national activities that they were indulging in? And why is it that the administration never took action against them?
Nothing. Administration is not at all involved in such cases because किसी का mindset कैसा है? College authorities don't know about this, ना? They have nothing to do this. उसी college से IS भी निकल रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छे doctors भी हैं. So we can't blame the college.
Right.
I'm also belong to the same college. I'm a hardcore nationalist. So college is not responsible for this.
Dr. Monica, thank you very much for joining us. I'll request you to come back to us whenever you are, you know, whenever possible, to come live with us, because it is important that voices like you speak for the valley, because not everyone perhaps would have been just like Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil or Dr. Umar, but it is also a reality that some of these centers in Kashmir and other parts of the country are now becoming a hub for radicalization.
Right, so that was Dr. Monica Lange, who was speaking to Republic TV Deputy Executive Editor right now. Exclusive reaction coming in from Dr. Lange, who's the senior of the terror doctor, and she revealed that there was some anti-India activities that had become common in the university, where she was also a senior to terror doctor Muzammil, a key figure, a key character in this entire white-collar jihad terror module, the jihad module. And right now, viewers, as we speak, it's a super exclusive news break. Republic TV getting you all the latest updates, and the Pakistan link is out. And as we speak from the blast site. Okay, so what we understand is that the financial audit of the Al-Falah University in Faridabad will be carried out. So this university is under scanner. There have been multiple arrests in the past 2 days from this university in Faridabad. Republic TV has been there and getting you the latest. Republic also showed you from the inside the campus of the Al-Falah University. The financial audit will be carried out by the agencies soon. Not to forget the NAC, the NAAC notice that has been sent, and few days have been given to this university administration to reply as questions are being raised on the accreditation of this university. This is now under scanner. There are rooms that have been identified which served as the meeting hub, the meeting joint of these terror doctors. Right now, as we speak from the blast site, we see that more forensic surveys are being conducted by the Delhi police also right near the blast spot in our frame. That we continue to show that to our viewers, and we will try and move the camera closer to the site, to the gate number 1 of the Lal Killa metro station. But yes, Republic TV getting you minute by minute updates on this investigation and piecing together different dots. All these, piecing the puzzle that continues, viewers, to in fact crack down on who really has been, who have been in fact also assisting these people. You know, there are raids being conducted in different areas of Jammu and Kashmir, in different districts of Jammu and Kashmir, and the investigation on the other hand also continues. We are showing you view from here as this survey by the Delhi police also continues here in our frame. They are again looking for more evidences, more traces on the other side of this road where we have been reporting from. And meanwhile, the key link between Muzaffar and Amil, how they visited Istanbul, has been okay. Zenith and Soumya are joining us on the broadcast. Soumya, I'll go across to you because we just broke the story on Al Falah. Al Falah is now under scanner. The financial audit will be taking place very, very soon. Tell us more. You have been visiting this. You have been reporting from the university for the past 3 days. What more? What more has been gathered from the spot by the agencies and by the police?
Yes, Rakshita, financial audit is the very recent development that has emerged, and of course it was going to be the next big course of action by the security forces who have been here, the central agencies who have been here for that matter from last few days. Now that the link is on spot, very correct, that how this terror module was very much behind the Delhi blast case. The room number 13 is at the center of it all, which gave the space for all the meetings, for all the plannings that could have led the December blast. However, what we saw on 10th November, so the next course of action with regards to security forces is the financial audit. Of course, they have to understand the financial trail here with regards to how, from where the funding comes, where it is used, how it is used by the university. So these are the details that we are picking up from the sources within the university as to in this direction the investigation is headed to. Other than that, all the other links are being interrogated as we speak. Even as we speak, people are being interrogated. Yes. Multiple number of people were detained in last few days, and interrogations did happen in that regard.
Right. In fact, Zenith is also joining us live on the broadcast. Zenith, well, Zenith, this is a clear park link that is also being uncovered. Muzaffar is the man who is coordinating this terror module also. Muzaffar and Muzammil, they met a park handler in Istanbul. And the Pakistan link is only getting crystal clear. It is getting more and more clear. The Turkey link is also coming to the fore, and how this entire terror module was being orchestrated by the Jaish-e-Mohammed. What more details do you have for us, Zenith?
Rakshita, since you have touched the link of the Turkey, as we mentioned, that there is a proper investigation that is going on, and the investigators have come to the terms that the trio had gone to Turkey last year. One was Dr. Muzammil, Umar, and one Adil, who's from the Kulgam, Kazingud. All three South Kashmir boys have visited Turkey. There are reports that they have met the ISI members there, and after the return, Muzammil has given a phone to his brother. But he instructed him not to use it. Later, the brother of his, he buried the phone just outside the home where you have the irrigation canal. Now, yesterday when there was a raid again at the residence, the authorities, the police have been able to recover that phone. Now, which is again a breakthrough in the investigation. Now, another angle that comes is of the Arif, who's been detained by the ATS today, and he comes from the Kazigund. As per what we are picking, that comes from the police family. He's a postgraduate in cardiology, and before he was arrested by the ATS, he was in touch with fiance and his mother. Although the family believes that he has nothing to do it, but he is again getting into the case that is leveled against the charges that have been leveled against Dr. Shaheen, who is also in the custody of Srinagar's police. We have been seeing since morning the two of the doctors from the GMC Anantnag have been detained for questioning. Overall, if we see in the last 12 hours, taking the count last evening till afternoon, some 10 people have been detained. That also includes the 3 government employees who have been detained for the questioning, because ultimately it is more about the links, the dots that are getting connected as far as the white collar jihad is concerned, because the vehicles that were missing have been recovered in the Delhi. We have been seeing the J&K police in action, even in Faridabad, the SHO that cracked this entire case, Masarat, he is working with the ATS and the Faridabad police. He has visited multiple times this Al-Falah University, where the entire module was together, and they were working against working against the system, working for the subversive or the anti-national activities. We have been seeing the continuous crackdown that is coming in the Kashmir Valley itself. We have been seeing multiple raids being carried even by the Baramulla police, the North Kashmir. Although at present there are no links emerging from the North Kashmir's Baramulla, but keeping the tap on the terror infrastructure or the ecosystem in the North Kashmir, we have been seeing the raids in Baramulla today or yesterday. There was the Sopor, the JEI activists were raided, but today again we have been seeing the Srinagar police more in the action, and also the Anantnag, because ultimately the case is what I can see that this is a case that has its tentacles in Srinagar, in Anantnag and Kulgam and Pulwama. The 4 districts out of 10 are in focus as far as the investigation in relation to this white collar module is concerned. And now we are seeing the tower dumps, the associations, the phone calls that were made to the mutual friends, they too are getting into the same knit. Although many of the doctors who were picked up by the police for the questioning, they have been set free, although the devices or the electronic gadgets have been confiscated by the Jammu and Kashmir police for further investigation. But it seems this entire module runs between the 3 people, the 3 doctors, particularly from the Kashmir Valley. Then its wings are there with the Faridabad and the Saharanpur, and whether this ammonium nitrate or even the urea, there have been the packets of urea that has been found, because when you change the chemical composition of the urea, it again turns into an explosive. So there were multiple packets of urea also that were recovered. Whether that was purchased locally, that again is a part of the investigation. What more they were planning, this is the part of the investigation. Now the DNA sampling that has been done by the AIMS has confirmed Dr. Umar's role, and family is in shock, though family members, the brothers of Umar, still are lying with the custody of J&K police. Then comes the role of a radical preacher, Irfan, who's again in the custody. I heard that multiple interrogation rounds had taken place. The details that he has given, they are under investigation. So overall, the case has not been solved, because till now we were seeing the links in Kashmir and UP and the Faridabad. Now the details that are emerging that they visited Turkey last time, because we all know now that the ISI has shifted its base to Turkey for the last 4 or 5 years, and those who have been visiting, even the Kashmiris who go to Turkey, they are always under the radar of the cargo, the special unit, because that is how the Pakistan has shifted its module, because it becomes difficult for the Indians to get visa for the Pakistan. But Turkey being the tourist hub, they're able to get the visa, and now the ISI shifting the base to Turkey to help the people for the facilitation. The Turkey is emerging as the another hub for the ISI activities. So details are more emerging, that they are digging more deeper to get into how many more doctors have visited or these ISI members, have they been in touch, or it was confined to the 3 doctors who have done really great in their professions. They have done better in their study, and despite that there is a U-turn that is seen when we read the entire profile of these doctors.
Dangerous doctors there. They have been indoctrinated doctors, and they have, weaved this entire terror module. Indoctrination, in fact, Zenat, has been at the center of it all. It comes to fore once again what's been happening in Kashmir. Just stay on with us. There is another footage that has emerged, that has surfaced of Umar Nabi, the suicide bomber, the bomber of this blast in Delhi. The new footage now shows that he is repeatedly looking at the CCTV camera at the toll plaza. This is when he enters the the Badarpur border toll in this i20, the white i20 car that exploded. Now he's clearly visible. He's clearly visible in this fresh footage, and the car stops at the toll plaza, and the terrorist takes out money. He gives it to the toll collector. You can see this entire activity in this footage that we are playing out for you. He gives money, he pays for the toll, and then even after he pays, he is still looking anxiously at that CCTV camera. And clearly this shows that his body language is something that is a matter of study. It clearly shows that he was checking the points where he could be traced from, and that was a CCTV camera which he had spotted, and he's looking at it. He's looking at it. He's wearing a mask. A bag is also visible inside the back of the car. What was that? Was it an explosive? We do not know yet. That's all under the matter. It's all under the realm of investigation. But even after paying the toll, you can see he's repeatedly looking at the CCTV camera. And this is when early morning this happened. 8:02 a.m. 8:02 a.m. is when is the timing of this CCTV footage that we are playing out right now, and Umar Nabi is clearly visible with a bag on the rear seat. So he is looking at the CCTV camera, and in fact we will show you what has unfolded and what these multiple CCTV footages are narrating about what happened before the blast and what all went behind, possibly as the investigation continues around the clock. All right, we have some more details coming in. Now, Karnataka Congress Minister B.Z. Zamir has created a stoked a row with this statement on the Delhi blast. Now, this Karnataka minister says that this is a political conspiracy. He speculates that this blast in Delhi that has claimed multiple lives, at least 12 lives, is a political conspiracy. That's a Congress leader, Karnataka Minister B.Z. Zamir, who has uttered this right after the blast happened. He said this in this blast occurring a day after the day before the Bihar elections, phase 2 of Bihar elections, the final phase, could be a political conspiracy. Listen in.
As the nation is still reeling in the aftermath of the Delhi blasts on Monday, a Karnataka Congress leader makes a shocking statement. Congress Minister B.Z. Zamir, in a statement on Wednesday, speculated the blast to have political involvement. He alleges so as he traces the blast which occurred on November 10th to precede the Bihar elections phase 2, which is scheduled on November 11th. He even went on to demand an answer on the same from Home Minister Amit Shah.
कार ब्लास्ट जो होना था, हादसा जो हुआ है, नहीं होना चाहिए था. हमको आश्चर्य क्या है, ये बम ब्लास्ट जो हुआ है 10 तारीख को हुआ है, 11 तारीख को चुनाव है बिहार के अंदर. अभी आप भी देखे होंगे हमारा कन्नड़ माध्यम के अंदर वो लोग बोल रहे थे कुछ पॉलिटिकल है क्या करके. हमको भी ये सुनने को आ रहा है कि इसके अंदर पॉलिटिकल इन्वॉल्वमेंट है करके सुनने को आ रहा है. पक्का नहीं बोलता हूँ. और ये जो भी पॉलिटिकल अगर बेनिफिट को एक आदमी की जान लेना है ना, उसको सही में उसको अच्छा नहीं होता. कोई भी रहने दो, एनीबडी. और ये 100% एक दिल्ली कैपिटल में हुआ है इंसिडेंट. ये दिल्ली कैपिटल में हुआ है. अमित शाह उसका जवाब देना चाहिए. इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर, IB failure.
The statement indicates his letting Pakistan off the hook for having inflicted the blast and consequent devastation. This statement also comes amid ongoing investigations into the Delhi blast, especially as it garnered the connotations of a terror attack in light of the Faridabad raids and the nation's crackdown on terrorism.
Right, time for a very short break, viewers, but the fresh CCTV footage emerging of the Delhi blast. Video surfacing shows how the blast was triggered, and the place was carefully chosen by the terrorist Umar Nabi. We'll tell you more on that. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail, because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident.
New CCTV of the role of Pakistan in Delhi blast gets clear. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasha, says sources. Terrorist Umar Nabi seen at 5 places at least before the Delhi blast. Accused Hyundai 120 was seen visiting the Connaught Place area, central Delhi. A new CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, is now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl Ilahi Mosque at the Turkman Gate. Haryana police has reached the headquarters of Al Falah University in Oaklav, Delhi. University's financial account now to be probed. Amit Shah holds a high-level meeting regarding the Delhi blast. Home Secretary, IB Chief, ED Chief and top officials present at the meeting. Exercise Trishul, meanwhile, in full throttle. General Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Southern Command reviews the operational readiness of amphibious forces of Southern Command on board the INS Jalashwa. Republic TV continues to piece together this entire puzzle, viewers, for you, and the fresh CCTV is now emerging that shows Umar Nabi. At least he has been seen in at least 5 locations in the national capital before he carried out this attack right where I'm reporting from. That is the Red Fort metro station, the Lal Killa metro station. Now, in this fresh CCTV footage, you can see that Umar Nabi is wearing a mask, and he is wearing a mask in this car. You can see in the toll, he pays the toll and he continues to look at that that CCTV. Now, this blast has killed 13 people, viewers, and the explosives are also under investigation. A large bag is seen placed on the rear of the car, in the rear seat, the back seat of the car. And the video clearly shows that this terror doctor is considered to be one of the most radicalized member of the Faridabad terror module. He stopped at the toll plaza gate and handed over the money for the toll. He paid the toll, and then he glanced multiple times at this CCTV. And the timing of this footage, this has been recorded at 8:02 a.m. So this happened in the morning of 10:11, and Umar appears to be conscious, and he was as if he was already aware that security agencies were on the lookout for him. But clearly, his body language just gives it away. The way he's looking at the CCTV, because nobody does that generally. I mean, somebody who is having some fear of being caught, of being spotted, is looking at that CCTV camera there at the toll plaza while he was entering the national capital from the Badarpur border in that i20 car. So that's the big lead that we're getting in now. There is another CCTV that has also come to the fore, and that shows Umar Nabi in Connaught Place. These are three footages, in fact, that are in focus today, viewers. One at 8 a.m., one from 8 a.m. at Toll Plaza, a second at 2:05 p.m. and Connaught Place, and the other one from the masjid, from the mosque at Turkman Gate of Delhi. Now, the second one shows Umar Muhammad driving in Connaught Place on the outer circle around 2:05 p.m. 8:10, he is spotted at the Badarpur border, the toll plaza, looking at the CCTV even after paying the amount for the toll, and then around 2:10. He's in Connaught Place outer circle near E block. And another CCTV that has been accessed is when he's at the masjid. He's seen entering and exiting this masjid in Old Delhi before he carries out this explosion. He's seen entering and leaving the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque in near Ramlila Maidan at the Turkman Gate. This is right opposite the Turkman Gate, where he stayed for at least 10 minutes. He stayed there at least 10 minutes. So he was for a long time, throughout the days, from morning to evening, he was in the national capital with this explosive-laden car. And the moment of the attack, of course, is seen. We showed that video. And also continue to show you CCTV2. As I just mentioned about CCTV2, that is the scene from the Connaught Place area, central Delhi, right in the heart of the national capital. Viewers, a very, very busy area, high-profile area, many government offices around Connaught Place. The parliament is also very much nearby, and important hotels also. So there's a very, very old imperial era market, that is the Connaught Place. It has many restaurants, and many tourists visit every day throughout the year. That is the Connaught Place area, and he's visible there in that CCTV that we are playing out right now. That has been captured at 2:05 p.m. At the outer circle. So this is what we are, and in fact, okay, I'm told that Republic TV has, in fact, viewers, since morning tracked the mosque at Turkman Gate. My colleague has filed this report from the mosque that was visited by this car bomber Umar Nabi, and he spent at least 10 minutes over there. Listen in to this report.
This is the same divider that you can very clearly see in the video, in the picture, and it is, although a blurred picture, you'll also see. So this is the pole. So you can also see some part of the pole in the picture. This is the divider, this is the pavement, and this is the area. So you can also see the design you can corroborate the design of the mosque. We'll show you the design here. And this is also clearly visible, although the picture is a little blurred because it was magnified to corroborate whether it was Umar who was entering the mosque at the given time. And you can see some parts of this, the color, the pattern, everything makes sense. There is a camera on the inside as well, inside the masjid when you enter. And he was possibly here for at least 3 hours. He was after he entered Delhi at 8:20 a.m., he actually took the outer ring road surrounding Delhi, and he travelled through half of the Delhi. He drove around Delhi, he drove around major places of the Delhi, and after finally being stationary in the parking lot, you can also see parts of that in that picture. This is the pavement. This is mostly, cars are mostly parked out here. You can see there are cars and autos still parked out here. And those are the pictures of the exact same place. Republic is showing you the exact same place. You can see in the camera that more than 200 police personnel have seen the surveillance videos of more than 60 CCTV footages and have traced out the 11-hour journey of Umar once he left from Faridabad at 7:30. This is the same spot. This is the same spot where he was spotted entering the masjid.
And viewers, and the CCTV footages continue to be accessed by Republic TV. Now, the important leads are also the cars. The i20 car is car number 1 that had in fact exploded. Now, second car that was that the police was on the hunt for was a red EcoSport, a red Ford EcoSport car that the Delhi police issued an alert for just 24 hours, almost 24 hours ago, and it was found later in the evening at a farmhouse in Faridabad. This was in Faridabad's Khandwali village, just hours after the alert was issued by the Delhi police, and it could be loaded with the explosives. That is what is being suspected. So right in the evening, in fact late night, we saw the NSG team, NIA team, Delhi police all were present at the Khandwali village to investigate this red EcoSport car. My colleague Sahil is at the spot and he has filed this report.
इस वक्त हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव के अंदर मौजूद हैं, जहां पे लाल रंग की इको स्पोर्ट कार को स्पॉट किया गया था। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर जो आतंकी है उसके नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी। मेरे पीछे की तस्वीर में आप देख सकते हैं, हाँ, लगभग हम यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी पे मौजूद हैं। और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार आपको तस्वीरों में देखी जा सकती है। कल शाम के समय इसी गांव के प्लॉट में गाड़ी को स्पॉट किया गया था और अब गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया जा रहा है। कल शाम के समय एनएसजी की टीम यहां पर पहुंची थी। एनएसजी के अलावा जांच एजेंसी यहां पर आई थी, एनआईए की टीम आई थी और गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया गया है और सर्च करने के बाद एनएसजी की टीम यहां से जा चुकी है। रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार जो आप तस्वीरों में देख रहे हैं, ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हैं। ये इको स्पोर्ट कार डॉक्टर उमर के नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी, जो कि फेक एड्रेस पे रजिस्टर्ड की गई थी। इसी गाड़ी की तलाश की जा रही थी, क्योंकि पहली गाड़ी i20 थी जो कि ब्लास्ट होती है, जो कि उमर डॉक्टर जो थे वो गाड़ी चला रहा था, लेकिन अभी दूसरी गाड़ी की तलाश की जा रही थी और दूसरी गाड़ी इको स्पोर्ट कार तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं नज़र आ रही है। और कुछ ही देर में CFSL की टीम यहाँ पर आएगी। CFSL की टीम आने के बाद इस गाड़ी को सेफ लोकेशन पे ले जाया जाएगा। तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि पुलिस के जो जवान है वो आपको चारों तरफ यहाँ पर नज़र आ रहे हैं और वजह यही है कि सुरक्षा कारणों के कारण भी मीडिया को थोड़ी दूरी पे रखा गया है। और इसी इको स्पोर्ट कार को कल एजेंसीज और 5 राज्यों की जो पुलिस थी वो ढूंढ रही थी, लेकिन अब इको स्पोर्ट कार को कल यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया जाता है। और ये बताया जा रहा है कि डॉक्टर उमर का जो ड्राइवर है, जो कि यूनिवर्सिटी में रहता है, उमर का करीबी था, वो इस गाड़ी को चलाकर अपनी बहन के घर पे यहाँ पे लाया था और यहीं पे इस गाड़ी को पार्क किया जाता है। हालांकि 12 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय तक जो है गाड़ी को पूरी तरह एनएसजी टीम द्वारा सर्च किया गया। शुरुआती तफ्तीश है कि कुछ संदिग्ध नहीं मिला है, लेकिन ऑफिशियली स्टेटमेंट आना बाकी है। लेकिन अभी भी गाड़ी के जो गेट आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे खोले गए हैं, जो बोनेट है वो भी खोला गया है। पूरी बारीकी से एक एक चीज़ देखा गया कि कुछ एविडेंस जो है या फिंगरप्रिंट्स वो एजेंसीज के हाथ लगे, जिससे और ज़्यादा इनपुट जो है धमाके मामले में एजेंसीज जो है जुटाई पाए।
So that was my colleague Sahil's report, and we continue to break more details. Now, Jammu Kashmir Police has issued an Interpol notice for Muzaffar, another terror doctor face that is emerging in the case. Meanwhile, we also show you visuals from this location, the Jain Temple, where the police have come here for investigation. We showed you how the forensic sweep was conducted in this entire road right now, and live visuals coming in from outside the Jain Temple, where the Delhi police personnel are present right now, and they are conducting a fresh forensic survey. They are looking for some more clues, it seems now, as they are seeking entry to the Jain temple as well. This is the Digambar Jain Lal temple that is just a few meters away from the blast site where we are reporting from, viewers. So this is of course also a place, another building. It's a temple where a severed head and a part of a shoulder was also found. And now we get you more updates into this story, reporting live from the blast site. Viewers, in fact, Shravan joins us live on the broadcast for more. The Pakistan link, Shravan, is only getting bigger. Now, the Jammu Kashmir police has also issued an Interpol red court notice for the face of Pakistan terror, that is the terror doctor Muzammil and Muzaffar, how they carried out this attack, how they were orchestrating this module. Shravan, over to you.
Well, in fact, this morning, Republic Media Network was the only network to uncover the Pakistani man, that is Dr. Muzaffar, who happens to be the brother of Dr. Adil Rathir. Now we are given to understand that Jammu and Kashmir Police, through the Central Bureau of Investigation, would be moving the Interpol for a red corner notice to be issued against Dr. Muzaffar. We are given to understand that the last known location of Dr. Muzaffar happens to be in Afghanistan. This was immediately after Adil's arrest. Both of them are linked to each other. In fact, Muzaffar happens to be the brother of Dr. Adil Rathir. And in fact, it was Muzaffar who was basically running this entire module based out of Dubai earlier. And it was only following the arrest of Adil that he had shifted to Afghanistan. And that is the last known location at this point in time. That is the reason why the Jammu and Kashmir Police, through the Central Bureau of Investigation, would be moving the Interpol, hoping that a red corner notice is actually issued against him so that it restricts the movement of Muzaffar, and he is taken into detention in whichever country he is currently right now in. Now, the reason why we are saying that the Pakistani man has been unmasked, because here is a person who was directly in touch with the handlers. In fact, two handlers, Jesh's two handlers, Khatib and the other one who happens to be Ushaka. Both of them actually were in touch with Muzaffar. Muzaffar, in fact, met Muzammil back in Turkey back in the year 2022. And thereafter, there have been multiple meetings that have taken place. In fact, they were also planning to have the next meeting in Afghanistan, but that perhaps did not actually happen, because remember, the arrest had already taken place following the first arrest that was made of a Shopia-based cleric, that is Irfan. Irfan's arrest led to the arrest of Dr. Muzammil. And of course, thereafter, you've had multiple arrests that have been made. Now, just to make this very clear, that why are we saying that this is an undeniable Pakistani link? That is because, remember, they were the sleeper cells who were essentially operating. It was the doctor's module, as it is being known within the investigative circles. And in fact, this investigation has been going on for several weeks put together. It isn't something that has started following the blast that took place in the national capital. In fact, this could have been prevented had it not been for the slip-up that took place in Faridabad, with the news really coming out of the crackdown that took place in Faridabad. Having said that, the larger picture is this: the very fact that a larger amount of explosives were already seized by the Jammu and Kashmir Police is an indication of the fact that this was a hot trail that they were on. It was only because of some information actually coming out in the public domain. And secondly, more importantly, it was the arrest of Muzammil, following which Adil. That is the reason why those who are running the module were in a complete panic mode. And finally, the go-ahead actually came in from the Jaish handler and Muzaffar, who was basically based out of Afghanistan, who actually told Umar to carry out the attack.
Right, that's of course a key, a big update that is coming in, and the terror link from Pakistan. The Pak terror link continues to be uncovered, and as we speak, the live visuals coming in from the Jain temple, where the police has just entered. The police has just entered the Jain temple, the Digambar Jain Lal temple, for the investigation, as they were investigating the road over here, the main road that leads to the Red Fort. Now they are inside this temple. They're inside this temple. The next day of the blast, in the morning when we came here, a severed head was found on the ground throw, and a part of a shoulder was found on the terrace. What we were told by those who work in this temple, who work in the administration. But right now we see that the Delhi police is now investigating this temple, the Digambar Lal Jain temple, that is just a few meters away from the blast site. So live visuals coming in from inside this complex, inside the Digambar Jain temple, Digambar Jain Lal temple, and they are not leaving any corner today. This is the FSL team had been investigating and collecting samples for the past 2 days, but we see the NIA also now very actively involved, and the Delhi police today being actively involved. Now they are inside. They just entered this Jain temple, and they are now wrecking and looking for more clues, trying to collect samples from corners, every corner of this Jain temple. Meanwhile, viewers, we are getting in more updates on the face of the Pakistan link to this terror module. Viewers, Muzaffar Ahmad Rathir, the brother of Adil, is the key suspect in this blast, what we understand. And more updates that are coming in is that how he met the handler, the Jaish-e-Mohammed handler in Istanbul, what I'm told, in Turkey back in 2022. So he also visited this place and met a Pakistani handler in Istanbul, and he was coordinating the terror module from Dubai but shifted to Afghanistan. And that's why we see now the red corner notice has also been issued, and they are seeking. In fact, Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast. From Zeenat, Jammu Kashmir police has issued a red corner notice for Muzaffar Ahmad Rathir, who is the biggest Pak terror link in this entire case.
Definitely, Rakshita, we are seeing a red corner notice coming in from the Jammu and Kashmir police as far as Dr. Muzaffar is concerned. He's the brother of the Adil who was working at the GMC earlier, and from his locker the weapon also was recovered. There has been an alert also. Meanwhile, there are reports that he was in touch with Umar, and it was he who triggered him to carry such an act. And now that the Muzammil has also been arrested and the incident has taken place in Delhi, and he has fled the country. That is what we are picking. Meanwhile, I like to draw your attention towards this very place. This is Kazigund area of South Kashmir, and this is the residence of Arif Mir. Arif Mir is the same person who's been arrested by the ATS, and he actually comes from the police family. He's the second child of the family and the doctor and in the family, and he has been a postgraduate, but now he is being associated with Dr. Shaheen, who is in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. There is a role of, that is what we are picking. There are reports that he has also been involved in the same white collar gang, although his family has left for Delhi to pursue the case. But meanwhile, the mother is all alone at this place. She is being accompanied by the neighbors that you see that inside going into the premises of Arif Mir's home. This is the Kazigund area, because as I said, Rakshita, this case has the wings in South Kashmir, from Pulwama to Anantnag and to Kazigund, Kulgam, because Adil also comes from Kulgam, and now this Arif Mir, who's associated with Dr. Shaheen and her role. So Arif has also been detained by the ATS at present. Family has left to pursue the case. The family believes that he is innocent and he will be cooperating with the investigation. But as we go deep inside this very case, we are seeing the more and more dirt coming out as far as the white collar module is concerned. We've been seeing the arrest of the officer. Almost 10 people have been detained since yesterday evening. 3 of them are the government servants, government employees who have been working in different departments, and the 7 are the doctors. Some of them are the students. Some have the touch with these main doctors, and they are the mutual friends. They are being investigating. They are being questioned. So we see the multiple kind of crackdown that has come in. But meanwhile, apart from the Kashmir Valley, we see now the role of these doctors, their family and their siblings also in it. And that's how the case has spread outside India as well, because on the one side we see the angle of the Pakistan, the Turkey, where you have have the base of the ISI. Now the Dubai angle is coming, the Afghanistan is also, because these are all the places or the countries where the ISI in one or the another way have its footprints. So how many more doctors have met the ISI? Because the 3 doctors, I reported early in the morning, that whether it was Muzammil, Adil and Umar, who was the one who triggered this car blast. They went last year to Turkey, all 3 together, and then after they returned, there was a mobile phone that was given to the sibling of this Muzammil, and he was told not to use, whether the phone was used at a time only to have a communication with the masters across, because he buried the phone inside the soil, and now the phone has been recovered by the Srinagar special cell, and that has been found just near the irrigation canal, which is just in the backyard of this family. So a lot of angles are coming in as far as the investigation goes, because on the one side we are also seeing the role of the radical preacher that has come in. We've been seeing that he is facing interrogation from top cops of the Jammu and Kashmir police. He has been grilled multiple times. He has provided an input, because ultimately the doctors, the radical preachers, and now we seeing the explosive that was recovered. So all that tells you that the game is much more than what is coming at present, because the kind of red corner notices that are coming in and the intel alerts, the intel impos that suggest that the police, the intelligence agencies, is not only confined to the Jammu and Kashmir police. We're seeing the role of the ATS. We are seeing the National Investigating Agency, the SIA taking the case of the posters and other things. There have been the multiple crackdowns. Many of the families are openly coming saying that we are ready to cooperate. Others say that their family has nothing to do with. There have been the mutual friends. There have been the phone calls. There have been the devices. There have been the laptops that have been recovered. So tower dumps taken. So every corner the investigation is going on to see that no loophole is there, nothing is left out, and the government, the agencies, the Ministry of Home Affairs is constantly in touch even with the Jammu and Kashmir police, because maximum or the majority of the leads are being coming from this.
We continue to get more updates from Kazigan. At the same time, what's happening in the national capital? Well, the Al Falah University that is in Faridabad, that has witnessed multiple raids and seizures. Now what we know, its headquarters in Okhla is also under radar. Haryana police in fact has reached the headquarters of the Al Falah University in Okhla today. And remember, these terror doctors Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar were all affiliated with this Al Falah University, and today the police reached the Okhla headquarters of the Al Falah University. Republic TV has also visited this university. Republic TV will show you from the inside of this campus that was serving as a terror hub, was a meeting hub, a planning hub, and possibly they were also carrying and making explosives. Also, that is also an investigation. Take a look at this special report.
Al Falah University, located in the Dhauj village of Faridabad district of Haryana. This university has now become the latest focus of a massive terror crackdown. 7 suspects, all with links to Jammu and Kashmir, were arrested, including medical students at Faridabad's Al Falah University, from where police arrested Dr. Muzammil Shakil and seized ammonium nitrate, an AK-47 rifle and ammunition from his room. Exclusive visuals accessed by Republic show the laboratories, classrooms and hostels where investigators have been now conducting searches. Teams of multiple agencies are reportedly looking into the alleged links of the detained doctors associated with Al Falah University.
Right now I'm inside the Al-Falah University, which is at the hem of the Faridabad terror module and has been under scanner specifically from last 3 days, and last 24 hours have been very, very crucial, as you've seen how the university has been completely taken over by police officials. And now behind me you can see the visuals of the building. The building in question is the same place where Muzammil Shakil, the first arrest that was made by the Jammu and Kashmir police in this Faridabad terror module, along with him the terror doctor Shahina and the main suspect of the Delhi police Umar Nabi, they all used to stay here.
But the university has denied any wrongdoing. In an official statement, the Vice Chancellor Professor Bhupinder Kaur Anand has called the allegations baseless and defamatory. And the university has now condemned the media reports, calling them misleading. Despite the denials, the atmosphere inside the campus remains tense.
This particular quarter behind me is the same place which is provided for the resident doctors or the assistant professors. This is being told to us is where all three of them used to live. This is the particular place where all the alleged meetings between the three of them used to take place. As per the sources within the university, under this quarter, the resident doctors have been provided 2 BHK flats. So was the case with Muzammil Shakil, for that matter, the terror doctor Shahina, or for that matter, the prime suspect of Delhi police and NIA also, for that matter, at the moment of Delhi blast, the main suspect Umar Nabi.
The probe has brought the spotlight at the Al-Falah University, which was established in 2014. As security agencies continue their probe and questions emerge, Republic's cameras are inside, bringing the reality from ground zero.
Role of Pakistan in Delhi blast gets clearer now. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Role of Pakistan in Delhi blast gets clearer. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasa, as per sources. Terrorist Umar seen at 5 locations before Delhi blast. Accused exploded this Hyundai i20. He was seen visiting Connaught Place. New CCTV grab of Umar Nabi, the bomber, is now released. It shows him hidden in the Fazl-e-Ilahi Mosque in Turkman Gate. Haryana police reaches the headquarters of Al Falah University in Okla, Delhi University's Okla in Delhi, Al Falah University's financial account to be probed. Home Minister Amit Shah holds a high-level meeting regarding the Delhi blast. Home Secretary, IB3, VD chief and top officials present at the meeting. And exercise Trishul in full throttle. General Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Southern Command reviews the operational readiness of amphibious forces of Southern Command on board INS Jalashwa. All right, viewers, we get you the biggest news break right now on the investigation that's unfolding on Delhi blast. Now, the latest update is that Pulwama police continues action against terror ecosystem. Raids underway in Pulwama. Police has carried out coordinated cordon and search operations at multiple suspected locations across the district as part of its campaign against the anti-national elements, including the JKNOP and other subversive networks. The operations aim to identify and trace individuals involved in unlawful and anti-national activities that strengthen the and they also are strengthening the surveillance and ensuring overall public safety. Several premises have been searched. Identities of numerous individuals verified during the exercise conducted jointly with security forces. Pulwama police reiterating the commitment to continue such operations to dismantle the terror support structures. Zenith is joining us live on the broadcast from Kazigunda. Zenith, you are at a very important spot right now, but Pulwama also remains under investigation continuously, and Pulwama is also where we saw that the house of Umar Nabi is there, and now we see that more and more raids are being conducted by the police.
See, Rakshita, both Pulwama as Kulgam, these are the adjoining districts of the South Kashmir, which are in focus as far as the investigation about the white-collar jihad is concerned, because the Pulwama is a place where from the two doctors hail. The main doctors, one is Umar, another is Muzammil. The another, as far as Kulgam is concerned, the Dr. Adil's role is there, and then his brother Muzaffar, for which now the red corner notice has also been issued, and there are reports that these boys have stayed in Turkey for around 21 days, where they had a meeting with the ISI members of the Pak agencies. So these are the important districts, and where the multiple raids from each corner is being done. This is not only to keep an eye on the international activities or the OJW, but police at the same time is trying to find more links as far as the case goes. There have been the search and the cordons that were carried by the Pulwama police as far as the Jammu and Kashmir residents now living in Pakistan, their handlers, their relatives and their premises were scanned. They were questioned, and they too were asked about the case, because wherever the police is doing the the operation at presence, the non-kinetic operations, they are definitely
right, Zinat. In fact, we will continue to get more on updates from Jammu Kashmir, where the action continues. Police is in full action mode, and my colleague Niranjan Narayan is also joining us from the studios. Niranjan, over to you. The multiple angles that Republic TV is in fact piecing together in this investigation on the 10/11 conspiracy.
Yes, thank you for that, Rakshita. Rakshita, what has happened is, since this morning, not just videos, but we've been breaking different angles, and we've got a big lead on the Pakistan link. And let me tell you how it's all adding up. The faces of terror. Who have been the faces of terror so far? Let's show you their faces and who they are linked to. This is the web of terror as unraveled by Republic TV, and in the course of the investigation, this is what we have found out. Now, it all comes down to that man, the Muslim cleric Irfan from Shopian. He's a Jaish operative who was sitting in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, let me tell you, Umar Nabi is the bomber. Umar Nabi used to be a student of this radical cleric called Irfan Ahmad Wage. That's Umar Nabi, the car bomber. This is Muzammil Ghane. Muzammil Ghane was arrested. So Muzammil is in custody. Muzammil is a tough nut to crack. But what we know about Muzammil is also a student of this radical cleric, radical Maulvi called Maulvi Irfan Wage. Now, these two were his students, and how did this man operate? Let me tell you a little bit more about the other two terror doctors, the faces of terror. Shaheen Shahid, the other face of terror. She was a Jaish woman wing chief. Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terror group, wanted a lady, a woman, to head their terror wing in India. And they chose Shaheen. Shaheen was chosen for that specific purpose, white-collar jihadi. And she's someone who's very, very interesting. She has been a doctor based in Lucknow, has worked in Saudi Arabia, has links in Pakistan as well. Now, let me tell you more about Shaheen Shahid. She was also in touch with Muzammil, in fact, with Irfan. And Irfan seems to be the central node of, he was not just a radical cleric, but also a radical preacher, acting as a radical recruiter for the doctor module, the terror doctor module as it's being called now. And Adil Ahmed finally, who stockpiled the weapons and who was arrested from Saharanpur. Saharanpur is where most of the clerics are. It is seen as the hub of clerics, and many of them are now under scanner. Now, let me tell you one more thing. All of them are linked to him, and how this man operated, and we spoke to his wife yesterday. How he operated was, he's a class 5 dropout, first of all. This Irfan, this cleric from Shopia called Irfan, is a class 5 dropout, and he used Telegram to try and radicalize youth. He didn't say much, he didn't do much, but one message here, there, and he would ensure that mostly white-collar professionals would respond, and he was tasked with attracting, recruiting white-collar jihadis. So he's a radical preacher, and along with him, we are getting in details, names of other clerics, and some more in Saharanpur who are under scanner. We'll go across to that, but this is something that we wanted to show our viewers. But let me go across to the next breaking news update coming in. There are several cars, ladies and gentlemen, that are under the radar, because this was a car bombing module. White-collar car bombing module, and a car was seen in Faridabad yesterday. This is the white Brezza that was used in the attack. This is another car that has now been found. The third car that was not used in the attack. So I'll just make that correction there. It's not a third car used in the attack, but it was the third car that was found. That was they were searching for the third car, and the third car has now been found. Now, why are these cars important, and how do they add up, and how do they make sense in this entire conspiracy? Ladies and gentlemen, this jihadi doctor module, the white-collar jihadis, their plan was to gather explosives and get cars, prepare cars, and put the cars, I mean, load up the cars with explosives and drive the cars to critical locations, maybe Delhi NCR, others, Ayodhya was also on their radar, take it to different locations and explode in crowded places. That was their module. And this is the car, one of the cars, and we are hearing this morning, it's not one, not two, not three, 4 cars. The first car was a Hyundai i20, which was used in the explosion outside Red Fort. The second car was in Faridabad, a red Ford EcoSport. The third car was this car. There may be a fourth, we don't know, but the third car that was owned by one of these terror suspects was this Brezza. And we have the number plate as well. The search began this morning. HR 87U9988 is the number. We are told from agencies they were searching for this car, and this car has also been found close to the Al Falah campus. Now, Al Falah, the university in Faridabad, is where all these terror doctors were. They were living there, they were studying there, some of them were working there, and that had become a Jaish den. And that is why even the Al Falah University is being investigated by agencies, and even its accreditation is now being investigated by NAC. Now, this car has now been found, and this has now been confirmed that it was inside the Al Falah University. So imagine there are 3 cars. Once again, look at the cars. You've seen the faces of terror. These are the vehicles of terror. Not really vehicles of terror, but were being used as the terror vehicles by terrorists. They were going to be loaded with explosives. This one exploded, of course. This is the car that exploded outside the Red Fort metro station. This is the red Ford EcoSport. Also, by the way, owned by Umar Nabi, the car bomber. And we don't know who parked this car in Faridabad outside the Al Falah University, but it was outside Al Falah University and found last night, and Republic TV was live at that location when agencies managed to track down that car. Now, the third car that was missing is this Brezza. It's a Suzuki car, and this car we are trying to pull out details of the ownership. We'll just do that in just a few minutes. But this car has also been found, and this car also was going to be used for the purpose of being loaded with explosives and then taken to a location and was supposed to explode. Rakshita is joining me with the details. Rakshita is joining me live. She's at the blast site. Rakshita, more details coming in, right? What do we know about this car, the registration? Are you being able to pick up any more details? One pattern is that none of these cars were registered in their names. They used different trails. Finally, the car reached them somehow. They never owned it.
Yes. Now, talking about this first car, of course, that was the one at the site and that exploded. That was the i20. The second car that was being searched for just 24 hours ago was the red EcoSport that was found at the Khandavli village in Faridabad. Now, that is still that still has not been dismantled because it could be laden with explosives. What we know that this EcoSport car was being used by the brother-in-law, possibly with the brother-in-law who has been arrested of Umar Nabi, and he was carrying the explosives in that EcoSport. This is what is being suggested by our sources, that the EcoSport was being used for transporting, for supplying the explosives. Now, the car number 3 is the Brezza that has been found out. It is reportedly from Haryana. What we are understanding, this the another car that has been now seized. And what could be possible is that there are more cars. There are more cars that are also under the radar of the Delhi police and the investigative agencies. And yes, this is the modus operandi. What we understand from the initial reports, the initial probe that's suggesting this could be a modus operandi of these terrorists, this white-collar jihadi module, to in fact carry out multiple attacks. These multiple locations, multiple teams, all these white-collar jihadis to be, they will be divided in groups of maybe 2s or 3s, and they will be carrying out blasts in different locations. And yes, the registration details of that Brezza car has not been released yet. But you can see that from one point to the other, this entire trail is being now uncovered by the police, and henceforth there is a lot of vigilance along the borders of Delhi. There is heightened surveillance and heightened vigilance if we talk about the cars in many of the areas, especially in Faridabad, of course, and Al Falah University, where you see that the vehicle was parked and the Brezza car was parked, and it could be that it is possible that more vehicles are also being searched for as the investigation is deepening and widening at the same time. Over to you, Naranjan.
Thank you for that, Rakshita. And let's tell our viewers, this morning more CCTV sequences emerged. And it's in an age of technology, AI, it's not easy to get away.
And today we have for the first time visuals of the moment of the blast, location of the blast, that split second when the blast happened. And we have seen all the CCTV footage that has emerged, and we are piecing it together. This is another video that came in from 8:10 a.m. where Umar Nabi was spotted at a toll plaza. And this particular video, a large bag was also placed on the back seat of the car. Look at that. In this particular shot, this is the toll plaza. You can see that in the rear seat, in the passenger seat, at the back side, the back seat, there was something stored. Some kind of storage is there. Was that the explosive, or was it something more? This is at 2:05 p.m. at Connaught Place. The car was spotted once again. Was Connaught Place the target? Was Connaught Place the target? Because Connaught Place and Red Fort are quite a distance away. So he was wrecking Connaught Place. He was wrecking Connaught Place. Even investigators believe that at some point he had parked the car in Connaught Place. He was wrecking a spot, maybe looking for a spot at 2:05 p.m. He was also later spotted leaving a mosque. That too has been caught on CCTV. Now, Connaught Place, this particular location where CCTV footage has captured the Hyundai i20. Now, this spot is roughly about 3 kilometers from the Parliament. And that is why it becomes important. 3 kilometers from the Parliament, and maybe their plan was to find a spot as close as possible to the Parliament. 2:30 p.m., about 20 minutes later, this is Umar Nabi, the bomber. Umar Nabi seen here leaving the mosque, leaving the Turkman mosque, and this was a little after 2:30 p.m. And in this particular visual, you can see him looking over his shoulder, looking back, perhaps checking if there were any CCTVs, if he was leaving any trail behind. He's seen wearing a black jacket, and he was wearing trousers, jeans, and he's just seen walking away from the masjid. He's seen leaving the mosque, and investigators believe that he was inside the mosque before reaching the final destination where he exploded, which was the Red Fort signal, Red Fort metro station signal. This is Umar Nabi, the car bomber. For the first time, when this visual came in the morning, it was for the first time that we've seen him in motion this clearly. A clear shot of him walking. He's dressed, wearing a dark jacket, a dark pair of trousers, shoes, and walking, looking over his shoulder, nervous, obviously, having been spotted already by CCTV. So, if you map all of this, ladies and gentlemen, if you map all of this, and all of this is in addition to what we have seen in the last few days. 3 new videos that you need to know about today. The first video is where he was spotted at a toll booth at 8:10 a.m. And why is this video important? Because in the rear seat here, in the rear seat, not just Nabi, you can see him wearing a mask in this video, but in the rear seat, you can see that he stored something. Was that the explosive? Now, let me show you the second video. The second video is at Connaught Place, where the car, the i20 car, is seen moving. The number plate is the same, and investigators believe this is why Connaught Place could have been on the terror radar. Point number 3, the third video, clearest of them all, where Umar Nabi is seen for the first time moving clearly. We hear that he was at the Shazi Ilahi Mosque. He was at the mosque, what is referred to as the Turkman Mosque, for almost 10 to 15 minutes, could be much more. But he was there, and he's seen walking away from the mosque. Now, what he did at the mosque, we don't know. Was there something inside the mosque? We don't know. Did he take something away from the mosque? We don't know. Did he park the car next to the mosque, outside the mosque, parking lot? We don't know. That's still being investigated. Let me go across to Shambhavi. In fact, Shambhavi, what she did was she matched the divider that you see here, the divider, to the spot where he was spotted outside the mosque. And it's a clear match, what you see here and at the mosque. Here's Shambhavi's report.
This is the same divider that you can very clearly see in the video, in the picture, and it is, although a blurred picture, you'll also see. So this is the pole. So you can also see some part of the pole in the picture. This is the divider, this is the pavement, and this is the area. So you can also see the design you can corroborate the design of the mosque. We'll show you the design here. And this is also clearly visible, although the picture is a little blurred because it was magnified to corroborate whether it was Umar who was entering the mosque at the given time. And you can see some parts of this, the color, the pattern, everything makes sense. There is a camera on the inside as well, inside the masjid when you enter. And he was possibly here for at least 3 hours. He was after he entered Delhi at 8:20 a.m., he actually took the outer ring road surrounding Delhi, and he travelled through half of the Delhi. He drove around Delhi, he drove around major places of the Delhi, and after finally being stationary in the parking lot, you can also see parts of that in that picture. This is the pavement. This is mostly, cars are mostly parked out here. You can see there are cars and autos still parked out here. And those are the pictures of the exact same place. Republic is showing you the exact same place. But you can see in the camera that more than 200 police personnel have seen the surveillance videos of more than 60 CCTV footages and have traced out the 11-hour journey of Umar once he left from Faridabad at 7:30. This is the same spot. This is the same spot where he was spotted entering the masjid.
And ladies and gentlemen, the red EcoSport, the second car that was found, which was the red Ford EcoSport, it's interesting because the car was found stationary in Faridabad. And investigators have been there, different teams have been there searching the car, and they believe there's something, or rather, how do we put it? We as journalists believe there's something in the car, and that is why it's still there, being investigated. Rakshita is joining me with a report of that. Rakshita, what do we know so far of the red EcoSport that was spotted near Faridabad? Anything found inside the car? What's the latest that you've been able to pick up?
Well, the multiple agencies have been investigating these cars, and what we understand is that there was NSG also that was at the spot last night. As we speak, this red EcoSport car remains there in Faridabad, and the dog squad was also rushed to the spot right when it was rounded up last evening. Now, what we understand is that there could be some explosives in that car that there's no official confirmation on that, but the fact that it has not been dismantled is the very reason that there could be some explosive substances in that car that is still there in Faridabad's Khandavli farmhouse. So yes, that is the second car that the police was on the lookout for. The third one is Brezza, and that was also found parked in Al Falah University. This is in fact a nefarious plot that is now now being unmasked, Niranjan, and there could be more cars that are on the radar of the agencies. Having said that, yes, this is in fact a good lead that EcoSport car could be used by the brother-in-law of Umar Nabi for carrying the explosives, for transporting the explosives. So this red EcoSport car that has been seized in Faridabad was also part of the plan. If not for this location, we do not know yet what really is behind, why it was parked there. Was it rushed to that place? Was it being taken somewhere else? Where was it taken? That is a question. Those are the questions that remain unanswered. But yes, that's a key lead that the Delhi police has been able to now get along with the latest seizure of the car, that is the Brezza car, Niranjan. All right. We will also tell you more details about what the investigation that is being going on in Faridabad's Al Falah University, not just in Faridabad but also at the headquarters of the Al Falah University in Okhla, where the Haryana police had arrived at today. And we will show you the report that has been filed by my colleague Sahil from Faridabad, where the red Ford EcoSport was parked, and it remains there and is being investigated. Take a look.
इस वक्त हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव के अंदर मौजूद हैं, जहां पे लाल रंग की इको स्पोर्ट कार को स्पॉट किया गया था। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर जो आतंकी है उसके नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी। मेरे पीछे की तस्वीर में आप देख सकते हैं, हाँ, लगभग हम यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी पे मौजूद हैं और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार आपको तस्वीरों में देखी जा सकती है। कल शाम के समय इसी गांव के प्लॉट में गाड़ी को स्पॉट किया गया था और अब गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया जा रहा है। कल शाम के समय एनएसजी की टीम यहां पर पहुंची थी। एनएसजी के अलावा जांच एजेंसी यहां पर आई थी, एनआईए की टीम आई थी और गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया गया है और सर्च करने के बाद एनएसजी की टीम यहां से जा चुकी है। रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार जो आप तस्वीरों में देख रहे हैं, ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हैं। ये इको स्पोर्ट कार डॉक्टर उमर के नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी, जो कि फेक एड्रेस पे रजिस्टर्ड की गई थी। इसी गाड़ी की तलाश की जा रही थी क्योंकि पहली गाड़ी i20 थी जो कि ब्लास्ट होती है, जो कि उमर डॉक्टर जो थे वो गाड़ी चला रहा था, लेकिन अभी दूसरी गाड़ी की तलाश की जा रही थी और दूसरी गाड़ी इको स्पोर्ट कार तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं नज़र आ रही है। और कुछ ही देर में सीएफएसएल की टीम यहाँ पर आएगी। सीएफएसएल की टीम आने के बाद इस गाड़ी को सेफ लोकेशन पे ले जाया जाएगा। तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि पुलिस के जो जवान है वो आपको चारों तरफ यहाँ पर नज़र आ रहे हैं और वजह यही है कि सुरक्षा कारणों के कारण भी मीडिया को थोड़ी दूरी पे रखा गया है। और इसी इको स्पोर्ट कार को कल एजेंसीज और 5 राज्यों की जो पुलिस थी वो ढूंढ रही थी, लेकिन अब इको स्पोर्ट कार को कल यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया जाता है और ये बताया जा रहा है कि डॉक्टर उमर का जो ड्राइवर है, जो कि यूनिवर्सिटी में रहता है, उमर का करीबी था, वो इस गाड़ी को चलाकर अपनी बहन के घर पे यहाँ पे लाया था और यहीं पे इस गाड़ी को पार्क किया जाता है। हालांकि 12 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय तक जो है गाड़ी को पूरी तरह एनएसजी टीम द्वारा सर्च किया गया। शुरुआती तफ्तीश है कि कुछ संदिग्ध नहीं मिला है, लेकिन ऑफिशियली स्टेटमेंट आना बाकी है। लेकिन अभी भी गाड़ी के जो गेट आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे खोले गए हैं, जो बोनेट है वो भी खोला गया है। पूरी बारीकी से एक एक चीज़ देखा गया कि कुछ एविडेंस जो है या फिंगरप्रिंट्स वो एजेंसीज के हाथ लगे, जिससे और ज़्यादा इनपुट जो है धमाके मामले में एजेंसी जो है जुटाई पाए।
Short break, viewers, but our rolling coverage continues as the role of Pakistan is getting now clearer by the day. Now, brother of terrorist Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. We'll get you all the details on that. And also the Turkey link to the Delhi blast also being uncovered. Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasa, as per sources. We'll be right back with more.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail.
Role of Pakistan Delhi blast gets clear. Brother of terror Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistan handler in Afghanistan. Car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasa, says sources. Terrorist Umar seen at 5 places before Delhi blast. He was also seen visiting the Connaught place in his outer circle. A new CCTV grab of Umar, the bomber, is now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl-e-Lahi Mosque. Haryana police reaches the headquarters of Al-Falah University in Okhla. Financial accounts of the university to be probed. Home Minister Amit Shah holds a high-level meeting regarding on the Delhi blasts. Home Secretary, IB Chief, ED Chief and top officials present at the meeting. Exercise Trishul in full throttle. General Officer Commanding-in-Chief Southern Command reviews the operational readiness of amphibious forces of Southern Command on board INS Jalashwa. All right, we start with some news coming in, viewers, on the Al-Falah University headquarters that is in Okhla. Now, Haryana police has arrived in connection with the investigation of the Al-Falah University. Remember, the NAC has also sent a notice on the accreditation of this university, and now what we know is that the financial audit is also all set to be carried out. The Haryana police has meanwhile reached the headquarters of Al-Falah University in Okhla. Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaheen Saeed and Umar, these terror doctors were okay. I'm told that bomb disposal squad has arrived at the Al-Falah University in Faridabad. The bomb disposal squad has arrived at the university, Al-Falah University in Faridabad, that has become the hub, the epicenter of this entire terror module, the white collar jihad module, and the bomb disposal squad, as we see, is at the spot in Faridabad. The bomb disposal squad, we are getting in visuals of that, live visuals, latest visuals coming in from the Al-Falah University in Faridabad. This after Haryana police arrived there, and Haryana police also was accompanied by the bomb disposal squad. And we have reaction also coming in. Listen in.
पाँच मिनट कर लो यार, असल में एसएचओ का फोन आ रहा है, एसएचओ साहब वगैरह रिकॉर्ड कर लो ये।
हाँ करिए। हाँ सर, इतनी बड़ी चीज हुई है जिसमें अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम बिल्कुल बीच में आ रहा है, द सेंटर ऑफ इट, उस पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
मैडम, ये एक दुखद घटना हुई है। यूनिवर्सिटी इस चीज़ के लिए बहुत दुख में है, सदमे में है, और यूनिवर्सिटी के लोग ये चाहते हैं कि जितने भी लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, इतने नोबेल प्रोफेशन में आने के बाद उन लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, आइसोलेटेड वाली हरकत की है, उनके खिलाफ पूर्णतः कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जो लोग इसको उन लोगों को रेडिकलाइज किया है, जिन लोगों ने भी किया है, उनके खिलाफ भी पूरी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, उन्हें जस्टिस पे लाना चाहिए।
और सर, इसकी फंडिंग को लेके, अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फंडिंग को लेके बहुत सवाल उठ रहे हैं, उस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जितनी भी फंडिंग है, अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस से उसकी फंडिंग है। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी को कोई भी बाहर के देशों से, किसी जगह से भी कोई भी फंडिंग नहीं है। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस उसको चलाने के लिए सफिशिएंट है। अल-फलाह एक सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल यूनिवर्सिटी है।
थैंक यू।
Right, that is the reaction coming in from my colleague Shambhavi was getting that reaction from the Al-Falah University, and she has continued her coverage from the spot where the bomb disposal squad is present at the moment. We just got you those live shots, and Shambhavi is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Shambhavi, well, tell us what information are you gathering, because there is now intense scrutiny on the Al-Falah University, the finances, the administration, and the bomb disposal squad is now also at the spot.
Well, we are here right now at the Al Falah office at Okhla, Jamia Nagar, and we will show you, this is the office, and we're going to show you, because this university, apart from its association with the doctors who were involved in this terrorist blast, there was the Al Falah University is again in the controversy regarding its accreditation. And here we'll show you, you see Al Falah University in this form, a private university established by an act of Haryana, recognized by UGC under section accredited with A grade. Now this is the claim, which is an absolute false claim. NACC has said that this is a false claim. We'll also show you how this university has issued a statement. We are going to show you how they have completely ridden their hands from any kind of association with these doctors. We wish to make it clear that university has no connection with the said persons apart from being working in their official capacities with the university. And here we also want to make it loud and clear that as responsible institution, we stand in solidarity with the nation and reaffirm our unwavering commitment. So this is what the university has issued, and we are right now at the office here in Okhla. The Haryana police, Delhi police was here. They've collected certain documents which is connected to the university, to their ownership, related to other important, again, the information is not disclosed at the moment because it is an ongoing investigation, but there has been constant movement of police in this office. We have also spoken, as you saw, we've also spoken to the legal advisor who has said that there was absolutely no association with the terrorist.
Right. Shamabi, stay on with us. In fact, we're getting in more and more angles and how the world is also reacting to this. There has been, of course, worldwide condemnation. United States, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, today also condemned the terror attack and said that it was very much clear that what happened in Delhi was a terror attack. And Washington, D.C. has also commended India's measured approach and measured response, saying that the matter is still under investigation. Here's what exactly Mark Rubio had said. Listen in.
Terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. So, but clearly, I mean, we're aware of the potential that it has, and so we spoke about that a little bit today, the potential that it has to become something broader. But I think we're going to await to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing it. It clearly was a terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. So, but clearly, I mean, we're aware of the potential that it has, and so we spoke about that a little bit today, the potential that it has to become something broader. But I think we're going to await to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing a good job.
All right, we have breaking news coming in right now. Now, the terror doctor Adil. There's an update coming in on Adil. He traveled from Indigo flight. He traveled on an Indigo flight from 31st of October from Srinagar to Delhi. He traveled from Srinagar to Delhi on the 31st of October, just days before the attack. Just days before the attack, 9 to 10 days before the attack. And flight tickets of Adil have been found torn in dustbin. The pieces have been now found of that torn ticket in a dustbin. And this has also given away another clue as far as the travel details of terror doctor Adil is concerned. And it has these pieces of the ticket has been now picked up by police, and it has been sent for forensic examination, viewers. And my colleague Sagar has filed this report telling you more about Adil's whereabouts and the clues, the evidence that has now been gathered. Take a look.
देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा है जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए। ये देखिए घर का दूसरा दरवाजा है और इस दरवाजे का इस्तेमाल इसलिए किया जाना था ताकि अगर कोई जांच एजेंसी, कोई टीमें यहां पर पहुंचे तो कैसे जल्दी से डॉक्टर आदिल अपने और अपने साथियों को इस दरवाजे के रास्ते भगा दे। ये देखिए ये जो गली मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, ये गली पूरी सुनसान है। यहाँ पर ना कोई सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं और ना ही देखिए यहाँ पर एक रात में परिंदा भी पर मारेगा निकलकर, क्योंकि गलियां थोड़ी खाली हैं। यहीं के क्या रहने वाले आप लोग भी यहाँ? तो देखिए गली में यहाँ पर यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। तो देखिए फिलहाल ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ के रहने वाले नहीं है क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम यहाँ पर चल रहा है। लेकिन अब चंद कदम की दूरी पर देखिए वो मस्जिद है, जिस मस्जिद में डॉक्टर आदिल जाकर देखिए नमाज पढ़ता था। फिर उसके बाद जो वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल है जहाँ पर वो नौकरी के लिए जाता था। गौरव, कौन सी वो मस्जिद जहाँ पर जाता था नमाज के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए सामने वो दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, वो दरवाजा जो दिख रहा है वही आसमा मस्जिद है। उस आसमा मस्जिद में आदिल जाता था। आदिल जाने के बाद वहाँ पर सीढ़ियों से चढ़ता था, अंदर जाके नमाज पढ़ता था। कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि 1-2 बार आदिल को यहाँ पर नमाज पढ़ते हुए देखा गया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आदिल नमाज पढ़ने के बाद दोबारा अपने रूम पर आता था और यहाँ से इन्हीं सुनसान गलियों के जरिए पैदल बाहर सड़क तक जाता था और जाने के बाद ऑटो करने के बाद वो हॉस्पिटल पहुंच जाता था, जहां पर वो अपने काम को अंजाम देने के बाद रात के समय दोबारा वापस इसी कमरे पर आता था।
तो देखिए बिल्कुल ये वो मस्जिद की तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं जहां पर डॉक्टर आदिल देखिए नमाज पढ़ने के लिए आता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर दाखिल होता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर भी कुछ लोगों का ये कहना था कि यहाँ पर उन्होंने डॉक्टर आदिल को देखिए देखा भी था। फिलहाल देखिए मस्जिद ये बंद है। कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं कि कोई आए उनसे भी हम बातचीत करें। जब डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर देखिए दाखिल होता था, देखिए ये वो गलियां जिसमें रहता था। ये फिलहाल वो मस्जिद जिसको हमने आप दिखाया, वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, यहाँ से कुछ ही किलोमीटर की दूरी पर, जहाँ पर देखिए जाकर वो नौकरी करता था। उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर उसने ज्वाइन की, बहुत अधिक सैलरी पे। लेकिन उस अस्पताल प्रबंधन से जब हमने कुछ देर पहले बातचीत की अनामिका, तो वहाँ पर ये कहा गया कि हम इस बारे में बयान अभी हम दे नहीं रहे, लेकिन 12 बजे जब मैनेजमेंट की टीमें आएंगी वो बताएंगी इस बारे में कि आखिर कैसे डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर आए। क्योंकि यहीं पर जब 37 दिन पहले ब्लास्ट के शादी समारोह में सभी जो है आतंकी शामिल होते हैं, ये तय किया जाता है कि कैसे दिल्ली के हर एक इलाकों में, लखनऊ में, फिर यूपी में हथियारों की सप्लाई करनी है, ब्लास्ट यहाँ पर पहुंचानी है। अब देखिए वो जो घर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, घर जो है किस तरह से सामने जो है खाली प्लॉट वहां पर है। हालांकि देखिए लोग इस पूरे बड़े मामले पर बचने से दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ पर रहते हैं गलियों में, देखिए उसी के पास उस शख्स का घर भी है जो ये नकार रहा है कि देखिए हम नहीं जानते इस घर में कौन रहता था। हालांकि लोगों का ये कहना कि हाँ वो छुप छुपा कर यहाँ पर आता था, जाता था। अब देखिए इस पूरे गली में कहीं आपको सीसीटीवी नहीं दिखाई देगा। बड़ा बड़ा ये देखिए यहाँ पर मकान यहाँ पर बने, बड़े बड़े घर यहाँ पर बने। लेकिन डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था वो यहाँ पर आतंकी ग्रुप को इसीलिए बुलाता था ताकि जो है किसी भी देखिए तरह से यहाँ पर लोग जो है कैमरे में कैद ना हो। और इसीलिए अभी तक कोई भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज जब आदिल की यहाँ से मूवमेंट होती थी वो अभी तक सामने नहीं आ पाई कि आखिर कैसे आदिल यहाँ से अस्पताल की तरफ जाता था, कैसे नमाज पढ़ने के लिए जाता था। अभी तक फिलहाल वो सब सामने नहीं आ पाया। घर के बाहर देखिए मीटर लगा है, लेकिन इस घर का मालिक भी अभी इस समय फरार है। वो घर का मालिक अभी तक गौरव सामने नहीं आया जो इसका मकान।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए मास्टर जाकिर इस घर का मालिक बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक वो लापता है। उसका कोई पता नहीं, उसके गांव का अभी तक कोई पता नहीं लग पाया है। लेकिन सबसे आदिल को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस यहाँ से गिरफ्तार करके ले गई, जब से वो बिल्कुल लापता दिखाई दे रहा है। अभी तक उसकी कोई सूचना पुलिस तक को नहीं है,
पुलिस को भी नहीं मिल पाई।
जी
आखिर दिल्ली में जो आतंकी ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बीज कहां पर बोए गए, आखिर उसकी फसल कहां पर देखिए सबसे पहले तैयार हुई, उसी का खुलासा रिपब्लिक भारत इस समय हर दिन कर रहा है और कई अहम कड़ियां सामने आ रही हैं। यह है सहारनपुर का देखिए वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, जहां पर डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था, जो जैश के संगठन से जुड़ा था, जो हथियारों की सप्लाई करता था, जो लोगों का ब्रेन वॉश करता था, वो यहां पर आकर सबसे पहले नौकरी किया। यहीं पर लोगों को लगातार वो मिलाने लगा और दिल्ली ब्लास्ट के 37 दिन पहले यहां पर सभी डॉक्टरों, जो आतंकियों की फौज है, वो यहां पर मुलाकात करती है। फिर उसके बाद स्क्रिप्ट पूरी तैयार की जाती है, पटकथा की आखिर कैसे पूरे देश भर में ब्लास्ट किए जाएं, धमाके किए जाएं। लेकिन आखिर देखिए ये जो ठिकाना मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, जहां पर देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल आया नौकरी करने के लिए, और अभी फिलहाल देखिए अस्पताल मैनेजमेंट जो इस बारे में बताएगा कि आखिर कैसे यहां पर वो पहुंचा। देखिए तस्वीरें, यहां पर आया डॉक्टर आदिल, सबसे पहले नौकरी किया, फिर उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर में जाकर उसने ज्वाइनिंग की। और भी कई अहम कड़ियां इसमें सामने आ रही हैं कि आखिर कैसे यहां तक वो पहुंचा, कैसे वो देखिए बैंक अकाउंट खुलवा रहा है हर जगहों पर, क्योंकि आखिर पहला ठिकाना उसने यहाँ पर क्यों बनाया, कितने की सैलरी पर वो ज्वाइन किया। और यही नहीं, उसके घर में कौन कौन से लोग मुलाकात के लिए आते थे, इस बारे में भी देखिए बातचीत अब की जा रही है। यहीं से रोज देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल जो एंट्री करता था, अस्पताल में दाखिल होता था, बहुत मोटी सैलरी पर देखिए यहाँ पर वो ज्वाइन किया था। लेकिन जो उसने किराए पर मकान लिया इस अस्पताल से देखिए चंद कदम की दूरी पर, उस मकान में भी 2 दरवाजे थे। 2 दरवाजे होने का मकसद ये था कि अगर कोई आगे से मुलाकात करने के लिए आया तो कैसे उसको पीछे रास्ते वापस कर दिया जाए। 5 से 6 गाड़ियां डॉक्टर आदिल जो यहाँ पर सबसे पहले कश्मीर से नौकरी के लिए आया डॉक्टरी की, उसके यहाँ लोग मुलाकात करने के लिए हर दिन जाते थे। उन संदिग्ध गाड़ियों में कौन से लोग आते थे उनसे भी पूछताछ इस समय की जा रही है। लेकिन आखिर 37 दिन पहले सहारनपुर का वो देखिए जो है लोकेशन था जहां पर लोग मुलाकात करते हैं एक शादी समारोह में, और आतंकियों ने पूरी पटकथा लिखी कि आखिर कैसे देश को धमाके की आग में झोंका जाए, देश का माहौल बिगाड़ा जाए। सहारनपुर लोकेशन रखने का मतलब एक था क्योंकि यहाँ से दिल्ली, लखनऊ, मथुरा, ये तमाम देखिए लोकेशन है उत्तराखंड जैसी, जिसको देखिए यहाँ पर निशाने पे, टारगेट पे लिया जाए आतंकियों के जरिए।
Sagar is in fact joining us live on the broadcast from Saharanpur. Sagar, well, हम ये देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से ये जो आदिल है इसने जब वो पोस्टर लगाए थे श्रीनगर में और वो सीसीटीवी में सामने आया, तब जाके इस मामले ने तूल पकड़ा है। और इसके बाद जो सामने आया है वो हमने देखा है कि काफ़ी कुछ बाहर आ गया। जो पूरा टेरर मॉड्यूल है फरीदाबाद में, उसका भी पर्दाफाश हो गया। आदिल जो है वो काफ़ी वक्त से जीएमसी अनंतनाग में काम कर रहा था और वहाँ से वो सहारनपुर जाता है और काफ़ी अच्छी खासी उसकी कमाई भी वहाँ होती है। और क्या क्या जानकारी आपको सामने आ रही है, आपके पास आप क्या हासिल कर पा रहे हैं सहारनपुर से आदिल के बारे में, जो कि इसका जो भाई है वो भी अब जो है रेडार में है तमाम जांच एजेंसियों के?
देखिए रक्षिता, बिल्कुल अगर हम बात करें तो पूरे मामले में कई बड़े खुलासे हो रहे हैं जब से हम सहारनपुर पहुंचे हुए हैं। डॉक्टर आदिल जो पहली देखिए कड़ी माना जा रहा है इस पूरे घटनाक्रम की, पोस्टर लगाने के बाद धीरे धीरे खुलासे होने लगे। जम्मू कश्मीर में नौकरी करता था डॉक्टर की, फिर वो आकर सहारनपुर में देखिए यहाँ पर अस्पताल में नौकरी की शुरुआत किया। 2 से 3 डॉक्टर आदिल ने घर अपने बदले। उन घरों के 2-2 दरवाजे हुआ करते थे सन्नाटेदार एरिया में, जहाँ पर एक परिंदा भी पर ना मारे रात के अंधेरे में। ऐसे जगहों को देखिए यहाँ पर तलाशा गया। रात में जो है कई आतंकी मिलने आते थे, फिर उस कमरे के अंदर जो है बैठकर प्लानिंग की जाती थी। डॉक्टर आदिल कभी दुकानों पर जाकर खाना नहीं खाया, ना तो किसी दुकान पर जाकर खड़ा होता था। वो ऑनलाइन डिलीवरी ही करवाता था घर तक, और हर एक खाने को ऑनलाइन ऑर्डर करता था। पैकेट घर तक आते थे, सारे सामानों की ऑनलाइन देखिए ऑर्डर यहाँ पर बुकिंग की जाती थी। तो ऐसे में अपने आप को बचाता भी फिरता था। लेकिन जिस अस्पताल में उसने काम किया, चाहे यहाँ पर मेडिकेयर की बात करूं मैं या फिर वीब्रॉस की बात करूं, 2 से 3 अस्पतालों में जाकर हमने रिपोर्ट तैयार की। वहां पर लोगों को अंदाजा भी नहीं था कि इतना बड़ा आतंकी है, देश का इतना खूंखार आतंकी उन्हीं के बीच रह रहा है, साथ उठ रहा है, बैठ रहा है। और यही वजह है कि खुद को बचाने के लिए 10 से 6 की नौकरी करने के बाद जो है डॉक्टर आदिल वहां से ऐसे रफूचक्कर होता था, किसी को पता भी नहीं चलता था। फिर जो है वहां पर रहने के बाद रक्षिता, अस्पताल के कई ऐसे लोग थे जो कि उसके शादी में शामिल होने के लिए पहुंचे जम्मू तक भी। जिन लोगों से हमने बातचीत की, डॉक्टर बाबर की बात करूं जो उसके शादी में गए, वो कहे कि शादी के अंदर भी जहां पर वो कई लोगों से मुलाकात किया जो इस पूरे आतंकी ग्रुप के थे, उन लोगों को भनक तक नहीं लगी कि आखिर कैसे वो देखिए इस पूरे प्लानिंग जो है ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग कर रहा है, देश में कैसे आतंकी गतिविधियों को अंजाम दिया जाए। सूत्र तो ये भी बता रहे हैं कि आतंकी मॉड्यूल को लेकर देखिए रिक्रूटिंग सेंटर भी यहाँ पर खोलने की तैयारी में था, और अब जो है कई बड़े खुलासे यहाँ पर देखिए पूरे मामले में हो रहा है। लेकिन रक्षिता, कई अहम कड़ियां सामने आ रही हैं। कुछ देर पहले देखिए, अगर मैं बात करूं तो वो देखिए जो है टिकट भी अब सामने आ चुका है। जैसे जो है श्रीनगर से दिल्ली तक की वो यात्रा करता है छापेमारी के बाद, जहां उसके घर से AK-47 बरामद किया गया। आखिर दिल्ली वहां पर क्यों पहुंचा? क्या दिल्ली पहुंचने के पीछे डॉक्टर आदिल की मंशा यही थी कि कैसे वहां पर धमाकों की पूरी रूपरेखा तैयार की जाए जो लाल किले के पास ब्लास्ट हुआ? तो कई बड़े खुलासे पूरे मामले में अभी होने बाकी हैं जो लोगों को हैरान कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर सहारनपुर में रहने का मकसद केवल एक था कि कैसे कॉरिडोर के रूप में, गलियारे के रूप में इस सहारनपुर का इस्तेमाल किया जाए। बात करें यहाँ पर देखिए देवबंद यहाँ पर है, यहाँ पर पास में देखिए यहाँ पर उत्तराखंड है, यूपी है, ये हरियाणा, हिमाचल, ये तमाम देखिए राज्य सहारनपुर से सटे हुए हैं। और यही वजह है कि सहारनपुर को एपी सेंटर के रूप में इस्तेमाल करना चाहते थे सभी आतंकी, लेकिन अब ये पुलिस के हत्थे चढ़ गए। कई बड़े खुलासे हो रहे हैं। बैक टू स्टूडियो रक्षिता।
बिल्कुल सागर, अगर आप बात करें आप क्या क्या और जानकारी हासिल कर पाए हैं, क्या ये जो ये शख्स है आदिल, क्या इसकी बातचीत होती थी किसी से, और क्या इसने जो आपने बात करी यहाँ पर भी ये एक रिक्रूटमेंट सेंटर भी एक सेंटर खड़ा करने की भी इसकी कवायद जारी थी, इसको लेकर और कोई जानकारी है कि क्या ये कितने लोग आते थे इसके घर पे, जो कि आपने दिखाया एक दरवाज़ा भी है, दूसरा दरवाज़ा भी है, पूरी तरह से सजग रहा है आदिल जब तक वो सहारनपुर में रहा है। क्या और लोगों ने बताया है उसका हाव भाव कैसा था, कितने लोगों से वो बात करता था, कितनी घंटे की वो सर्विस होती थी, कुछ और जानकारी आप जुटा पाए हैं?
देखिए रक्षिता, बिल्कुल अगर मैं बात करूं, जिस घर के अंदर डॉक्टर आदिल रहता था, आतंकी आदिल कहेंगे हम उसे, आतंकी जहां पर रहता था, वहां पर 7 से 8 लोग हर रात आते थे उससे मुलाकात करने के लिए। कई लोग तो ऐसे थे जो रात भी वहीं पर गुजारते थे, डॉक्टर आदिल के यहाँ पूरी प्लानिंग में रात बीत जाती थी।
Joined by Soumya, who is at the Al Falah University. She at the Al Falah University in Faridabad. Soumya is getting us some live details, some live inputs coming in. Soumya, over to you.
Well, see Rakshita, you can see the visuals, back-to-back police cars getting inside the Al Falah University. Just few minutes back, we had confirmed that the Brezza in question has been tracked down by the Faridabad police here inside the very campus. I would request my camera person to zoom in. If you could see the barricades there, well within the premises of the university. It's that very barricade from where all the STF vehicles, all the senior police official vehicles, it's there, they're stopping, and from there the investigation has begun. As we speak, we had multiple senior officials along with the ACP of Faridabad coming here. We also saw a bomb squad team also entering the Al Falah University's premises. Now it's happening what we saw yesterday right after the red eco sport in question, when it was rounded up by the Faridabad police, and several central agencies had come on the spot for the investigation. In the same manner, the Brezza investigation is underway. We just had the bomb squad entering the university, then we had the ACP, we had the SHO of Dhoj village where this particular university is situated. So multiple movements of senior police officials happening as we speak. Investigations are underway. It's serious as the said Brezza is registered under the terror Dr. Shaheen's name. So these are the developments as we are picking up with regards to the movement outside Al Falah and the investigation with regards to the seized Brezza in question.
Right, of course, there are multiple inputs that we are getting in now from Al Falah University in Faridabad, and not just Al Falah in the university itself, but the headquarters, the head office in Okhla, the Jamia Nagar area in Okhla, of course, that also is now under scanner as the bomb disposal squad is at the headquarters. And also, we have spoken to the administration now. Soumya, you've been at the Al Falah University right since the attack happened in Delhi. The evening of 10th of November. There have been the finances of this university are also under scanner. We understand that they are also are going to be audited, and not just that, the issue of accreditation, the accreditation of this institute, of this medical institute, is also under scanner, and it has now also received a notice from NAAC. Soumya, if you could just shed some light on that.
Yes, Rakshita, the troubles are mounting for Al Falah University, and it's not just now the terror module angle, the harboring of the terror module, and the 4 individuals in question, the 4 terrorists in question for that matter. Now several other angles are also emerging, one being the NAC accreditation, how false claims have been made by Al Falah with regards to 2 of their courses, one being the engineering and other the arts teaching course, how with regards to their accreditation, NAC has claimed that they, for that matter, they have not even undergone any such assessment in the past. The accreditation has lapsed long back. It has been given 7 days time to file a response with that regard and also to comply by the notice and what all has been asked. They have been asked to put down such claims from their website, and with that the NAC director professor has also said that this is a very misleading claim meant to deceive the parents, also the students also who might come here for the admission. With that, within a few minutes of the show cause notice that went viral, which was issued by NAC to the university, the university's website also went down by the university authorities for that matter. Security agencies started probing with that regard also, that why has been the university website taken down by the authorities. Now the financial audit, as we have mentioned earlier, is of course the next big course of action, because it is important. As we speak, Rakshita, you can see the visuals again, how the movement of the top officials continues to enter inside the premises of Al-Falah. More such movements are expected inside Al-Falah, because it's a big development that the Brezza in question belongs to the terror Dr. Shaheen. Now, as we see how the whole procedure panned out with regards to investigation in these suspected cars that are associated with the said terrorists. So of course a proper procedure will take place. We have the bomb squad inside. Many such other departments are also expected to arrive here any moment. With that, if we now circle back to the point of the financial audit of the college, of course, as mentioned earlier, this had to be the next course of action of the security agencies, because it is very important to understand, for that matter also establish the financial track record, the trails as to from where the financial funding they were getting, how they were using the funds, because we had three major phases of the terror module, the Faridabad terror module behind the Delhi blast case, and it was harboring for not just several months but years now. Muzammil Shakil was a part of this university for several years now. So these are the details that we are picking up, Rakshita.
Right. Right, many thanks, Soumya. We'll keep coming back to you as the investigation continues, and viewers on the other side will get you how the role of Pakistan is becoming very, very clear, the face of terror, who is behind this attack, and one by one we'll piece together this entire puzzle as the investigation is only widening day by day, hour by hour. Stay tuned to Republic TV's continuous rolling coverage.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. India's most authentic college rankings, built on data, powered by verified reviews. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Role of Pakistan in Delhi blast gets clear. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistani handlers in Afghanistan. Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasha, as per sources. Terrorist Umar seen at 5 places before the blast at the Red Fort parking. He also is spotted visiting the heart of Delhi, that is the Connaught Place. New CCTV image of Umar, this is the bomber of the Delhi blast, shows him hidden in the Fazl-e-Ilahi Mosque. Haryana police reaches the headquarters of Al Falah University in Okhla. Financial accounts of the university to be investigated by agencies. Home Minister Amit Shah holds a high-level meeting regarding on the Delhi blast. The Home Secretary, IB Chief, ED Chief and top officials present at the meeting. Okay, we have updates coming in. We have updates coming in on this story. Exercise Trishul in full throttle. General Officer Commanding in Chief Southern Command reviews the operational readiness. All right, viewers, Republic TV continues to report from the blast site and multiple vantage points from Faridabad to Okla. The investigation underway in Jammu and Kashmir as well. Now, my colleague Niranjan will tell you this entire terror doctor web. This entire web, viewers, that is being dismantled every single day, viewers. Here's a lowdown of the faces of this white-collar jihadi module.
Rakshita, what has happened is, since this morning, not just videos, but we've been breaking different angles, and we've got a big lead on the Pakistan link. And let me tell you how it's all adding up. The faces of terror. Who have been the faces of terror so far? Let's show you their faces and who they are linked to. This is the web of terror as unraveled by Republic TV, and in the course of the investigation, this is what we have found out. Now, it all comes down to that man, the Muslim cleric Irfan from Shopian. He's a Jaish operative who was sitting in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, let me tell you, Umar Nabi is the bomber. Umar Nabi used to be a student of this radical cleric called Irfan Ahmad Wage. That's Umar Nabi, the car bomber. This is Muzammil Ghane. Muzammil Ghane was arrested. So Muzammil is in custody. Muzammil is a tough nut to crack. But what we know about Muzammil is also a student of this radical cleric, radical Maulvi called Maulvi Irfan Wage. Now, these two were his students, and how did this man operate? Let me tell you a little bit more about the other two terror doctors, the faces of terror. Shaheen Shahid, the other face of terror. She was a Jaish woman wing chief. Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terror group, wanted a lady, a woman, to head their terror wing in India. And they chose Shaheen. Shaheen was chosen for that specific purpose, white-collar jihadi. And she's someone who's very, very interesting. She has been a doctor based in Lucknow, has worked in Saudi Arabia, has links in Pakistan as well. Now, let me tell you more about Shaheen Shahid. She was also in touch with Muzammil, in fact, with Irfan. And Irfan seems to be the central node of, he was not just a radical cleric, but also a radical preacher, acting as a radical recruiter for the doctor module, the terror doctor module as it's being called now. And Adil Ahmed, finally, who stockpiled the weapons and who was arrested from Saharanpur. Saharanpur is where most of the clerics are. It is seen as the hub of clerics, and many of them are now under scanner. Now, let me tell you one more thing. All of them are linked to him, and how this man operated, and we spoke to his wife yesterday. How he operated was, he's a class 5 dropout, first of all. This Irfan, this cleric from Shopia called Irfan, is a class 5 dropout, and he used Telegram to try and radicalize youth. He didn't say much, he didn't do much, but one message here, there, and he would ensure that mostly white-collar professionals would respond, and he was tasked with attracting, recruiting white-collar jihadis. So he's a radical preacher, and along with him, we are getting in details, names of other clerics and some more in Saharanpur who are under scanner. We'll go across to that, but this is something that we wanted to show our viewers. Getting in more breaking news, one of the key conspirators, one of the terror doctors, Adil Rathar. Republic has accessed a ticket, and this ticket was found in the dustbin, we are told, terror doctor Adil. A ticket that was found in the dustbin. This is a Republic TV exclusive. That's his Indigo flight ticket. That's his name, route, Srinagar to Delhi, flight number mentioned, date 31st of October 2025, Adil Rathar. His name mentioned on the boarding pass. That's a boarding pass, and on the boarding pass of this terrorist, we see that he traveled to Delhi, from Delhi to Srinagar. So it was a Delhi-Srinagar which confirms that he was going back and forth, and his last trip between Delhi and Srinagar was on the 31st of October, exactly 10 days before the Delhi blast. 10 days before the Delhi blast, Adil Rathar had traveled to Srinagar. He had returned from Srinagar. Zeenat, he had returned from Srinagar. Does this match what the family has been saying? Zeenat, Have you been able to talk to his family? What has his family said? Does it match what they have been saying all along?
See, as far as the family of the Adil is concerned and the Muzaffar, they have been questioned by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and that is why the leads are emerging as far as Dr. Muzaffar's role is concerned, who, as per the reports, they suggest now that he has a role in who has played a role in the blast because he has been in touch with along with his brother to Pakistan. ISI, they have met ISI officers in Turkey also, and before this blast triggered, he had already left from the Kashmir Valley 10 days ago. So that makes it more interesting, and it also tells you how the investigating agencies are cracking each and every lead. It's not only that they have kept the men in custody, but rather they are working day and night to get more and more details, and now the J&K police in touch with the Interpol to issue a notice, to look out notice for Dr. Muzaffar. So this tells you about the gang of the doctors who are the white collar terrorists and have been into the terror business, the kind of blast that Delhi witnessed couple of days when that has consumed multiple lives. Many of the people are still recovering from the injuries, and here in the Kashmir Valley we see the more and more arrests being taking place as far as the Adil is concerned, the Muzaffar is concerned. Then there comes another lead from the Kazigund, Arif Mir, who's a cardiologist student, who's a postgraduate cardiologist and comes from the family of police, and he's one of the he has another 3 siblings who are also in doing their MBBS in other mode of education. But again, that man is also in question because he's been detained by the ATS in connection with Dr. Shahin's custody live with Srinagar police. So a lot of things, the place is turning more dramatic and more interesting as far as the leads are concerned, because we are seeing many activities taking place at Srinagar Cargo where arrests have been kept. They are going through the phase of interrogation, whether it is Muzammil or it is Adil or then Shahin, the doctor, then Molvi, the radical preacher, the Irfan who comes from Chopin. And in all these raids we have seen since yesterday itself, the 10 people have been detained for the questioning, and out of 10, the 3 are the government employees. So if you remember, Niranjan, we have seen for the last 2 years the administration of the LG is identifying moles in the Kashmir, in the departments, in different departments, and he has been dismissing the people from the service, for which a lot of hue and cry was made by the main political party and the opposition that this cannot go like this, LG cannot do it. But seeing now that, so what the findings of the LG administration, that is why many of the doctors, many of the professors, those who have been working in the universities, they were dismissed from the service. Even the lot that is even being questioned, the doctors lot, those who are now working with the Al Falah University, because one of the doctors whose name is Dr. Nisarul Haq, who was earlier, I remember during 2009-10, he was the president of the Doctor Association Kashmir. He too was dismissed by the LG administration. Later he found his way for livelihood from the Al Falah University. He was taken into question by the NIA. There had been a statement from his wife that her husband has nothing to do, but he is cooperating with the investigations of the NIA. So NIA again is in focus as far as the questioning is there, because taken over the case is lying with the NIA, from J&K police to SIA to CIK, the NIA, the central agencies are investigating. So this is a multi-layer and it has spanned to multi-states apart from India. We are now seeing the cords are getting connected. If you remember the raids taken place in Badgam against the Dr. Fai, who's the resident of the United States of America. Yes.
Because we've picked up some more inputs, and I have some more breaking news coming in from Saharanpur. Now, this Dr. Adil Ahmed Ratar, a Jammu and Kashmir terror doctor, arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now, he was one of the critical pieces. November 6, 4 days before the blast, he was picked up from Saharanpur. Republic had reported on that day that an arrest had happened from Saharanpur for alleged links with the Pakistan-based terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed. He was working as a medical medicine specialist at famous Medicare hospital in Saharanpur, having joined on the 20th of March 2025 after leaving another hospital called Vibras Hospital. And prior to his Saharanpur stint, Dr. Atil Rathar worked at the Government Medical College in Anantnag. So all these terror doctors have a common link. They all worked at GMC Anantnag. Till October 2024, he was in GMC Anantnag. His arrest followed evidence of his involvement in putting up Jaish posters in South Kashmir, and he's suspected of planning attacks in Delhi, Western Uttar Pradesh. Here's a report that we have from Saharanpur of this terror doctor.
देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा है जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए। ये देखिए घर का दूसरा दरवाजा है और इस दरवाजे का इस्तेमाल इसलिए किया जाना था ताकि अगर कोई जांच एजेंसी, कोई टीमें यहां पर पहुंचे तो कैसे जल्दी से डॉक्टर आदिल अपने और अपने साथियों को इस दरवाजे के रास्ते भगा दे। ये देखिए ये जो गली मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, ये गली पूरी सुनसान है। यहां पर ना कोई सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं और ना ही देखिए यहां पर एक रात में परिंदा भी पर मारेगा निकलकर, क्योंकि गलियां थोड़ी खाली हैं। यहीं के क्या रहने वाले आप लोग भी यहाँ? तो देखिए गली में यहां पर यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। तो देखिए फिलहाल ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ के रहने वाले नहीं है क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम यहाँ पर चल रहा है। लेकिन अब चंद कदम की दूरी पर देखिए मस्जिद है, जिस मस्जिद में डॉक्टर आदिल जाकर देखिए नमाज पढ़ता था। फिर उसके बाद जो वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल है जहाँ पर वो नौकरी के लिए जाता था। गौरव, कौन सी वो मस्जिद जहाँ पर जाता था नमाज के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए सामने वो दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, वो दरवाजा जो दिख रहा है वही आसमा मस्जिद है। उस आसमा मस्जिद में आदिल जाता था। आदिल जाने के बाद वहाँ पर सीढ़ियों से चढ़ता था, अंदर जाके नमाज पढ़ता। कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि 1-2 बार आदिल को यहाँ पर नमाज पढ़ते हुए देखा गया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आदिल नमाज पढ़ने के बाद दोबारा अपने रूम पर आता था और यहाँ से इन्हीं सुनसान गलियों के जरिए पैदल बाहर सड़क तक जाता था और जाने के बाद ऑटो करने के बाद वो हॉस्पिटल पहुंच जाता था, जहां पर वो अपने काम को अंजाम देने के बाद रात के समय दोबारा वापस इसी कमरे पर आता था।
तो देखिए बिल्कुल ये वो मस्जिद की तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं जहां पर डॉक्टर आदिल देखिए नमाज पढ़ने के लिए आता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर दाखिल होता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर भी कुछ लोगों का ये कहना था कि यहाँ पर उन्होंने डॉक्टर आदिल को देखिए देखा भी था। फिलहाल देखिए मस्जिद ये बंद है। कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं कि कोई आए, उनसे भी हम बातचीत करें। जब डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर देखिए दाखिल होता था, देखिए ये वो गलियां जिसमें रहता था। ये फिलहाल वो मस्जिद जिसको हमने आप दिखाया, वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, यहाँ से कुछ ही किलोमीटर की दूरी पर, जहाँ पर देखिए जाकर वो नौकरी करता था। उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर उसने ज्वाइन की, बहुत अधिक सैलरी पे। लेकिन उस अस्पताल प्रबंधन से जब हमने कुछ देर पहले बातचीत की अनामिका, तो वहां पर ये कहा गया कि हम इस बारे में बयान अभी हम दे नहीं रहे, लेकिन 12 बजे जब मैनेजमेंट की टीमें आएंगी वो बताएंगी इस बारे में कि आखिर कैसे डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर आए। क्योंकि यहीं पर जब 37 दिन पहले ब्लास्ट के शादी समारोह में सभी जो है आतंकी शामिल होते हैं, ये तय किया जाता है कि कैसे दिल्ली के हर एक इलाकों में, लखनऊ में, फिर यूपी में हथियारों की सप्लाई करनी है, ब्लास्ट यहाँ पर पहुंचानी है। अब देखिए वो जो घर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, वो घर जो है किस तरह से सामने जो है खाली प्लॉट वहां पर है। हालांकि देखिए लोग इस पूरे बड़े मामले पर बचने से दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ पर रहते हैं गलियों में, देखिए उसी के पास उस शख्स का घर भी है जो ये नकार रहा है कि देखिए हम नहीं जानते इस घर में कौन रहता था। हालांकि लोगों का ये कहना कि हाँ वो छुप छुपा कर यहाँ पर आता था, जाता था। अब देखिए इस पूरे गली में कहीं आपको सीसीटीवी नहीं दिखाई देगा। बड़ा बड़ा ये देखिए यहाँ पर मकान यहाँ पर बने, बड़े बड़े घर यहाँ पर बने। लेकिन डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था वो यहाँ पर आतंकी ग्रुप को इसीलिए बुलाता था ताकि जो है किसी भी देखिए तरह से यहाँ पर लोग जो है कैमरे में कैद ना हो। और इसीलिए अभी तक कोई भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज जब आदिल की यहाँ से मूवमेंट होती थी वो अभी तक सामने नहीं आ पाई कि आखिर कैसे आदिल यहाँ से अस्पताल की तरफ जाता था, कैसे नमाज पढ़ने के लिए जाता था। अभी तक फिलहाल वो सब सामने नहीं आ पाया। घर के बाहर देखिए मीटर लगा है, लेकिन इस घर का मालिक भी अभी इस समय फरार है। वो घर का मालिक अभी तक गौरव सामने नहीं आया जो इसका मकान।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए मास्टर जाकिर इस घर का मालिक बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक वो लापता है। उसका कोई पता नहीं, उसके गाँव का अभी तक कोई पता नहीं लग पाया है। लेकिन सबसे आदिल को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस यहाँ से गिरफ्तार करके ले गई, जब से वो बिल्कुल लापता दिखाई दे रहा है। अभी तक उसकी कोई सूचना पुलिस तक को नहीं है,
पुलिस को भी नहीं मिल पाई।
जी
आखिर दिल्ली में जो आतंकी ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बीज कहां पर बोए गए, आखिर उसकी फसल कहां पर देखिए सबसे पहले तैयार हुई, उसी का खुलासा रिपब्लिक भारत इस समय हर दिन कर रहा है और कई अहम कड़ियां सामने आ रही हैं। यह है सहारनपुर का देखिए वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, जहां पर डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था, जो जैश के संगठन से जुड़ा था, जो हथियारों की सप्लाई करता था, जो लोगों का ब्रेन वॉश करता था, वो यहां पर आकर सबसे पहले नौकरी किया। यहीं पर लोगों को लगातार वो मिलाने लगा और दिल्ली ब्लास्ट के 37 दिन पहले यहां पर सभी डॉक्टरों, जो आतंकियों की फौज है, वो यहां पर मुलाकात करती है। फिर उसके बाद स्क्रिप्ट पूरी तैयार की जाती है, पटकथा की, आखिर कैसे पूरे देश भर में ब्लास्ट किए जाएं, धमाके किए जाएं। लेकिन आखिर देखिए, ये जो ठिकाना मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, जहां पर देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल आया नौकरी करने के लिए, और अभी फिलहाल देखिए अस्पताल मैनेजमेंट जो इस बारे में बताएगा कि आखिर कैसे यहां पर वो पहुंचा। देखिए तस्वीरें, यहां पर आया डॉक्टर आदिल, सबसे पहले नौकरी किया, फिर उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर में जाकर उसने ज्वाइनिंग की, और भी कई अहम कड़ियां इसमें सामने आ रही हैं कि आखिर कैसे यहां तक वो पहुंचा, कैसे वो देखिए बैंक अकाउंट खुलवा रहा है हर जगहों पर, क्योंकि आखिर पहला ठिकाना उसने यहाँ पर क्यों बनाया, कितने की सैलरी पर वो ज्वाइन किया, और यही नहीं, उसके घर में कौन कौन से लोग मुलाकात के लिए आते थे, इस बारे में भी देखिए बातचीत अब की जा रही है। यहीं से रोज देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल जो एंट्री करता था, अस्पताल में दाखिल होता था, बहुत मोटी सैलरी पर देखिए यहाँ पर वो ज्वाइन किया था। लेकिन जो उसने किराए पर मकान लिया इस अस्पताल से देखिए चंद कदम की दूरी पर, उस मकान में भी 2 दरवाजे थे। 2 दरवाजे होने का मकसद ये था कि अगर कोई आगे से मुलाकात करने के लिए आया तो कैसे उसको पीछे रास्ते वापस कर दिया जाए। 5 से 6 गाड़ियां डॉक्टर आदिल जो यहाँ पर सबसे पहले कश्मीर से नौकरी के लिए आया डॉक्टरी की, उसके यहाँ लोग मुलाकात करने के लिए हर दिन जाते थे। उन संदिग्ध गाड़ियों में कौन से लोग आते थे, उनसे भी पूछताछ इस समय अब की जा रही है। लेकिन आखिर 37 दिन पहले सहारनपुर का वो देखिए जो है लोकेशन था, जहां पर लोग मुलाकात करते हैं एक शादी समारोह में, और आतंकियों ने पूरी पटकथा लिखी कि आखिर कैसे देश को धमाके की आग में झोंका जाए, देश का माहौल बिगाड़ा जाए। सहारनपुर लोकेशन रखने का मतलब एक था, ये था क्योंकि यहाँ से दिल्ली, लखनऊ, मथुरा, ये तमाम देखिए लोकेशन है उत्तराखंड जैसे, जिसको देखिए यहाँ पर निशाने पे, टारगेट पे लिया जाए आतंकियों के जरिए। आशीष जी, अभी तक क्या कुछ जांच हो रही है, और जिले में जिस तरह से आदिल ने डेरा डाला हुआ था, अभी इस बारे में क्या कुछ खुलासे आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, 6 तारीख को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस थी, उसने हमसे रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि उनका एक सस्पेक्ट है यूएपी एक्ट में, और उनको गिरफ्तार करने में उनकी मदद की ज़रूरत थी। तो उसमें हमारी एसओजी टीम ने उनकी मदद करके उनको अरेस्ट करवाया, और उसके बाद में वेरियस जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज़ थी उन्होंने उनकी इंटरोगेशन की। उसके बाद में जो कोर्ट में ट्रांजिट रिमांड के लिए उसको भेजा गया, और भेजने के बाद में फिर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के साथ में उसको रवाना किया गया। आगे फिर जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई है वो आपके सामने है, और अभी जो भी वेरियस इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज़ जो भी हमारी मदद की ज़रूरत जिसको भी पड़ती है, जो जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस है, सभी को मदद की जा रही है, लगातार मदद की जा रही है। और जनपद में चेकिंग वगैरह भी की जा रही है, जो रेलवे स्टेशंस या जो हमारे बॉर्डर्स हैं उन सब पे भी चेकिंग की जा रही है, और कुल मिलाकर स्थिति पे हमारी नज़र बनी हुई है, और जैसा भी जो भी एजेंसीज़ के काम चल रहे हैं उनमें सभी में सपोर्ट किया जा रहा है।
देश को दहलाने वाला इतना बड़ा आतंकी सहारनपुर में रहता है डॉक्टर आदिल, क्या खुफिया जानकारी, कुछ इस तरह के इनपुट आप लोग को पहले नहीं मिले सर?
देखिए, कुछ फैक्चुअल डिटेल्स हैं, कुछ ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स हैं। जो फैक्चुअल डिटेल्स हैं वो हमने आपसे शेयर कर दी हैं। ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स जो है वो जो है इंटरनल होते हैं, और उन सबको उस पर निगाह हमारी लगातार बनी हुई है, और जो भी कार्रवाई होगी उसको अपडेट किया जाए।
There is a key Pakistan link that is now emerged, ladies and gentlemen, and his name is Muzaffar Ahmad Ratar, brother of Adil Ratar, brother of the terror Dr. Adil, who is also a key suspect in the Delhi blast case. Now, this man is the Pakistan linked. He's someone who was in touch with the Jaish handlers. He was in touch with a Pakistani handler who was based in Afghanistan and allegedly directed Umar Nabi, the car bomber, to carry out the attack. So Muzaffar was the man holding the remote control. Along with Muzabil, Muzaffar visited Turkey in 2022, met a Pakistani handler in Istanbul, and he was coordinating the terror module from Dubai, but shifted to Afghanistan after Dr. Adil's arrest. The Afghan investigation itself is ongoing, with authorities examining their connections and also movements as we speak. But his name becomes extremely critical. This was a story that we broke this morning of Muzaffar, the man that you see on your screen. He's also a doctor, a terror doctor who visited Afghanistan and earlier went to Turkey with Umar Nabi. Here's a report.
Right now, we are outside the residence of Dr. Adil and Muzaffar. Adil is already in the custody of J&K police, the Srinagar police, and now the Jammu and Kashmir police has requested Interpol, as they had approached Interpol, to issue a red corner notice as well as the Muzaffar is concerned. Today, we are showing you the visuals of this residence. This is located in Kazigund, Kulgam, where the Jammu and Kashmir police approached Interpol to issue a red corner notice against Dr. Muzaffar in connection with the interstate white-collar terror module. Muzaffar is rather a brother of Dr. Adil, who was among the 8, including the doctors arrested in the case related to Red Fort. Muzaffar's name surfaced during interrogation of these arrested. They said he was the part of the doctors' team that visited Turkey in 2021 along with Muzammil and Umar Ganai. Umar, who was driving the vehicle, because of him that Red Fort blast occurred. Even the DNA samples have matched with his mother, and today now the hunt is for Dr. Muzaffar, who is the brother of Adil, because Adil is the one from whose locker in GMC a rifle, the AK-47 rifle, was recovered. He has been taken into custody, arrested by the Srinagar police. Meanwhile, there are multiple coordinate search operations going on in the entire Kashmir, but meanwhile the focus continue to remain here in Kazigund, Kulgam, and also in Avantipora and Anantnag and Pulwama, where from Dr. Umar actually hailed, and Dr. Muzammil, who still remains in the custody of Srinagar police.
And as we speak, the Al-Falah University has become the central focus of the investigation, because that's where all of these terror doctors had a common link. They all were working or studying at the Al-Falah University. Haryana police has reached the headquarters of this university called Al-Falah, and the office itself is in Okhla in Delhi. Those are pictures coming in of the police at the Al-Falah University. They've been going in and out, and their office, their headquarters in Okhla, Delhi, was also searched. Their accreditation is now being scrutinized. NAC is going to look at the accreditation very, very closely. But Al-Falah University tried to wash its hands off these terror doctors, tried to say that they had no affiliation with them except for the fact that they were faculty there. But that's not the truth. That's not the truth, because they were there, and one of the cars suspected to have been used in the module for the bombings was also found inside the Al-Falah University. How did this university operate? How did it get away? My colleague Shambhavi has also been investigating the story. Those are pictures, by the way, of Republic going inside Al-Falah. We hear that most of these terror doctors were operating from one particular section in one particular building, wing of the Al-Falah University. Those are pictures of the investigators at the university today. And we have a report. Let's play it out.
इतनी बड़ी चीज हुई है जिसमें अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम बिल्कुल बीच में आ रहा है, द सेंटर ऑफ इट, उस पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
मैडम, ये एक दुखद घटना हुई है। यूनिवर्सिटी इस चीज़ के लिए बहुत दुख में है, सदमे में है, और यूनिवर्सिटी के लोग ये चाहते हैं कि जितने भी लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, इतने नोबेल प्रोफेशन में आने के बाद उन लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, आइसोलेटेड वाली हरकत की है, उनके खिलाफ पूर्णतः कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जो लोग इसको उन लोगों को रेडिकलाइज किया है, जिन लोगों ने भी किया है, उनके खिलाफ भी पूरी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, उन्हें जस्टिस पे लाना चाहिए।
और सर, इसकी फंडिंग को लेके, अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फंडिंग को लेके बहुत सवाल उठ रहे हैं, उस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जितनी भी फंडिंग है, अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस से उसकी फंडिंग है। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी को कोई भी बाहर के देशों से, किसी जगह से भी कोई भी फंडिंग नहीं है। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस उसको चलाने के लिए सफिशिएंट है। अल-फलाह एक सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल यूनिवर्सिटी है।
Taking a break on our non-stop coverage of the Delhi blast conspiracy, ladies and gentlemen, Umar Nabi, the bomber, the terror bomber of Delhi, had wrecked the Connaught Place in the national capital. There is a video that shows his car, a Hyundai i20, near Connaught Place. Was it one of the targets? Looking at that angle. Umar Nabi spotted outside the Fazal Ilahi Mosque. Fazal Ilahi Mosque, where he visited. He spent some time before leaving from the mosque and bombing Delhi. The car bomber hid in a mosque in the national capital. Let that sink in.
वाह वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The Startup Park by IQ Ventures continues to set new benchmarks for India's innovation ecosystem. And today's Deep Tech Conference in Bengaluru exemplifies this vision. The venue is alive with energy as founders, creators, and investors gather to exchange ideas and launch new ventures. A highlight of the day is the arrival of Akshat Agarwal, founder of Arya, whose mission is to create dynamic co-living and co-working spaces for ambitious builders. As Akshat shares his story, Startup Park stands out as a platform empowering innovators to turn bold ideas into reality, fostering an environment and atmosphere where daring projects and meaningful communities thrive side by side. At Startup Park, events like Deep Tech Conference offer a space for experimentation and real connection, perfectly aligned with Akshat's vision for Arya. During his expert talk, he challenges attendees to imagine future societies, harnessing collaboration to reshape urban living.
He's the Pakistan link unmasked by Republic Muzaffar Ahmad Rathar, the man who was in touch with the Pakistani handlers travelling to Pakistan, travelling to Afghanistan, travelling to Turkey. His role has been unmasked by Republic. This is a Turkey link to the Delhi blast. Key meetings took place in Turkey. Muzammil and Muzaffar travelled to Turkey. Details of the meeting on Republic. Umar Nabi, the car bomber Rekit Connaught Place. Was Connaught Place also a target? There's also a video now that shows how maybe it was to be chosen as one of the terror targets. Another CCTV emerges showing Umar Nabi, the car bomber, the man who blew up the car, the Hyundai i20 in Delhi, leaving a mosque called Fazal Ilahi Mosque in Delhi just hours before the blast. Al-Falah University, which turned out to become a Jaish-e-Mohammed den, is being investigated. Police at its headquarters, funding is being investigated. Back-to-back meetings in Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. Details on Republic. Exercise Trishul underway as India sends a message that it is completely war ready. Getting in breaking news right now of another doctor who's been arrested. These are details that we're picking up. Dr. Farooq Ahmad Dar from the Al-Falah University has been arrested and he's being investigated. The doctor was picked up from the Al-Falah University. Dr. Farooq Ahmad Dar from the Al-Falah University has been arrested. These are details that we're picking up. Going across to our reporters, also sharing the details. Zeenat is joining us. Zeenat, what do we know about Farooq Ahmad Dar's role?
Niranjan, see, this Farooq Ahmed Dar, he comes from Central Kashmir's Budgam district and has been associated once again with the Al-Falah Institute in Faridabad. Now the Delhi police has made an arrest, as we know that Delhi police is being accompanied by Jammu and Kashmir police, J&K police camping in Delhi, Faridabad and Haryana to get into the case, because the initial leads were generated by the Srinagar police. Now the doctor who comes from Central Kashmir's Budgam and was affiliated with Al-Falah, because Al-Falah is an institute where from we are getting the doctors who have been were in nexus with each other as far as the entire story of the Red Fort blast is concerned. He has been taken into custody and he has not been detained. Rather, he has been arrested by the Delhi police. That tells you that he is spilling more and more beans. Now he needs to be seen that what kind of role was he playing as far as this terror module, the Jaish Mohammed module is concerned, how far his links were, whether he providing any logistical support or he was a courier in its form to help these doctors or the terrorists in the white coat. So the another breaking is that the Delhi police has made an arrest of a doctor who actually hails from Budgam district but has been associated with Al-Falah. See, from Al-Falah we are seeing that Dr. Muzammil has been part, Dr. Muzaffar is a part, Dr. Shaheen is a part. Now this another doctor who is identified as Farooq Dar is from Al-Falah. So the 4 doctors from the same institute is in news, and that for the bad reasons they are making the headlines. It seems that more arrests will be in the coming time, because as Srinagar police has approached Interpol for the red corner notice, what made them to approach Interpol again is a part of the investigation that tells that Srinagar police has laid its hand on something very serious for which they have approached Interpol. And as far as the Turkey links are concerned, ISI, because right from the day one we've been saying that the entire story, the strings of this entire story is in Pakistan, though Government of India has not named Pakistan in this barbaric plot, but the strings are there. There we see that everything is getting connected, whether Pakistan operating from its own
I have
soil
some breaking news
or
coming in, Zinat.
their people operating.
Zinat, I have some breaking news coming in. Be with me. Shawan is getting in some breaking news right now. ED is going to file a case against the Al-Falah University. Story breaking on Republic. Once again, another big update. First on Republic. So you'll see all of the channels will now follow us. But that's because only because we are leading the coverage on the Delhi blast conspiracy. ED, the Enforcement Directorate, is going to file a case on the Al-Falah University. Top government sources confirming to Republic that there are suspicious financial transactions that will be probed. Government sources adding that the management version of donations is not really adding up. Sources also telling Republic that management, which has said money was raised only through fees, is not really adding up. Sources saying that the owner is linked to the chit fund scam. Sources telling Republic also that the owner has been arrested in the past in a chit fund scam. So this university, which has become a Jaish-e-Mohammed den, is going to face more heat, with the Enforcement Directorate also getting into the thick of things and investigating the financial angle. And there are many questions, many loopholes in the story. Al-Falah, what it says on record doesn't really add up. Shawan is joining us live. Shawan, when we were going through the university website, which of course now has been taken down, one of the critical aspects I noticed when I looked at the website is how the Al-Falah, not just the university but the trust, had a lot of these crowdfunding, crowdsourcing, asking for funds kind of initiatives, right? Now, it doesn't add up. If they were getting money only through fees, and if they were doing well, why were they doing this? Asking for money, asking for funds.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, let me first take our viewers through a key meeting that took place earlier today. Top government officials were basically called to take forward this entire investigation that is basically going on. One is certainly the security concern that the nation faces at this stage, keeping in mind that there was a larger nexus at play. But having said that, most of these centers, for instance, Al-Falah being one such, has been a cause of concern because they believe that these are now becoming centers of radicalization. Let me just quickly add to this. One of the sources that I spoke to was part of the meeting. He's essentially indicated that the government wants a complete cleanup on these centers who have basically acted as fronts of various organizations, and they are dubious to say the least. Now, as far as Al-Falah University is concerned, after the blast took place and the case was basically taken over by the National Investigation Agency, you've had a parallel investigation already being conducted by various other agencies. Now, the Enforcement Directorate only comes into the picture primarily because they suspect that this is not about just funding coming in from, say, for example, local sources. It is about funding that is coming in from across across the border. And also the fact of the matter is that this entire doctor module, now it is becoming clear, was being run from Dubai. That is the reason why they suspect that there could be some suspicious financial transactions, because if you really look at the way they've been expanding their tentacles, particularly the owners of Al-Falah, you would clearly understand the fact that this is not about just one university. I'm given to understand that one of their owners, in fact, was taken into custody in the past. This was in a chit fund scam and has also been behind bars for several months put together. So he himself has a dubious past to begin with. Secondly, with regards to the number of people who have essentially been enrolled, of the 900 students, 109 are only from Jammu and Kashmir. This is nothing against any particular community or, for that matter, nothing against Kashmiri students. But having said that, there are vulnerable students who have been already radicalized, and that is the reason why it is becoming a cause of concern for the security agencies right now, because they believe that given the fact that certain ideology has been adopted by the students, they fear that the radicalization has gone to that extent where they've been motivated to carry out lone wolf attacks. So these are some of the major concerns, and it has been fueled by certain organizations from abroad and a few local organizations who have been the conduits for terror organizations like Jaish-e-Mohammed.
Yeah, and what are they looking at? Is it only the ownership? Because one of the key facts that hit us when we were looking at Al-Falah is how a large number of students were from Jammu and Kashmir. And you spoke about the kind of program that they ran there, where there was an exchange program or rehabilitation program. Now, under these programs, most of these students perhaps came into Kashmir. We can't generalize all of them. There were terrorists, terror backers among them, right? And if they were working from inside Al-Falah, if they were all meeting inside Al-Falah, if a terror car which was supposed to be used as a bomb parked inside Al-Falah, I don't think the administration and the management can any more now try and say they were just faculty and we had nothing to do with it. They can't.
Well, had it been just one, then perhaps this entire statement that has been given by Al-Falah and as well as the legal advisor with whom we spoke to, perhaps could have been taken on face value. But we are talking about at least 4 of the key conspirators of the doctor module being associated with Al-Falah in one way or the other. And it does not end there. The same place was essentially being used by the 4 terror doctors to carry out their entire agenda, and their agenda was to basically carry out bombings, serial bombings in the national capital and other places in the month of December. So in a way, Al-Falah University was becoming a terror den. Whether they like it or not, the reality is this, that meetings were actually taking place in the same building that our colleague Soumya had gone inside. There is evidence to the effect that certain weapons have also been recovered from there. The third aspect, that Dr. Shaheen, in whose car the weapons were basically kept, and thereafter it was dropped off in a dustbin in Faridabad. All of it was happening while the university was giving a free space to these doctors. Let's not forget the fact that Dr. Nisar, who was basically suspended by the administration of Jammu and Kashmir, headed by the LG there, he was rehabilitated by the Al Falah administration. And what I'm also picking up is that when I spoke to multiple sources in different agencies, they were all basically indicating the fact that those who have been suspended, those who have had a background of anti-national activities are the ones who are essentially being adopted by Al Falah University. So what answer do they really have to these questions that are now being posed?
Yeah. In fact, Shawan, breaking another big scoop there. You will see all other channels now try and copy that angle. But that's not the point. Point is, there is already an investigation on Al Falah. Haryana police is investigating Al Falah. We spoke to one of their legal advisors who tried to, of course, evade from the entire terror conspiracy, claiming that the administration of the college had nothing to do. How is it possible, ladies and gentlemen, that when there were 4 terror doctors working as faculty, are there no background checks that were conducted? And there are more doctors being arrested. We just reported that one more doctor from Al Falah has been arrested. So if there are 5 doctors arrested and many more on the run, how is it that Al Falah can claim they absolutely knew nothing, they slept over it, there were no checks, they are answerable and they should also face investigation?
Well, we are here right now at the Al Falah office at Okhla, Jamia Nagar, and we will show you, this is the office, and we are going to show you, because this university, apart from its association with the doctors who were involved in this terrorist blast, there was the Al Falah University is again in the controversy regarding its accreditation. And here we'll show you, you see Al Falah University in this form, a private university established by an act of Haryana, recognized by UGC under section accredited with A grade. Now this is the claim, which is an absolute false claim. NACC has said that this is a false claim. We'll also show you how this university has issued a statement. We are going to show you how they have completely ridden their hands from any kind of association with these doctors. We wish to make it clear that university has no connection with the said persons apart from working in their official capacities with the university. And here we also want to make it loud and clear that as responsible institution, we stand in solidarity with the nation and reaffirm our unwavering commitment. So this is what the university has issued, and we are right now at the office here in Okhla. The Haryana police, Delhi police was here. They've collected certain documents which is connected to the university, to their ownership, related to other important, again, the information is not disclosed at the moment because it is an ongoing investigation, but there has been constant movement of police in this office. We have also spoken, as you saw, we've also spoken to the legal advisor who has said that there was absolutely no association with the terrorist.
Republic TV has gone inside Al Falah University. In fact, some channels try to use a part of our footage. Our correspondent Soumya was inside the Al Falah University, and once we put out those videos, a part of our footage was taken and used by the other media networks because they realized how deep we had gone inside Al Falah. So we're proud of that, and shame on those channels who try to do that, but that's not the point. Here is the report from inside the Al Falah University. As we go inside, show you a little bit about the university that became the Jaish Den, the university where all these terror doctors held meetings.
Al Falah University, located in the Dhauj village of Faridabad district of Haryana. This university has now become the latest focus of a massive terror crackdown. 7 suspects, all with links to Jammu and Kashmir, were arrested, including medical students at Faridabad's Al Falah University, from where police arrested Dr. Muzammil Shakil and seized ammonium nitrate, an AK-47 rifle and ammunition from his room. Exclusive visuals accessed by Republic show the laboratories, classrooms and hostels where investigators have been now conducting searches. Teams of multiple agencies are reportedly looking into the alleged links of the detained doctors associated with Al Falah University.
Right now I'm inside the Al-Falah University, which is at the hem of the Faridabad terror module and has been under scanner specifically from last 3 days, and last 24 hours have been very, very crucial, as you've seen how the university has been completely taken over by police officials. And now behind me you can see the visuals of the building. The building in question is the same place where Muzammil Shakil, the first arrest that was made by the Jammu and Kashmir police in this Faridabad terror module, along with him the terror Dr. Shahina and the main suspect of the Delhi police, Umar Nabi. They all used to stay here.
But the university has denied any wrongdoing. In an official statement, the Vice Chancellor Professor Bhupinder Kaur Anand has called the allegations baseless and defamatory. And the university has now condemned the media reports, calling them misleading. Despite the denials, the atmosphere inside the campus remains tense.
This particular quarter behind me is the same place which is provided for the resident doctors or the assistant professors. This is being told to us is where all three of them used to live. This is the particular place where all the alleged meetings between the three of them used to take place. As per the sources within the university, under this quarter, the resident doctors have been provided 2 BHK flats. So was the case with Muzammil Shakil, for that matter, the terror Dr. Shahina, or for that matter, the prime suspect of Delhi police and NIA also, for that matter, at the moment of Delhi blast, the main suspect Umar Nabi.
The probe has brought the spotlight at the Al-Falah University, which was established in 2014. As security agencies continue their probe and questions emerge, Republic's cameras are inside, bringing the reality from ground zero.
In fact, ladies and gentlemen, we received a video. Look at that video. This is a human arm that was found this morning. And if you can show it on the wall here, I will also tell you a little bit about, because we were live this morning when forensics reached the spot and recovered this particular arm, and they carried it away. It was part of a live operation this morning. It was actually reported by one of the traders there. If you can cut to me for a second, I'll just show I'm speaking to the producers right now. The impact, ladies and gentlemen, if I can go across to that, can I just put that video here once again, please? It's a little important because it is 300 meters from the blast site. 300, can you just remove the watermark for a second, Kulveer? Remove the watermark for a second because it's important. You see the arm, this is a human remain. What you see here is a human remain. It's a forearm. It's somebody's forearm, ladies and gentlemen. Just think about it. 300 meters from the blast site, someone's forearm is lodged on top of a building 300 meters away. That was the intensity of this blast that took place outside the Red Fort. Unbelievable. In fact, we couldn't believe it this morning. There was a picture of the forensics picking up the forearm and carrying it away for forensic examination. We don't know, but what we can tell you with certainty is that at the blast site, the car bomber, whose name is Umar Nabi, who was at the wheel, a part of his leg was lodged between the brakes and the steering wheel, and they found a part of his leg still lodged inside that car. A very little part, because it was lodged inside and it didn't move away because of how, because of the intensity of that particular blast. But many other people, 12 lives have now been lost. 12, that death toll has gone up to 12. And we've been reporting how, and Rakshita was outside the Gauri Mandir there, Gauri Shankar Mandir, and she spoke about how human remains were found inside the temple premises, which is almost 100-150 meters away. And this particular shot, in fact, one of our reporters was on the field, and a trader sent this video to her, talking about how a human forearm was found nearly 300 meters away. And that was the intensity of the blast, which in itself tells you how well prepared they came. Rakshita has been talking about it. Let me go across to her. Rakshita, you spoke about how human remains were strewn, flown almost 203 meters, 300 meters away, right? That was the impact of it. And we're seeing it in pictures. I mean, it's gory, but the story has to be told.
Absolutely. What unfolded was absolute horror in that blast that took place on 10/11. So this is the blast site. That's gate number 1. That was the parking spot, and that was the spot of the blast, and that is completely sealed. Now from there, if you can just estimate, this is the Jain temple where we've been reporting from. Many pieces were found from here, from vehicle pieces, car, some parts of a car, and also a head, a severed head, and a shoulder was found here. And now next to this is the Lajpat Rai market. Now Lajpat Rai market is the spot where we are getting this video from. One of the shops there also saw that there was a severed arm of an individual that was lying on the terrace. Such was the intensity, Niranjan, and that is why it's becoming even more important for the forensics and all the teams, investigative agencies, to understand what substance was really used, what explosive was really used, because we are just a few meters, just few meters away, hardly 100 meters away or less than that from that blast site. And all throughout this stretch today also, more than 48 hours after the blast, we see that today Delhi police cell was also wrecking this area and was conducting a forensic sweep. Not just this area, not just the immediate stretch, but also this entire Netaji Subhash Marg was covered today by the Delhi police cell. They were looking at all the drain, the sidewalks, the dividers, all the pathways. They spared no corner today. The forensic team, the FSL team, has been doing their job for the past 48 hours. But yes, we see the Delhi police cell today also this afternoon was in fact deployed in every corner and conducting with gloves in their hand. Their hands were covered with those disposable gloves, and they had those polythenes in their hands, as we showed in the afternoon, and they were checking all the trees, all these saplings and the pathways, and even those vendors. These are all shops that are shut now. This lemonade, this is a lemonade vendor. Of course, all the shops are closed here. This is a very sensitive spot. So everything, right from where we are walking, we are showing you till the last stretch we see, till the last barricade. Every corner was being today checked by the Delhi police. And yes, this severed arm that has been found clearly shows how intense this blast was. There was no splinter, there was no crater. Clearly, ammonium nitrate fuel oil has been ascertained as part of the explosive, but this is another more potent and dangerous explosive that was also used in this blast, Niranjan. Okay, I'm told that we are swinging to a very, very short break, viewers, but we'll be right back with all the latest developments coming in as investigation is now widening from the Al Falah University to the headquarters in Okhla to the raids that are being conducted in Jammu Kashmir. We'll get you each and every detail, every minute-by-minute development only on Republic TV.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail, because it was very, very late. The blast had happened.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Role of Pakistan in Delhi blast gets clear. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Kasha, as per sources. Terrorist Umar seen at 5 paces before the Delhi blast. Accused was in the Hyundai i20 in Connaught Place outer circle, spotted in the CCTV footage. Fresh grab of Umar. The suspect, the bomber, is now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl-e-Ilahi Mosque at the Turkman Gate in Delhi before he carried out the blast. Haryana police reaches the headquarters of Al Falah University in Okhla. A financial account of the university to be probed. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a high-level meeting on Delhi blasts. Home Secretary, IB Chief, ED Chief and top officials present at the meeting. And exercise Trishul in full throttle. General Officer Commanding-in-Chief Southern Command reviews the operational readiness of amphibious forces of Southern Command on board the INS Talashwar. All right, viewers, we start with the visuals coming in of the red Eco Sport in Faridabad's Khandwali village. Now, this red Eco Sport car is being taken away after investigation. Remember, last afternoon, Delhi police has raised an alert about this red Eco Sport car that was under their radar. It was seized from Khandwali village of Faridabad. And now this, after investigation for almost 24 hours, has been now taken away by the cops. So it's now in the custody of Delhi Delhi police of the police as far as this red EcoSport car is concerned. Details coming in. It was recovered by the police in connection with the Umar Nabi. It was taken from the Khandwali village of Ballabgarh block. So that's the breaking news we have right now. The red EcoSport suspected to have been laden with explosives. It could have been used for transporting explosive material. That is also under investigation, and henceforth, given the risk accompanied by, given the risk that was, that could have been taken if it was just taken away immediately upon seizure. There was an investigation right from the NSG, NIA, bomb squad, even the dog squad was there. So this is the latest we have right now, the red EcoSport car. The car number 2 that has been under scan and played a key role in this blast and is connected to the terror module is being now taken away by the police. As you can see, more information coming in. You can see it is being towed away. And my colleague Soumya joins us live on the broadcast for more. Soumya, tell us about the latest action that is being taken. This red car finally, after it was seized last evening, is being towed away by the police.
Yes, well, Rakshita, this development comes after 24 hours. A search that began yesterday after it was flagged by the Delhi police as to how this particular car is of suspicion and it needs to be tracked down. Later yesterday, around between 5:30 p.m. to 6 p.m., it was tracked down by the Faridabad police. And then from there, that very moment at around 6 p.m., the investigation began. The suspicion around this red EcoSport and its association with the terrorist doctor, the main suspect in the Delhi blast case, Umar Nabi, how it was related to him, how it was a matter of suspicion for the investigators, for NIA and for the central agencies who are investigating the blast case. So now this development comes 24 hours later. Yesterday we saw how different departments, senior officials from different departments, be it from the Faridabad police or the crime branch of Faridabad police, NSG for that matter, the bomb squad, the dog squad, NIA, CFSL teams, multiple CFSL teams for that matter were there. But the investigation went on throughout the night yesterday. It continued for the more than first half of today, and now after the completion of investigation is finally that this particular car, the third car which is associated with this terror module, is being towed away by the officials. So again, reiterating, a thorough investigation that went on for 24 hours now comes to an end. Now, if the sources are to be believed, it is being said that this particular red EcoSport was used to transport the ammonium nitrate in question, which was actually also discovered from the rented place of Mujammil Shakil. So these are the developments that we're picking up with regards to the red EcoSport.
Right, just stay on with us, Soumya, because this, of course, has been under immense scrutiny. This red EcoSport car now being towed away. In fact, Republic TV had reached the spot and given our viewers an understanding of what was the significance of this recovery. My colleague Sahil has filed this report from the Khandwali village in Faridabad, telling you more about this particular car that was seized.
इस वक्त हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव के अंदर मौजूद हैं, जहां पे लाल रंग की इको स्पोर्ट कार को स्पॉट किया गया था। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर जो आतंकी है उसके नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी। मेरे पीछे की तस्वीर में आप देख सकते हैं, हाँ, लगभग हम यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी पे मौजूद हैं। और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार आपको तस्वीरों में देखी जा सकती है। कल शाम के समय इसी गांव के प्लॉट में गाड़ी को स्पॉट किया गया था और अब गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया जा रहा है। कल शाम के समय एनएसजी की टीम यहां पर पहुंची थी। एनएसजी के अलावा जांच एजेंसी यहां पर आई थी, एनआईए की टीम आई थी और गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया गया है और सर्च करने के बाद एनएसजी की टीम यहां से जा चुकी है। रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार जो आप तस्वीरों में देख रहे हैं, ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हैं। ये इको स्पोर्ट कार डॉक्टर उमर के नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी, जो कि फेक एड्रेस पे रजिस्टर्ड की गई थी। इसी गाड़ी की तलाश की जा रही थी, क्योंकि पहली गाड़ी i20 थी जो कि ब्लास्ट होती है, जो कि उमर डॉक्टर जो थे वो गाड़ी चला रहा था, लेकिन अभी दूसरी गाड़ी की तलाश की जा रही थी और दूसरी गाड़ी इको स्पोर्ट कार तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं नजर आ रही है। और कुछ ही देर में सीएफएसएल की टीम यहाँ पर आएगी। सीएफएसएल की टीम आने के बाद इस गाड़ी को सेफ लोकेशन पे ले जाया जाएगा। तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि पुलिस के जो जवान है वो आपको चारों तरफ यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं और वजह यही है कि सुरक्षा कारणों के कारण भी मीडिया को थोड़ी दूरी पे रखा गया है। और इसी इको स्पोर्ट कार को कल एजेंसीज और 5 राज्यों की जो पुलिस थी वो ढूंढ रही थी, लेकिन अब इको स्पोर्ट कार को कल यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया जाता है। और ये बताया जा रहा है कि डॉक्टर उमर का जो ड्राइवर है, जो कि यूनिवर्सिटी में रहता है, उमर का करीबी था, वो इस गाड़ी को चलाकर अपनी बहन के घर पे यहाँ पे लाया था और यहीं पे इस गाड़ी को पार्क किया जाता है। हालांकि 12 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय तक जो है गाड़ी को पूरी तरह एनएसजी टीम द्वारा सर्च किया गया। शुरुआती तफ्तीश है कि कुछ संदिग्ध नहीं मिला है, लेकिन ऑफिशियली स्टेटमेंट आना बाकी है। लेकिन अभी भी गाड़ी के जो गेट आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे खोले गए हैं, जो बोनेट है वो भी खोला गया है। पूरी बारीकी से एक एक चीज़ देखा गया कि कुछ एविडेंस जो है या फिंगरप्रिंट्स वो एजेंसीज के हाथ रखे, जिससे और ज़्यादा इनपुट जो है धमाके मामले में एजेंसीज जो है जुटाई पाए।
And we have some more breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This is more footage that is now being accessed by Republic TV. Fresh CCTV footage that is emerging now shows Umar Nabi, the bomber, had gone to Mewat, that is Nuh in Haryana, and the CCTV footage is confirming this. Terrorist Umar's car that was loaded with explosives had also visited Mewat. It travelled. It was passing by the local toll in Firozpur Jharika, that is in Nuh in Haryana. And this is from the early hours of the 10th of November, the day of the blast. And the fertilizer used in explosive was also purchased from Mewat before the blast had taken place. And that happened ahead of the terror doctor Muzammil's arrest, viewers. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Fresh footage coming in, the CCTV footage capturing Umar about his whereabouts. So you can clearly see that his entire trail, the places he had visited in Delhi and before he entered Delhi, in Haryana, from Faridabad to Nuh, this toll plaza he is crossing and the Badarpur crossing to enter Delhi. Jatin is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Jatin, हमें बताएं क्या कुछ और जानकारी आपके पास सामने आ रही है? उमर नबी जो है वो मेवात यानी कि नूह से भी गुजरा था इस गाड़ी के साथ जिसमें विस्फोटक मौजूद थे।
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये लाल किले ब्लास्ट का मेवात कनेक्शन है जो कि अब पूरे तरीके से एस्टेब्लिश होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। उमर की गाड़ी नूह क्रॉस की थी और 10 तारीख का ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, नूह टोल प्लाजा का ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज है। और आप देखेंगे कि देर रात जो उमर की गाड़ी है वो नूह से होते हुए जो मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे का लगातार जिक्र किया जा रहा था, उस एक्सप्रेसवे से नूह पहुंची, नूह से गुरुग्राम और गुरुग्राम से गुरुग्राम फरीदाबाद जो रोड है वो लिया गया और सुबह होते ही फरीदाबाद से दिल्ली वाला जो टोल है वो क्रॉस किया गया। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, नूह वो जगह है जहां से अमोनियम नाइट्रेट खरीदा गया था। हालांकि उस बाजार को भी दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल ने रेड किया, मल्टीपल लोकेशंस जो शॉप्स है उसको रेड की गई। ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि अमोनियम नाइट्रेट जो कि फार्म में सबसे ज्यादा यूज किया जाता है, 3 लोगों को इस मामले में डिटेन भी किया गया है। बाकायदा उनकी वीडियो बनाई गई है और उसको जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस को भी भेजा गया है ताकि जम्मू कश्मीर में मौजूद गिरफ्तार डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल से कन्फ्रंट करके इस पूरे मामले में आगे जो लीड है वो ली जा सके। लेकिन इस सीसीटीवी की बात करें तो लगातार चाहे वो रात का अंधेरा हो, उमर एक्सप्लोजिव से भरी हुई i20 कार लेकर मल्टीपल लोकेशंस पर घूम रहा था और उसमें से एक वो नूह इलाका भी था। अब सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि नूह में क्या वो किसी से मिला था? नूह आखिरकार वो क्यों गया था? देर रात उसकी मंशा क्या थी? क्या नूह से ही उसने एक्सप्लोजिव अपनी गाड़ी में डाले और उसके बाद वो गुरुग्राम और फिर फरीदाबाद और फिर दिल्ली में दाखिल हुआ? नूह का आखिरकार ऐसा क्या कनेक्शन? और यही कारण है कि दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल, फरीदाबाद की क्राइम ब्रांच और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की एक टीम इस समय नूह में मौजूद है और लगातार मल्टीपल जो जगह है वहां पर रेड की जा रही है। और मेवात रीजन का जैसे कि मैं जिक्र आपको कर रहा था, मेवात इसलिए क्योंकि फरीदाबाद के जिस धौज गांव में ये पूरा अल फतह यूनिवर्सिटी है वो भी मेवात रीजन के अंदर ही आता है। जिस जगह से 2900 किलो विस्फोटक रिकवर किया गया वो भी मेवात रीजन से ही आता है। तो आखिरकार दिल्ली धमाके का जो मेवात कनेक्शन नूह से एस्टेब्लिश होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है उसी की एक ये कड़ी है सीसीटीवी फुटेज, जिसमें साफ तौर पर दिख रहा है कि वही i20 कार जो कि लाल किले के सामने गेट नंबर 1 मेट्रो स्टेशन पर ब्लास्ट होती है, उमर उस गाड़ी में था जो कि डीएनए से एस्टेब्लिश हो गया और यही उमर इस गाड़ी को लेकर नूह में एंटर करता हुआ और नूह से निकलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये अपने आप में कई सवाल खड़े कर रहा है कि आखिरकार नूह में ऐसा कौन सा शख्स जिससे मुलाकात हुई, क्या एक्सप्लोजिव वहीं से डाला गया, कौन सी ऐसी शॉप, ये तमाम ऐसे क्वेश्चंस है जो कि इन्वेस्टिगेट पुलिस कर रही है, एजेंसीज पुलिस कर रही है और यही कारण है कि तमाम एजेंसी इस समय नूह में मौजूद है और इन सवालों के जवाबों को ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रही है। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
पूरे हरियाणा में अगर आप देखें, हरियाणा से लेकर दिल्ली तक जो तार जुड़े हुए हैं, कश्मीर की तो हम बात कर ही रहे हैं जाते हैं, लेकिन आप जो इस मामले को काफ़ी बारीकी से और काफ़ी करीबी तौर पे देख रहे हैं, नूह में हमने देखा है, बदरपुर से भी फुटेज आया है जहां पर साफ दिख रहा है वो मास्क ज़रूर पहने हैं लेकिन वो पेमेंट करने के बाद टोल पर भी जिस तरह से देखता है, बड़ी संदिग्ध नज़रों से वो CCTV कैमरा को भी देखता है, जिस तरह से वो देखता जा रहा है कि कहीं उसको देख ना लिया जाए, ये भी काफ़ी तौर पर उसमें साफ जाहिर हो रहा है कि उसके शिकन, माथे पे शिकन दिखाई दे रही है। कहीं ना कहीं उसको ये इस बात की कहीं ना कहीं एक फिक्र थी कि उसको कहीं ना कहीं स्पॉट कर लिया जाएगा और उसके गाड़ी में पीछे कुछ एक बड़ा सा काला बैग भी दिखाई दे रहा है। बदरपुर वाले जो टोल प्लाजा के फुटेज की अगर हम बात करें जतिन,
बिल्कुल देखिए, जितने भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज निकलकर सामने आए, जिसमें वो बदरपुर वाला सीसीटीवी का आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, फरीदाबाद वाला जो सीसीटीवी था उसका आप जिक्र कर रही है, नूह वाला सीसीटीवी देख लीजिए, लाल किले के पास सुनहरी मस्जिद से पार्किंग से निकलते हुए का सीसीटीवी आप देख लीजिए, हर एक सीसीटीवी में जो उमर है उसके फेस पे मास्क है, लेकिन एक इकलौता ऐसा सीसीटीवी है जो कि तुर्कमान गेट का है, जहां पर वो मस्जिद के अंदर गया, 10 मिनट रुका, मस्जिद से बाहर निकला और पास की मार्केट में वो घूम रहा था या रैकी कर रहा था, क्योंकि उस सीसीटीवी में मास्क नहीं था, फेस उसका बहुत क्लियर नजर आ रहा था और आप उस एक्सप्रेशन को देखेंगे तो आप समझ पाएंगे कि कितना सस्पिशियस वो लोगों को देख के लग रहा था। उसको ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो पता नहीं किस निगाहों से देख रहा है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, उसको इस बात का डर बिल्कुल था कि वो अपनी आइडेंटिटी को छुपाए, लेकिन उसको इस बात की भनक नहीं थी कि तुर्कमान गेट पे जिस मस्जिद में जाकर वो 10 मिनट रुका, वहां से जब वो अपनी गाड़ी तक पैदल चलकर जा रहा था, उस दौरान उसकी फुटेज कैमरे में कैद हो जाती है और वो एकमात्र ऐसा सीसीटीवी फुटेज है तकरीबन 2:30 बजे का 10 तारीख को ही, जिसमें उसने मास्क नहीं पहना हुआ था। लेकिन लगातार उमर किस तरीके से अलग अलग लोकेशंस पर रैकी कर रहा था, 2:05 पर दिल्ली के सबसे व्यस्त कनाट प्लेस में उसने रैकी की, जिस जगह का वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, बगल में नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन है, ना सिर्फ नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन बल्कि उसी कट से पहले जो वीआईपीज नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के अंदर एंट्री करते हैं, जिसको स्टेट रोड बोला जाता है, वो भी बेहद नजदीक थी। तो ये कहना बिल्कुल सही है कि मल्टीपल लोकेशंस पर उसने बकायदा पहले रैकी की लाल किला जाने से पहले, जिसमें दिल्ली का कनाट प्लेस भी शामिल था, जिसमें नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन शामिल था और उसी नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के पास बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर भी है, दीनदयाल उपाध्याय मार्ग पर, वो जो तुर्कमान और नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के ठीक बीचों बीच है। तो रैकी जो उमर ने बिल्कुल की थी, लेकिन सीसीटीवी सीक्वेंस जो कि 50 से ज्यादा इस समय सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के पास मौजूद है, लेकिन अचानक और अचंभव करने वाली बात यह है कि इन सीसीटीवी में सिर्फ वो इकलौता नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन जिस बैग का आप जिक्र कर रही है, पीछे वाली सीट पे बैग वो रखा हुआ है, फ्लावर्स उस पे किसी व्हाइट कलर का टेक्सचर बना हुआ है। सवाल यही खड़ा होता है क्योंकि फॉरेंसिक की इनिशियल रिपोर्ट ये बोलती है कि जो धमाका हुआ i20 कार में पीछे की तरफ से हुआ, या तो वो डिक्की में एक्सप्लोजिव रखे हुए थे या बैक सीट पे। तो जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज में वो बैक सीट पे रखा हुआ बैग समझ आ रहा है। सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस भी ये अंदेशा जता रही है कि क्या उसी बैग के अंदर एक्सप्लोजिव था या कोई और कारण। ये सभी पहलू है, उन्हीं पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। रक्षिता,
बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे जुड़ने के लिए। बहुत ही अहम कड़ी बनकर सामने आ रही है CCTV एंड व्यूअर्स, वी विल टेक यू थ्रू ऑल द फुटेजेस दैट हैव कम टू द फोर वन बाय वन. दिस इज अ क्रूशियल पीस ऑफ एविडेंस that is being now put together by the agencies. As Sahil was telling us, there will be more than 50 footages of the CCTV cameras that are being examined right now by the agencies, and one by one we've also accessed some crucial footages. Now my colleague Niranjan will take you through this explainer and help you understand what all has been visible and what all can be inferred, what has been picked up by the footages that have been now accessed and brought to you.
If you map all of this, ladies and gentlemen, if you map all of this, and in all of this is in addition to what we have seen in the last few days, Three new videos that you need to know about today. The first video is where he was spotted at a toll booth at 8:10 a.m. And why is this video important? Because in the rear seat here, in the rear seat, not just Nabi, you can see him wearing a mask in this video, but in the rear seat, you can see that he stored something. Was that the explosive? Now, let me show you the second video. The second video is at Connaught Place, where the car, the i20 car, is seen moving. The number plate is the same, and investigators believe this is why Connaught Place could have been on the terror radar. Point number three, the third video, clearest of them all, where Umar Nabi is seen for the first time moving clearly. We hear that he was at the Shazi Ilahi Mosque. He was at the mosque, what is referred to as the Turkman Mosque, for almost 10 to 15 minutes, could be much more. But he was there and he's seen walking away from the mosque. Now, what he did at the mosque, we don't know. Was there something inside the mosque? We don't know. Did he take something away from the mosque? We don't know. Did he park the car next to the mosque, outside the mosque, parking lot? We don't know. That's still being investigated. Let me go across to Shambhavi. In fact, Shambhavi, what she did was she matched the divider that you see here, the divider, to the spot where he was spotted outside the mosque. And it's a clear match, what you see here and at the mosque.
This is the same divider that you can very clearly see in the video, in the picture, and it is, although a blurred picture, you'll also see, so this is the pole. So you can also see some part of the pole in the picture. This is the divider, this is the pavement, and this is the area. So you can also see the design you can corroborate the design of the mosque. We'll show you the design here. And this is also clearly visible, although the picture is a little blurred because it was magnified to corroborate whether it was Umar who was entering the mosque at the given time. And you can see some parts of this, the color, the pattern, everything makes sense. There is a camera on the inside as well, inside the masjid when you enter. And he was possibly here for at least 3 hours. He was after he entered Delhi at 8:20 a.m., he actually took the outer ring road surrounding Delhi, and he travelled through half of the Delhi. He drove around Delhi, he drove around major places of the Delhi, and after finally being stationary in the parking lot, you can also see parts of that in that picture. This is the pavement. This is mostly, cars are mostly parked out here. You can see there are cars and autos still parked out here. And those are the pictures of the exact same place. Republic is showing you the exact same place. You can see in the camera that more than 200 police personnel have seen the surveillance videos of more than 60 CCTV footages and have traced out the 11-hour journey of Umar once he left from Faridabad at 7:30. This is the same spot. This is the same spot where he was spotted entering the masjid.
Now, viewers, we've shown you the CCTV footages, and now the important player, or rather you could say the important clue as far as this entire terror module is concerned and their nefarious activities are concerned, are the cars, the hunt for those cars and their seizure. Now, the second car was the red EcoSport that we talked about. Now, the third one came to the picture today. That was the Brezza. That is an HR number, Haryana registered number. The Brezza car was searched for today by the police, and today it was found at the Al-Falah University parking in Faridabad. Viewers, here's more on that.
Since this morning, not just videos, but we've been breaking different angles, and we've got a big lead on the Pakistan link. And let me tell you how it's all adding up. The faces of terror. Who have been the faces of terror so far? Let's show you their faces and who they are linked to. This is the web of terror as unraveled by Republic TV, and in the course of the investigation, this is what we have found out. Now, it all comes down to that man, the Muslim cleric Irfan from Shopian. He's a Jaish operative who was sitting in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, let me tell you, Umar Nabi is the bomber. Umar Nabi used to be a student of this radical cleric called Irfan Ahmad Wage. That's Umar Nabi, the car bomber. This is Muzammil Ghane. Muzammil Ghane was arrested. So Muzammil is in custody. Muzammil is a tough nut to crack. But what we know about Muzammil is also a student of this radical cleric, radical Maulvi called Maulvi Irfan Wage. Now, these two were his students, and how did this man operate? Let me tell you a little bit more about the other two terror doctors, the faces of terror. Shaheen Shahid, the other face of terror. She was a Jaish woman wing chief. Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terror group, wanted a lady, a woman, to head their terror wing in India. And they chose Shaheen. Shaheen was chosen for that specific purpose, white-collar jihadi. And she's someone who's very, very interesting. She has been a doctor based in Lucknow, has worked in Saudi Arabia, has links in Pakistan as well. Now, let me tell you more about Shaheen Shahid. She was also in touch with Muzammil, in fact, with Irfan. And Irfan seems to be the central node of, he was not just a radical cleric, but also a radical preacher, acting as a radical recruiter for the doctor module, the terror doctor module as it's being called now. And Adil Ahmed finally, who stockpiled the weapons and who was arrested from Saharanpur. Saharanpur is where most of the clerics are. It is seen as the hub of clerics, and many of them are now under scanner. Now, let me tell you one more thing. All of them are linked to him, and how this man operated, and we spoke to his wife yesterday. How he operated was, he's a class 5 dropout, first of all. This Irfan, this cleric from Shopia called Irfan, is a class 5 dropout, and he used Telegram to try and radicalize youth. He didn't say much, he didn't do much, but one message here, there, and he would ensure that mostly white-collar professionals would respond, and he was tasked with attracting, recruiting white-collar jihadis. So he's a radical preacher, and along with him, we are getting in details, names of other clerics and some more in Saharanpur who are under scanner. We'll go across to that, but this is something that we wanted to show our viewers.
And several world leaders have condemned the 10/11 blasts in the national capital of India. Viewers, now reaction coming in from Washington DC. The U.S. Secretary of State Mark Rubio condemned the incident, condemned the attack, and said that it is very much clear that it was indeed an act of terror, that it was a terrorist attack. He also added that he commends India's measured response, and also he went on to say that India does not need assistance from United States as far as the probe is concerned, as far as the investigation is concerned, and that the findings of the investigation will be made public soon by India. And as of course Republic TV is tracking each and every detail of the investigation, let us tell you what exactly Rubio said. Listen in.
It clearly was a terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. So, but clearly, I mean, we're aware of the potential that it has, and so we spoke about that a little bit today, the potential that it has to become something broader. But I think we're going to await to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing. It clearly was a terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. So, but clearly, I mean, we're aware of the potential that it has, and so we spoke about that a little bit today, the potential that it has to become something broader. But I think we're going to await to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing a good job.
All right, time for a very short break, viewers, but we continue to get you the latest inputs that are coming in on the investigation. Role of Pakistan has become very much clear. The brother of terrorist Dr. Adil in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. And Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasha as per sources. More details on the other side. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge.
Role of Pakistan in Delhi blast gets clearer. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan.
Handlers say sources. Seen at 5 places, the last accused Hyundai i20 was New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in Elahi Mosque. Haryana Police doctors of Al Falah University in Okhla, Delhi University's financial account to now be probed. Home Minister Amit Shah holds a high-level meeting regarding the Delhi blast. Home Secretary, IB Chief, ED Chief and top officials present in the meeting. Exercise Trishul in full throttle. General Officer Commanding in Chief Southern Command reviewed operational preparedness of amphibious forces of Southern Command on board INS Jalashwa.
All right, there is a very crucial piece of information that Republic TV is getting to you. It was a big breaking news that we are starting this bulletin with, is that India has issued a warning for international flights. That's right. GPS trouble hovering over Arabian Sea. India has issued an urgent NOTAM after multiple aircraft reported GPS signal loss on two major international routes, L639 and P574, over the Arabian Sea near Pakistan coastline, and the interference affecting a flight operating between India and the West Asia, that is Middle East and Africa. Pilots have been advised to exercise caution and rely on backup navigation systems until signals stabilize. So there is trouble around the Arabian Sea, trouble with the GPS, trouble with navigation, and henceforth India has issued a warning for international flights. India has issued an urgent NOTAM for multiple aircraft reporting GPS signal loss on two major international routes over the Arabian Sea near Pak coastline. Interference affecting flights operating between India and Africa. Harsha joins us live on the broadcast. Harsha, please share us more details about this big breaking news.
Yes, Rakshita. So I would like to tell all our viewers that the trouble is now not only in the border areas, but in the mid-air as well, and mostly in the international route. Let me tell our viewers there are the two major international routes from the Mumbai area, and that is L639 and P574. It is the area towards the Pakistan coastal line near the Arabian Sea, and of the international airlines of our country, which are usually going to New York, Milan, and the other international route, they have been facing GPS signal loss since morning. And in New Delhi area, it has been witnessing since 1 week. But today only, since yesterday, it has been seen that the many flights have confirmed, told DGCA, the regulatory body, about the GPS signal loss in the Mumbai airspace area, and that is the reason why the NOTAM has been issued. And right now, no international airlines will be allowed to use the Mumbai airspace and the airspace around that Arabian Sea, because it has been found that there's a major GPS signal loss. And to all of you was in a simple language to understand that if there is a GPS signal loss, Rakshita, that clearly means their pilot in command can't know exact navigation, which is the landing area, where is the exact air traffic monitoring control, and what is the backup route. The pilot in command have to follow everything manually through the ATC. The navigation completely gets lost in the GPS spoofing, and it has been occurring in the Delhi region, but now it has been found near the Pakistan coastal line, near the Mumbai airspace. This GPS spoofing is happening. There's a major technical glitch, major loss of signal which has occurred, and therefore NOTAM has been issued, and all the agencies are right now on alert, and no one will be allowed to use the Mumbai airspace and the region nearby. The airspace will not be allowed to be used other than our own security agencies, our own Navy, our own flights. Apart from that, no one will be allowed to use the Mumbai airspace. But right now, what we have got to know is that the GPS spoofing and the signal loss is a major issue, which is in the New Delhi and in the Mumbai region. What has been found. Back to you.
Given the security concerns right now that India is dealing with, Harsha, are the security agencies also on alert? What are we picking up? And has this happened for is it a rarity? Has it happened recently, or when is the last time such a thing has happened that India issued a NOTAM for this sort of a trouble around the Arabian Sea? If you can gather any information on that.
No, Rakshita, the information which we gathered from the regulatory body was that there was not a major earlier, but recently it has been seen that from last 1 month, or majorly from last 20 days, we can precisely say, because there was continuously complaints from the airlines, majorly on the international route. They have been complaining about the GPS spoofing, and I would like to specify that just before landing, 60 nautical miles above the ground, this major GPS spoofing happens. That clearly states that there is some technical issue which is happening. Right now, all the flight major corporate system which is being used, the GPS system which is being used is of the US. It is the US, technological system which is fitted in the cockpit of major airlines. But right now, it is being also stated that why such GPS spoofing has happened, and it has increased. In New Delhi, it has increased, and suddenly it is being seen in the Mumbai region now. Till now, the regulatory body got the complaint from the airlines that it was happening in the New Delhi region, and already the Pakistan airspace is clearly closed for all the airlines to use. But right now, what is happening in the Mumbai region is more concerning because P564, this particular Arabian Sea Pakistan
Stay on with us,
coastal line.
Harsha. Stay on with us. We have CS Randhawa. We have Captain CS Randhawa who is joining us on the broadcast for more. Captain Randhawa, if you could help us understand this concern. India issuing warning for international flights. No time after multiple aircraft reported GPS signal loss on two major international routes, both over the Arabian Sea near the Pakistan coastline.
Yes, so the spoofing, GPS spoofing, DGC had come up with a circular to all the and intimation to all the pilots and airlines, and reporting of GPS spoofing. If any spoofing takes place in these any area, then it has to be reported to the DGC. Now, a lot of flights have been reporting this GPS spoofing close to the international borders. So it could be that this is being caused by Pakistan because it is happening near the international waters or division between the two countries and closer towards the Pakistan airspace, which has been closed for the Indian traffic. So this is a serious issue because GPS spoofing has been taking place, especially if you see between the corridor, like parts of Iran, Turkey, and some parts of Eastern Europe. Now, this is a new thing which has started. If you recollect, a few months back, there was a problem at Amritsar Airport, one of the aircraft landing, and that was because there was a map shift which took place for GPS spoofing, which took place and which could have been triggered by Pakistan. Hello.
Yes, sir. Captain Randhawa, if you could just explain what exactly GPS spoofing is for the benefit of our viewers and how does it really work out? How is it really carried out, sir?
The GPS spoofing, after all, that is and today in all the modern aircraft, GPS is the main source of, navigation signals which come and how the aircraft navigates. Now, when there is interruption in the signals, interruption due to, sometimes it could be due to the military, which enforces this interference with the signals so as to create a shift. If you see a runway and supposing the shift is taking place a couple of miles to the left or a couple of miles to the right, it could be a dangerous situation at night, right? Especially when there's a problem with the navigational aids at an airport. Now, in normal flights, when they are flying from place A to place B, now the problem with the GPS spoofing is that when you have to fly, like you saw that flight of 154 Vienna to Delhi, it diverted to Dubai. Now, that diverted to Dubai because, again, there was a problem with the IRU, which is the Initial Reference Unit. One of the units was under MEL, and aircraft came on a single IRU, and it was known to have these parts of the air routes had GPS spoofing. So what it triggered, both the autopilots failed. There was a problem in the navigation part of the aircraft. Then there was no autopilot available, so there was no auto landing facility available to the pilots. So the aircraft had to divert. So these all problems associated with interference of the GPS signals which are coming from the satellites that can
Yes, sir.
cause
Interference, the spoofing that has happened over Delhi. That is another update that we are getting to getting to our viewers. Group Captain DK Pandey also is joining us on the broadcast. Group Captain Pandey, now we are learning about GPS spoofing happening around Delhi as well on the 5th of November. Just how many aircraft had gone literally blind mid-air, and this is a great cause of concern. Now a fresh NOTAM. Now a NOTAM has been issued by India, warning international flights near Pakistan coastlines. How do you see these developments?
Definitely, this is a very dangerous position because if somebody is trying to use the GPS jamming, it means he's playing with the navigation system of the aircraft. And just see, in an area where multiple aircraft are operating in a close vicinity, if their navigational aids are not available, then it may land up in collision of the aircraft. So it may be great flight safety hazard, which people have to take guard of. Now, the biggest problem is this GPS jamming. Definitely, objective is either totally make the pilot blind or disrupt his navigational operations in such a way that he's not able to navigate his route. So there are options. Means there are, although we are trained up to go in nil GPS environment also. But reason is, if we are not looking after the basic reason, because how long you will continue, especially in the well-dense environment, that is a point of concern. Here, like in Delhi, we are getting almost about 1,500 aircraft every day. Just see if any problem is there in the navigation system, how these aircraft will operate in close vicinity and in short time. So it has got many implications. First one is the flight safety. Second is that it will create a lot of problem for passengers, those who are moving from one place to other place. Cargo, I'm not talking consideration because cargo may be delayed, but here life may be at stake. So it has got a very, it may result in havoc. Catastrophic results may be there, but having said this, what is required is we need to look after the basic reason why it is happening, and we should address all the issues so that we can look after all navigation requirement of the airfield. Now, the NOTAM which has been issued, it means there are likely to be disruption in the navigation system. So people have to take guard against this. There are ways and means to operate aircraft without GPS also. But the accuracy, the precision of the flight safety aspect may be compromised. So people have to take people have to guard against these issues and navigate accordingly. So definitely point of concern, but it will affect the traffic density movement. That is a basic point of concern, especially in a dense environment where IGI airport, like I mentioned, 1,500 aircraft coming every day.
Absolutely, sir. Very, very dangerous situation now. What we are learning about what happened just few days back and also right now. Just I thank both Captain Randhawa and Group Captain Pandey. Thank you so much for joining us with insights on that story. We're closely tracking. Viewers, we'll be right back with more details as we continue to piece together the multiple angles emerging in this Jaish-e-Mohammed terror attack carried out by the white-collar jihad module in the national capital and each and every links that are emerging. Trace back to Pakistan.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
Startup Park Bangalore was buzzing with excitement at today's Deep Tech conference as leaders in technology and entrepreneurship came together to drive forward the country's innovation agenda. Abdul Samad, founder and CEO of Appetite Studio, took center stage with his vision for harnessing Web3 and blockchain to solve public challenges.
So what Shafi has done with the startup park is, I would say, is the beginning of what Shafi has in mind. Like whatever you see here, all these startups that have come here, all the startups that have been incubated, all of those 9 to 5 people who have become dreamers of something very big. Like it's just the beginning of it. So there's going to be, like I've spoken on stages, there's going to be a lot of network states and discussions around it, and future possibilities of what it could be, and a sort of similar great things that could come out of what is just the beginning as a startup park.
Startup Park by IQ Ventures proved to be the perfect launchpad for such ideas, offering the infrastructure, mentorship and collaborative energy that fuel projects with purpose. With Samad's story at its heart, Startup Park continues to inspire and enable those dedicated to shaping a better tomorrow through innovation.
पूरे हरियाणा में अगर आप देखें, हरियाणा से लेकर दिल्ली तक जो तार जुड़े हुए हैं, कश्मीर की तो हम बात कर ही रहे हैं जाते, लेकिन आप जो इस मामले को काफ़ी बारीकी से और काफ़ी करीबी तौर पे देख रहे हैं, नूह में हमने देखा है, बदरपुर से भी फुटेज आया है जहां पर साफ दिख रहा है वो मास्क ज़रूर पहने हैं, लेकिन वो पेमेंट करने के बाद टोल पर भी जिस तरह से देखता है, बड़ी संदिग्ध नज़रों से वो CCTV कैमरा को भी देखता है, जिस तरह से वो देखता जा रहा है कि कहीं उसको देख ना लिया जाए, ये भी काफ़ी तौर पर उसमें साफ जाहिर हो रहा है कि उसकी शिकन, माथे पे शिकन दिखाई दे रही है। कहीं ना कहीं उसको ये इस बात की कहीं ना कहीं एक फिक्र थी कि उसको कहीं ना कहीं स्पॉट कर लिया जाएगा, और उसके गाड़ी में पीछे कुछ एक बड़ा सा काला बैग भी दिखाई दे रहा है। बदरपुर वाले जो टोल प्लाजा के फुटेज की अगर हम बात करें जतिन,
बिल्कुल देखिए, जितने भी CCTV फुटेज निकलकर सामने आए, जिसमें वो बदरपुर वाला CCTV का आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, फरीदाबाद वाला जो CCTV था उसका आप जिक्र कर रही है, नूह वाला CCTV देख लीजिए, लाल किले के पास सुनहरी मस्जिद से पार्किंग से निकलते हुए का CCTV आप देख लीजिए। हर एक CCTV में जो उमर है उसके फेस पे मास्क है, लेकिन एक इकलौता ऐसा CCTV है जो कि तुर्कमान गेट का है, जहां पर वो मस्जिद के अंदर गया, 10 मिनट रुका, मस्जिद से बाहर निकला और पास की मार्केट में वो घूम रहा था या रैकी कर रहा था, क्योंकि उस CCTV में मास्क नहीं था, फेस उसका बहुत क्लियर नजर आ रहा था। और आप उस एक्सप्रेशन को देखेंगे तो आप समझ पाएंगे कि कितना सस्पिशियस वो लोगों को देख के लग रहा था। उसको ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो पता नहीं किस निगाहों से देख रहा है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, उसको इस बात का डर बिल्कुल था कि वो अपनी आइडेंटिटी को छुपाए, लेकिन उसको इस बात की भनक नहीं थी कि तुर्कमान गेट पे जिस मस्जिद में जाकर वो 10 मिनट रुका, वहां से जब वो अपनी गाड़ी तक पैदल चलकर जा रहा था, उस दौरान उसकी फुटेज कैमरे में कैद हो जाती है। और वो एक मात्र ऐसा CCTV फुटेज है तकरीबन 2:30 बजे का 10 तारीख को ही, जिसमें उसने मास्क नहीं पहना हुआ था। लेकिन लगातार उमर किस तरीके से अलग अलग लोकेशंस पर रैकी कर रहा था। 2:05 पर दिल्ली के सबसे व्यस्त कनाट प्लेस में उसने रैकी की, जिस जगह का वो CCTV फुटेज है। बगल में नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन है, ना सिर्फ नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन बल्कि उसी कट से पहले जो VIPs नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के अंदर एंट्री करते हैं, जिसको स्टेट रोड बोला जाता है, वो भी बेहद नजदीक थी। तो ये कहना बिल्कुल सही है कि मल्टीपल लोकेशंस पर उसने बकायदा पहले रैकी की लाल किला जाने से पहले, जिसमें दिल्ली का कनाट प्लेस भी शामिल था, जिसमें नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन शामिल था, और उसी नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के पास बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर भी है, दीनदयाल उपाध्याय मार्ग पर, वो जो तुर्कमान और नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के ठीक बीचों बीच है। तो रैकी जो उमर ने बिल्कुल की थी, लेकिन CCTV सीक्वेंस जो कि 50 से ज्यादा इस समय सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के पास मौजूद है, लेकिन अचानक और अचंभव करने वाली बात यह है कि इन CCTV में सिर्फ वो इकलौता नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन जिस बैग का आप जिक्र कर रही है, पीछे वाली सीट पे बैग वो रखा हुआ है, फ्लावर्स उस पे किसी व्हाइट कलर का टेक्सचर बना हुआ है। सवाल यही खड़ा होता है, क्योंकि फॉरेंसिक की इनिशियल रिपोर्ट ये बोलती है कि जो धमाका हुआ i20 कार में पीछे की तरफ से हुआ, या तो वो डिक्की में एक्सप्लोजिव रखे हुए थे या बैक सीट पे। तो जो CCTV फुटेज में वो बैक सीट पे रखा हुआ बैग समझ आ रहा है। सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस भी ये अंदेशा जता रही है कि क्या उसी बैग के अंदर एक्सप्लोजिव था या कोई और कारण। ये सभी पहलू है, उन्हीं पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। रक्षिता।
बिल्कुल बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे जुड़ने के लिए बहुत ही अहम कड़ी बनकर सामने आ रही है CCTV and viewers we will take you through all the footages that have come to the fore one by one. This is a crucial piece of evidence that is being now put together by the agencies. As Sahil was telling us, there have been more than 50 footages of the CCTV cameras that are being examined right now by the agencies, and one by one we've also accessed some crucial footages. Now my colleague Niranjan will take you through this explainer and help you understand what all has been visible and what all can be inferred, what has been picked up by the footages that have been now accessed and brought to you.
If you map all of this, ladies and gentlemen, if you map all of this, and in all of this is in addition to what we have seen in the last few days, 3 new videos that you need to know about today. The first video is where he was spotted at a toll booth at 8:10 a.m. And why is this video important? Because in the rear seat here, in the rear seat, not just Nabi, you can see him wearing a mask in this video, but in the rear seat, you can see that he stored something. Was that the explosive? Now, let me show you the second video. The second video is at Connaught Place, where the car, the i20 car, is seen moving. The number plate is the same, and investigators believe this is why Connaught Place could have been on the terror radar. Point number 3, the third video, clearest of them all, where Umar Nabi is seen for the first time moving clearly. We hear that he was at the Shazi Ilahi Mosque. He was at the mosque, what is referred to as the Turkman Mosque, for almost 10 to 15 minutes, could be much more. But he was there and he's seen walking away from the mosque. Now, what he did at the mosque, we don't know. Was there something inside the mosque? We don't know. Did he take something away from the mosque? We don't know. Did he park the car next to the mosque, outside the mosque, parking lot? We don't know. That's still being investigated. Let me go across to Shambhavi. In fact, Shambhavi, what she did was she matched the divider that you see here, the divider, to the spot where he was spotted outside the mosque. And it's a clear match, what you see here and at the mosque.
This is the same divider that you can very clearly see in the video, in the picture, and it is, although a blurred picture, you'll also see, so this is the pole. So you can also see some part of the pole in the picture. This is the divider, this is the pavement, and this is the area. So you can also see the design you can corroborate the design of the mosque. We'll show you the design here. And this is also clearly visible, although the picture is a little blurred because it was magnified to corroborate whether it was Umar who was entering the mosque at the given time. And you can see some parts of this, the color, the pattern, everything makes sense. There is a camera on the inside as well, inside the masjid when you enter. And he was possibly here for at least 3 hours. He was after he entered Delhi at 8:20 a.m., he actually took the outer ring road surrounding Delhi, and he travelled through half of the Delhi. He drove around Delhi, he drove around major places of the Delhi, and after finally being stationary in the parking lot, you can also see parts of that in that picture. This is the pavement. This is mostly, cars are mostly parked out here. You can see there are cars and autos still parked out here. And those are the pictures of the exact same place. Republic is showing you the exact same place. That you can see in the camera that more than 200 police personnel have seen the surveillance videos of more than 60 CCTV footages and have traced out the 11-hour journey of Umar once he left from Faridabad at 7:30. This is the same spot. This is the same spot where he was spotted entering the masjid.
Now, viewers, we've shown you the CCTV footages, and now the important player, or rather you could say the important clue as far as this entire terror module is concerned and their nefarious activities are concerned, are the cars, the hunt for those cars and their seizure. Now, the second car was the red EcoSport that we talked about. Now, the third one came to the picture today. That was the Brezza. That is an HR number, Haryana registered number. The Brezza car was searched for today by the police, and today it was found at the Al-Falah University parking in Faridabad. Viewers, here's more on that.
Since this morning, not just videos, but we've been breaking different angles, and we've got a big lead on the Pakistan link. And let me tell you how it's all adding up. The faces of terror who have been the faces of terror so far. Let's show you their faces and who they are linked to. This is the web of terror as unraveled by Republic TV, and in the course of the investigation, this is what we have found out. Now, it all comes down to that man, the Muslim cleric Irfan from Shopian. He's a Jaish operative who was sitting in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, let me tell you, Umar Nabi is the bomber. Umar Nabi used to be a student of this radical cleric called Irfan Ahmad Wage. That's Umar Nabi, the car bomber. This is Muzammil Ghane. Muzammil Ghane was arrested. So Muzammil is in custody. Muzammil is a tough nut to crack. But what we know about Muzammil is also a student of this radical cleric, radical Maulvi called Maulvi Irfan Wage. Now, these two were his students, and how did this man operate? Let me tell you a little bit more about the other two terror doctors, the faces of terror. Shaheen Shahid, the other face of terror. She was a Jaish woman wing chief. Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terror group, wanted a lady, a woman, to head their terror wing in India. And they chose Shaheen. Shaheen was chosen for that specific purpose, white-collar jihadi. And she's someone who's very, very interesting. She has been a doctor based in Lucknow, has worked in Saudi Arabia, has links in Pakistan as well. Now, let me tell you more about Shaheen Shahid. She was also in touch with Muzammil, in fact, with Irfan. And Irfan seems to be the central node of, he was not just a radical cleric, but also a radical preacher, acting as a radical recruiter for the doctor module, the terror doctor module as it's being called now. And Adil Ahmed finally, who stockpiled the weapons and who was arrested from Saharanpur. Saharanpur is where most of the clerics are. It is seen as the hub of clerics, and many of them are now under scanner. Now, let me tell you one more thing. All of them are linked to him, and how this man operated, and we spoke to his wife yesterday. How he operated was, he's a class 5 dropout, first of all. This Irfan, this cleric from Shopia called Irfan, is a class 5 dropout, and he used Telegram to try and radicalize youth. He didn't say much, he didn't do much, but one message here, there, and he would ensure that mostly white-collar professionals would respond, and he was tasked with attracting, recruiting white-collar jihadis. So he's a radical preacher, and along with him, we are getting in details, names of other clerics and some more in Saharanpur who are under scanner. We'll go across to that, but this is something that we wanted to show our viewers.
All right, time for a very short break, viewers, but we continue to get you the latest inputs that are coming in on the investigation. Role of Pakistan has become very much clear. The brother of terrorist Dr. Adil in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. And Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasha as per sources. More details on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the Republic TV special broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this week after the blast on Monday, it was roughly around this time on Monday, 6:51 p.m. when the blast took place right outside the Red Fort. And in the last 3 to 4 days, we here at Republic TV have been trying to piece together what we know so far about the blast. The men, the women, the module, the terror groups, the Pakistani links. We've been able to put together what we know, and in the course of the next 1 hour, here on Republic TV, Shravan and I will try and take you through the investigation. The Republic investigation continues as we piece together everything that our agencies and our investigators are telling us about the 10/11 conspiracy. Shravan, if you want to tell our viewers what we have today.
Tonight, in fact, we have come with a full detailed investigation. All this while, ladies and gentlemen, you may have been told that whether at all there is any Pakistan link or not. Right from day one, when the blast took place, and a few hours later when we basically went through this entire footage, we basically did get an inkling that there has to be something more sinister, and that's exactly what has happened. Tonight, like always, we have come to you with full-fledged evidence that has been gathered by the investigative agencies, and like always, ahead of others, we are putting out full details. Every piece of information that we're going to put out over the next 1 hour is verified, and that has set the agenda, raising questions as to why exactly are we being squeamish in taking the name of the kingpin here. The kingpin is across the border. Tonight, we're going to take our viewers through every small details.
Let's first look at the faces so far, ladies and gentlemen. In the last 3 to 4 days, these are the faces that we've been able to gather, piece together the web of terror. These are the doctors of terror. This man is not a doctor, he's a class 5 dropout. And this man is key. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, in today's day and age, Shravan, a class 5 dropout, a radical Muslim, radical preacher sitting in Shopia, Kashmir, managed to bring all of them together. These two, this is the bomber of Delhi, Umar Nabi, this is Muzammil, both of them classmates at GMC Anantnag, both of them neighbors, both of them then come to Al-Falah University in Faridabad. Both of them happen to be followers and students of this radical cleric, and this man, Shravan, brought all of them together. What was his role in this entire investigation, and how does he become the key now?
Well, in fact, the radicalization process actually begins with this man called Maulvi Irfan, based out of Shopia. But as we have been pointing out in the last 2 days, that could this have been done by only this man? That's not the case, because it turns out from what we have gathered today, Niranjan, is that this man, Dr. Muzammil, here you have Dr. Adil and Dr. Shaheen. One, the fact that they are highly radicalized, the fact that it all started way back in 2022. In fact, over the next couple of minutes, we're going to tell you more faces have basically emerged, those who are behind this entire radicalization process and how they all essentially came together. And tonight, the focus will be on this man, Dr. Adil Ahmed. And I'm going to tell you why Dr. Adil, Dr. Muzammil and Umar's, or when all of them basically came together, where did they go? Over the last few years, what were they essentially doing? And who was the man who wasn't unmasked all this while, Niranjan?
Yeah, Shravan, I think it brings us to the Pakistan link, and this has been a big exclusive today, ladies and gentlemen. A little after 10 a.m. this morning, we got a picture, Shravan got a picture of this doctor. He's also a doctor, Muzaffar. And Muzaffar happens to be a key link. He's the Pakistan link. And we are now going to show you more about Muzaffar. He's the brother of the terrorist Adil Rathar, who we just showed you. His brother, Muzaffar, was the one in Pakistan, was the one who then moved to Afghanistan, was the man who held a meeting with these bombers in Turkey. We've been able to pick up details of who he is and why he's critical. Here's the big exclusive of the day. Shravan will take a look at the story and then tell you more about Muzaffar. Take a look.
It is now confirmed. Pakistan's hand in the Delhi terror plot is undeniable. The man at the center, Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed Rathar, brother of arrested terror doctor Adil, was the link connecting the entire module to Pakistan-based handle. Investigators say Pakistan is now using Afghan soil to direct attacks inside India. It begins in 2022. The first foreign link surfaces. Muzaffar and Dr. Muzammil fly to Turkey, where they meet Pakistani handler Ukasha in Istanbul, the man who later directed the Delhi module. By 2023, Muzaffar shifts base to Dubai, posing as a professional while secretly acting as a liaison between the terror module and the Pakistani handlers. Every instruction, every fund transfer routed through him. Then, in 2025, after his brother Dr. Adil's arrest, Muzaffar flees to Afghanistan, switching locations. From Kabul, he coordinates with handlers Ukasha and Khattab, relaying final directions for the Delhi blasts. And finally, in 2025, the link is nailed. As the Red Fort blast probe deepens, Muzaffar's name emerges as the prime handler. Now J&K police, through the CBI, have moved Interpol for a red corner notice to bring him back. From Kashmir to Kabul, Istanbul to Delhi, the trail exposes a terror network that spans 3 countries and 2 continents.
We are outside the residence of Dr. Adil and Muzaffar. Adil is already in the custody of J&K police, the Srinagar police, and now the Jammu and Kashmir police has requested Interpol, as they had approached Interpol, to issue a red corner notice as well as the Muzaffar is concerned. Today we are showing you the visuals of this residence. This is located in Qazi Gund Kulgam, where the Jammu and Kashmir police approached Interpol to issue a red corner notice against Dr. Muzaffar in connection with the interstate white-collar terror module Mudassar.
And as Republic continues to expose this white-collar terror syndicate, the hunt for terror Dr. Muzaffar Rather now goes global.
Well, in fact, Dr. Muzaffar becomes the key person. In fact, this afternoon, after we broke this, Jammu and Kashmir police has now confirmed that they are basically reaching out to the Central Bureau of Investigation, which happens to be the nodal agency as far as Interpol is concerned. And a red corner notice is going to be issued because this man is no longer in India. So let's take you through the details. This on your screen is Dr. Muzaffar Ahmad Rather, who happens to be the brother of Adil Rather, and he was the one who was basically running this entire doctor module sitting out of Dubai. It is only after the arrest of Adil things started changing. Let's carry on. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil, as we just pointed out, in fact, he has been in India for some time and thereafter he started moving out. The moment Niranjan he left from India, he basically started connecting with the handlers.
Yeah, can we go to the next point, please? Let's keep moving fast. He was in touch with the Pakistani handler who moved to Afghanistan and was based there. Umar was directed to carry out the attack by Muzaffar, and this was after the arrest of Muzammil, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. His brother was arrested, Saharanpur, and after that module was busted.
Can I just quickly add this point that Muzaffar and Dr. Muzammil visited Turkey in 2022 because it turns out
they're brothers.
This is not the brother.
Adil
was the brother. Yeah. So they went to Turkey in 2022. I'll just finish all the points that we have and I'll add a few things that we have missed out here. Muzaffar and Muzammil met Pakistani handler, that is the Usaka is the handler which has been named in Istanbul. It could be a code name also. And as far as the Dubai link here, Muzaffar was actually coordinating this doctor terror module sitting out of Dubai. And can we just move a little quickly? And after the terror, Dr. Adil's arrest moved to Afghanistan.
He moved to Afghanistan.
Yeah, so let's just quickly recap this. So all this while, you only knew about these 4 doctors. Now, this man was in the hiding. No one knew about it. This morning when I got a call from my source that here is the other link that is emerging and what's the Pakistan link. Muzaffar, in fact, was directly in touch with the Jaish handlers. Two of the handlers, one happens to be Khatab and the other is Usaka. Usaka could be a code name altogether, Niranjan, but it turns out that while he was in Dubai, he was coordinating with all of them here. Of course, you've had the clerics. One cleric happens to be from Mewat, who was the logistical provider. But the moment Adil got his brother was arrested, he immediately left for Afghanistan. And from there, he started basically coordinating this entire thing. It turns out that Umar, who was actually in Faridabad, got a call directly from the handlers, including Muzaffar. And Muzaffar had given the instruction that carry on, do what we had basically asked. And which essentially translated to carry out the bombing, because their initial plan was serial bombing in the month of December.
Yeah, serial blasts were planned for December, but they advanced that plan after the arrest of the entire Al-Falah module, which brings us to the story of Al-Falah, the university on the edge of Delhi NCR, ladies and gentlemen, in Faridabad. Trouble is mounting for the Al-Falah University. Now, they tried to claim that they had nothing to do with their own faculty. Can you imagine if it was one faculty member, two faculty members, three faculty members, okay, 4. 5 faculty members, 6 of them have been arrested, more under the scanner, and their funding is now under scanner, details of which we've brought out today. Al-Falah University can't just say we had nothing to do with it, they were just staff and nothing else. One of the cars that were to allegedly be used in the bombings have been found inside the Al-Falah University. Shavan, if you can quickly tell us what is happening on the Al-Falah front, we'll then go into that story.
Well, Niranjan, you pointed out that it is not about one doctor, two doctors. You have the entire module basically operating from inside the campus, multiple meetings that took place inside building number 17, which we are going to show you in a short while from now. We were the only network to have actually gone inside to get a sense of what was really happening. Now, this is what I've picked up in the last few hours. In fact, when Home Minister Amit Shah called in for a meeting this afternoon, he's given direct instructions that look into how were they really operating. When I spoke to one of my sources who was part of the meeting, essentially indicated that you will have the financial agencies basically looking into how exactly were they getting the funding. In fact, the management so far has been saying that all the money that they've been getting are from the one that has been collected through fees. That's not possible. It turns out that the owner of Al-Falah, in fact, was his name surfaced during a chit fund scam, was actually behind bars. And it now turns out that the agency suspect that there is a dubious financial transaction that has taken place. And in the days to come, you would have the Enforcement Directorate filing an ECIR, which is an FIR equivalent.
Here's what is happening in the case of Al-Falah. ED also stepping in. We went inside. Here's what we found out.
Haryana's Al-Falah University has come under the scanner after its alleged links to the Red Fort blast has emerged to the forefront. Today, India's higher education regulator, National Assessment and Accreditation, has issued a notice to the Al-Falah University for displaying a false accreditation claim.
Here we'll show you. You see Al-Falah University in this form, a private university established by an Act of Haryana, recognized by UGC under section accredited with A grade. Now this is the claim, which is an absolute false claim. NACC has said that this is a false claim. We'll also show you how this university has issued a statement. We are going to show you how they have completely ridden their hands from any kind of association with these doctors. We wish to make it clear that university has no connection with the said persons apart from working in their official capacities with the university. And here we also want to make it loud and clear that as responsible institution, we stand in solidarity with the nation and reaffirm our unwavering commitment. So this is what the university has issued, and we are right now at the office here in Okhla. The Haryana police, Delhi police was here. They've collected certain documents which is connected to the university, to their ownership, related to other important, again, the information is not disclosed at the moment because it is an ongoing investigation.
Further, the university has been given 7 days to respond to the notice. Meanwhile, the university's funding as well as the financial transactions of its doctors will also be probed. ED is also set to file a case against Al-Falah University, and top government sources claim that suspicious financial transactions are to be probed. Amidst this, the Al-Falah University website has been taken down by administrators, with security agencies looking into reasons behind this action by university authorities. Meanwhile, the bomb squad has also reached the Al-Falah University.
Minutes after the show cause notice news broke, it is being found the university's website has been taken down by the university authorities. Now we talk about what are the security forces who have been here for several days now. It's the fourth day that the security forces are inside. This is the very premises. I would request my camera person to show you. This is the very premises. It is well within the interiors that the whole premises has been taken over by the security agencies, be it STF, be it crime branch officials, be it police officials from different departments of Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir, Delhi police as well for that matter.
Here's what the university's legal advisor had to say.
मैडम, ये एक दुखद घटना हुई है। यूनिवर्सिटी इस चीज़ के लिए बहुत दुख में है, सदमे में है, और यूनिवर्सिटी के लोग ये चाहते हैं कि जितने भी लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, इतने नोबल प्रोफेशन में आने के बाद उन लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, आइसोलेटेड वाली हरकत की है, उनके खिलाफ पूर्णतः कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जो लोग इसको उन लोगों को रेडिकलाइज किया है, जिन लोगों ने भी किया है, उनके खिलाफ भी पूरी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, उन्हें जस्टिस पे लाना चाहिए।
सर, इसकी फंडिंग को लेके, अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फंडिंग को लेके बहुत सवाल उठ रहे हैं, उस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जितनी भी फंडिंग है, अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस से उसकी फंडिंग है। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी को कोई भी बाहर के देशों से, किसी जगह से भी कोई भी फंडिंग नहीं है। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस उसको चलाने के लिए सफिशिएंट है। अल-फलाह एक सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल यूनिवर्सिटी है।
The institution in Faridabad's Dhauj village grabbed national attention after it emerged that terror doctor Umar Nabi, who carried out the Red Fort blast, was employed there. Apart from Umar, two of his accomplices, terror doctors Muzammil Shakil and Shaheen, also part of a white-collar jihad terror network, worked at the university. And now, only one question remains. Is this all a strange coincidence, or was the terror den part of a bigger conspiracy?
And speaking about Al-Falah, we've gathered more breaking news inputs. In fact, everybody is wondering what was happening inside this university in the Delhi National Capital Region, ladies and gentlemen. Faridabad, surrounded by Gurugram, New Delhi, Noida, Greater Noida, Ghaziabad. Now, all of these cities are in the Delhi NCR region, Shawan. And nobody knew that Al-Falah, a university, was home to a Jaish-e-Mohammed module. It had almost become a den for the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So much so that the police were inside a few days back. That's the breaking news input that we have right now. Shawan, do you want to tell our viewers what the breaking news input is?
Well, in fact, our colleague Soumya, who had gone inside Al-Falah University to get a sense of what was actually happening, she's spoken to a lot of people. Now, this is what we are picking up. As late as 3rd of November, you've had the Faridabad police actually entering Al-Falah University for a police verification. And lo and behold, this is what happens. The police goes into room number 29 on 3rd of November to do a police verification of Dr. Shaheen. What we do not know is to whether at all the Faridabad police did actually manage to sniff anything, because it turns out that the plan was that she wanted to leave the country immediately after the serial bombing. The serial bombing, in fact, was basically planned for the month of December, and multiple bombings were to take place. Niranjan, not just one location, but multiple locations. Urban centers were to be targeted. It seems that she had already applied for a visa. What we do not know is where exactly was she planning to go, which country she had basically applied. Of course, the police really knows about it. Now, it does appear right now that we've just got information that the visa was already applied, and since the visa was applied, I'm given to understand some sort of a verification was to be done. Now, this verification can only happen if at all the police basically, they've generally would have done that for a passport. Okay. But it seems it has done for a visa too. Let's try and get more word from.
Is it normal, before we go across to Soumya, you can put Soumya on the screen, Shara. Is it normal for the police, when you apply for a visa, to go to the campus and check?
Niranjan, let me just tell you this, that the police was aware that something was wrong, because this is not an operation that has been done in the last few days. This has been going on for quite some time. In fact, it seems that 10th of November, when they were very close to nabbing Umar, things really went out of hand. And we do not know as to if at all this was for a visa. Why exactly would there be a police verification to begin with? Because generally that's not the case unless it is to a country like Pakistan.
Okay, Soumya, let's go across to her. Do we know where she applied the visa for? Where was she going to go? Where did she plan to flee India and go to?
Yes, well, see, the details with regards to where was the visa application, for which country the application was for, it's still under the wraps. As far as the details that we've accessed, that the verification happened on 3rd of November. The exact room number where the verification happened, we have the details with regards to that. The room number 29, apparently, which belonged to the terror Dr. Shaheen. The verification happened then. However, if you can see the chronology, it was on October, towards the end of the October, when Mujammil Shakil was arrested, and few days later the police was here for a passport verification of Dr. Shaheen. So a lot of things have started to unraveling with regards to the terror Dr. Shaheen's active role in this terror module, and how the whole plan was for multiple terror blasts, serial blasts here in the national capital. However, the month which was decided was of December, but the plan eventually was that if the plan goes successfully, she was supposed to flee India. With regards to which country the visa was for, visa application was for, it is still under the wraps. The details with regards to that are yet to be given by the police officials. However, as we speak, we are outside the Al-Falah University, where earlier today the fourth car in question, where the suspicion was highlighted by the police officials and the security agencies, the Brezza car, was registered under Dr. Shaheen, the terror Dr. Shaheen's name. So a lot of links emerging with regards to Shaheen's activity and her role in this terror module.
Thank you for that. In fact, one of the cars that was recovered today, Shravan, was inside the Al-Falah campus. Actually, it can't even be called a university anymore, right? The university status has been revoked.
Yes.
So let's just call it Al-Falah. At Al-Falah, today there was a big development. If you can show the videos of the 3 cars that have been a part of this entire plot so far. We don't know how many cars more. Shravan has...
Well, in fact, you know, with every passing day, there is more and more information coming in. In fact, when I spoke to a source of mine earlier today, just to get a confirmation about the number of vehicles, you know, there isn't clarity, but they suspect, because since the plan was to carry out serial bombings in the month of December, it was not limited to just one car. And it seems there are more number of people who are part of this doctor module. In fact, on your screens right now, the Hyundai i20, Red EcoSport, and the Brezza, the Maruti Brezza, which was basically seized earlier today. Niranjan, if you would like to take it forward with regards to
what we know so far, how. One of the angles that we've been able to bring to our viewers is that this particular car was loaded with ammonium nitrate fuel oil triggered by IED. The explosion that you saw, and the intensity of the explosion was such that in a split second, people were killed and body parts flung 300, 400 meters away, some of which were even found this morning. That was the intensity of the blast triggered inside this car. In one particular angle of the CCTV, when the car is passing through a toll booth, you can even see material on the rear seat of the car. Now, we don't know what that material was, but safe to assume that their plan was to make car bombs, load car bombs like the Hyundai i20, a Ford EcoSport that went missing yesterday. There was a wild goose chase for it. They found it in Faridabad, close to the Al-Falah University. Now, there was an investigation, Shravan, so I'd like to hear from you what was found in that investigation on this red car, because it went on for 24 hours. And we were told that a third car was also owned by these terror doctors as of this minute. And that car was found inside the university campus today, Shravan.
Well, in fact, in terms of what is it that they have found so far, We are being told that explosives that were recovered from 2 houses in Faridabad was not all. There are more explosives that they suspect that was hidden somewhere else. It turns out that some of the explosives, we haven't been told as yet of the amount of explosives that have been recovered from this vehicle that you see. Till about 2 o'clock this morning, this particular car was being examined. Entire area was actually being cordoned off. No one was being allowed to come closer. And interestingly, this vehicle was basically found from a farmhouse. It was parked after the blast actually took place. And the fact of the matter is that the brother-in-law of Umar was actually using this particular vehicle. So just look at it, how it is spreading. The tentacles of this entire doctor module has a far-reaching impact.
Okay, so here's the story so far. Now, we are told that 3 cars, pictures of which we have, but there could have been many more cars that they plan to acquire, load up with bombs, because the amount of explosives that they had gathered, which we know of, is just 3 tons. They plan to prepare car bombs and take it to different parts of the country and explode it in December, like we've been talking about. December serial blasts were planned. Here's the story of the cars and what we know so far.
These 3 cars on the screen are the essential parts of the larger web of the terror attack on the national capital. Car number 1, white Hyundai i20, that did a zigzag through the capital and then blasted off, with terror doctor Umar Nabi sitting behind the wheel. Car number 2, the Red Fort EcoSport, seized by the police near the Khandawali village, said to be owned by the same terror Dr. Umar Nabi and used to export the explosives.
इस वक्त हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव के अंदर मौजूद हैं, जहां पे लाल रंग की इको स्पोर्ट कार को स्पॉट किया गया था। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर जो आतंकी है उसके नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी। मेरे पीछे की तस्वीर में आप देख सकते हैं, हाँ, लगभग हम यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी पे मौजूद हैं। और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार आपको तस्वीरों में देखी जा सकती है। कल शाम के समय इसी गांव के प्लॉट में गाड़ी को स्पॉट किया गया था और अब गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया जा रहा है। कल शाम के समय एनएसजी की टीम यहाँ पर पहुँची थी। एनएसजी के अलावा जांच एजेंसी यहाँ पर आई थी, एनआईए की टीम आई थी और गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया गया है और सर्च करने के बाद एनएसजी की टीम यहाँ से जा चुकी है।
And car number 3, Maruti Brezza, found today, parked near the Al-Falah University and allegedly having been used for recce before the attack. According to the sources, the original plan was to acquire 32 vehicles and carry out a coordinated vehicle-borne IED serial attacks across the city. The script had been prepared, explosives had been acquired, and the cars were to be assigned. With the discovery of Brezza at the Al-Falah University today, the number of cars found linked to the Delhi blast has come to 3, encompassing parts of Delhi and Faridabad and raising more questions. How massive was the actual planned attack? And how many vehicles are yet to be found?
So if there were so many cars, ladies and gentlemen, and if one car has created mayhem in the Delhi NCR, whether it's 4 cars or 32 cars, how many cars did they have? Was there a larger module? Were there more terror doctors? Shawan, what do we know? And then we'll take that report. If you can tell us quickly, how big was this December serial blast plot?
Well, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Even if I say as far as the investigation goes, we just know a part of the story. The full story is this, ladies and gentlemen, that it starts with this man called Dr. Buzabil, who essentially wanted to start a new outfit. Information of which, obviously, Pakistan's ISI had, and they wanted to use it at the right time. It turns out in the month of October, when they started having multiple meetings with ISI in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, and they wanted to tap vulnerable people, Muzammil was one such person. In fact, the instructions that were essentially given was take full revenge of Operation Sindoor. And the reason why that they wanted to strike now was only because they were frustrated in the manner India was able to destroy Bahawalpur, the terror headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. That is the reason why they wanted that there has to be a non-deniability factor. They did not want Pakistanis to be involved in it. So they wanted to use locals. local Kashmiris are to be used so that all times Pakistanis can stay away from it. It turns out that they already knew that this man was working towards it, took full advantage of it. In fact, Adil, Muzammil and Umar were basically amassing this entire arms and ammunition for the last 2 years. This entire setup did actually exist. They were waiting for the right time. It's just that the funding came in and the fact the push came in from Jaish-e-Mohammed, and they essentially decided that in the month of December, some vulnerable locations and locations which is going to have a far-reaching impact. For instance, Uttar Pradesh happened to be one such place that was on top of their priority list, Niranjan.
Obviously, they've been eyeing the Ram Mandir for many years. That's one of the details that we picked up, that they planned a much larger blast, and the sleeper cells have been working for many years, but they found this moment now, November, to strike because of, one, the arrest, two, Operation Sindoor. Here's what they initially planned.
What investigators initially believed to be an isolated incident has now turned out to be far more alarming, far more sinister. Sources tell Republic that the arrested suspects, allegedly linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, had drawn up a detailed, multi-phase plan to execute 6 coordinated blasts across the NCR. Interrogation details show the date was not random. The module shows December 6th, the day the Babri Masjid was demolished, as a deliberate act of revenge. Intelligence officials say that the accused even referred to the operation as a symbolic strike for Babri. According to the investigators, the suspects had planned the plot in 5 precise phases, from forming their cell to triggering the blasts. The operation began with the formation of the terror module, linking with JEM and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. Raw materials for IEDs and ammunition was then sourced from Nuh and Gurugram, Haryana. Lethal chemical IEDs were also manufactured. Potential targets were identified. Assembled bombs were then distributed among the module members. Officials say that the group was originally meant to strike in August, but operational setbacks delayed the plan. When revived, the date chosen was not just tactical. It was ideological, tied to decades of propaganda by Jaish-e-Mohammed against the Babri demolition. And as investigators piece together what is Delhi's one of the darkest days, the focus now shifts to uncovering who else was part of this deadly conspiracy.
In fact, ladies and gentlemen, one of the key elements of being a journalist in the newsroom and not on the field, in the newsroom, is witnessing all of these pictures, videos, images that come into the newsroom during a big story. And one defining image that came in last night, Shravan, just when we thought we had wrapped up, a little after 11:30, when we just left office, a video came in showing the moment of the explosion, and this is the closest we've seen it. I'd like to show that video now on your screen. Let's show you the video of the moment of the explosion. Not this one, Sharat, the last night, the video that we broke, the moment of the explosion, where a CCTV footage captures all the vehicles standing at the signal, and we broke it a little after 11 a.m. Yeah, look at this video. This 11 p.m., I beg your pardon. Look at this video. When you play this video from the beginning, let's just pause the video there. Pause the video. Can we pause it? Okay. Okay, we got to pause. Just rewind it a bit. Okay, rewind it a bit. Okay, we'll play the video again. But what I wanted to just, point out in this video, let's pause it please right now. Yeah, okay, you look at this video. Shravan, it was carefully chosen, right? You see all the videos, he's moving around Delhi, he's going around all the streets, but 6:51 p.m., this is the car, right? You can see the lights blinking when the video plays, not playing it right now, but just want to point out how crowded this area was. If anybody is familiar with this particular location in Delhi, this is right outside the Red Fort metro station. Shravan, I've been there a couple of times. Extremely crowded, extremely crowded. Right, just when you come up the metro station, this is what you find. And all these auto rickshaws that you see here, and I can count at least 15 to 20 of them, from here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are at least 20 you can count. These auto rickshaws are basically waiting along the road, along the footpath to just pick up passengers because it's a highly crowded area. This place was clearly chosen, Shawan.
Well, in fact, one aspect is this. What happens before this and what was he really doing? That is very clear because it seems that a decision was taken that he was very close to have been in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. And that is the reason why they wanted to ensure that something has to be done, because if this guy gets arrested, if Umar gets arrested, the entire module basically collapses because he happens to be the most radicalized character, someone all through in the meetings that have taken place. And so far, Shaheen, Muzammal, as well as Adil, all have essentially said that this man was the one who was pushing for it. Now, what really happens here? Now, he carries this entire arms, the ammunition that he had in the boot space of the car. It was an ammonium nitrate fuel oil with IED-borne vehicle. That's quite similar to what we had seen in the High Court blast that had taken place. Now, this person, this terror doctor basically moves towards this area. It seems that only discrepancy here in Niranjan is that Connaught Place was also one of the target.
Okay.
Was he really moving towards Connaught Place is something that they are still trying to figure out. But here he comes in, sees the signal here and realizes that it will cause some damage. And that is exactly what has happened. But the reason why this was done in a hurried manner was only because he was very close to have been caught.
Shawan, you look at the timer there. Let's play the video in real time as it came in. Shawan, Sharath, let's just keep playing it, right? Let's just keep playing it, okay? You just see, people are moving and boom, and everything is just, look at this. I mean, this video is so telling. And the next second, can we just go to the aftermath and pause on that video? In 1 second or a split second, there's an explosion. Just pause it. In a split second, there's an explosion, right? And this is the aftermath. You can see that there is nothing left. You can see that there is the frame of a vehicle that is left behind. There's a spark and the damage was done.
This is all the mangled remains of the cars.
Have you seen this ammonium nitrate fuel oil being used anywhere before in India, Shawan?
Well, in fact, it was in Coimbatore blast that has happened, not really the case as far as the Delhi High Court blast is concerned. Now, they could have basically added more to it, sharpeners and other metal items which would have had a high-intensity impact. Having said that, it seems that only reason why that could not have happened is because they knew that he would have been arrested.
But I've never seen a video like this, Shawan, I have to say. We've seen many suicide bombings. We've seen many bombing videos that we usually come into our newsroom. But an impact like this, there is a spark and boom, this is what is left behind. I had to say that I was shocked seeing this video. 12 people died, that's the official number. This morning, there was a forearm of a person found 300 meters away. That was the impact of this blast. So I think we'll go to the next report right now. Here's the report of how investigators reconstructed the site and what they found on the intensity of the blast and this particular car bomber, Umar Nabi, the Hyundai i20. What really happened? Here's what we know from the investigators.
Agencies accessed footage showing the suspect, terror doctor Umar Nabi, masked, driving the white Hyundai i20 through the Faridabad toll plaza. The footage shows him looking consciously into the camera, as it is also visible that there has been a large bag or an object visible on the back seat of the car. Investigators believe that the bag contained explosive devices that detonated at the Red Fort. The same vehicle was later spotted driving through the Connaught Place, the heart of the capital. Investigators believe that this may have been their idea to carry out the blast at central Delhi, just about 3.1 kilometers away from the M Block Connaught Place. The final known stop before the Red Fort parking lot was the Faiz Elahi Masjid. Footage confirms Dr. Umar visited the Faiz Elahi Masjid in Old Delhi. He drove from here straight towards the Red Fort site. The three videos that have emerged today all add up. The aftermath is not known. Look at this. Umar Nabi was seen entering the Red Fort parking lot at around 3:19 p.m., leaving at 6:48 p.m. He's believed to have been inside the car in this period. The bombing day now pieced together in videos.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen. If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, some big news now coming in. The response really coming in from the government. Remember, there was a CCS immediately after the Prime Minister basically landed in the national capital, where the government has basically called this a terrorist act. Now you have the Home Minister, who's overseeing this entire investigation, has put out a stern message, Niranjan.
Shravan, the Home Minister's message, it's being attributed to the Home Minister. So there's a story breaking into our newsrooms right now. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, has said punishment for Delhi blast perpetrators will send a message to the world that no one should dare to think of such an attack again. I'm repeating because this is an extremely strongly worded message. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, saying punishment for the Delhi blast perpetrators will send a message to the world that no one should dare to think of such an attack again. Shravan, obviously he's talking about the punishment, and that punishment will be, I don't know, kinetic?
Well, in fact, non-kinetic operations are already going on. Whether at all there would be kinetic operation is something that one will have to wait and watch. But, you know, step one has already taken place. That is the government calling it a terrorist attack. If that is the case, what really happens with the newly adopted doctrine of the government here, where any such act of, would be considered as an act, this would be considered as an act against the country. And the fact of the matter is this, Niranjan, that Amit Shah, who is overseeing this entire investigation, has made two messages in the last 48 hours. One with regards to the fact that this is a terrorist attack. The second is with regards to the fact that the perpetrators will be facing the harshest action. And that is the reason why they're piecing together all information right now with regards to who exactly is really behind it. From the investigation point of view, it points towards Pakistan. It does point towards the fact that Jaish-e-Mohammed is behind it. The government so far hasn't officially named Pakistan. They haven't really spoken about the Jaish link. But as we are basically piecing together all that we are getting in right now, there is a clear link as far as these terror doctors are concerned and their handlers who are basically based out of Pakistan. So there is a link and there is a messaging that the Home Minister is doing right now. This comes at a time when the United States of America too has basically come on board, where United States of America, the Secretary of State has essentially indicated that this is a terrorist attack and carried out with the intention to cause maximum damage.
Yeah, and he's also said that India knows how to deal with such a situation, and they will. Which is perhaps, Shawan, the last time we responded to a terror attack, it was post-Pahalgam. And post-Pahalgam, when we responded to Pakistan, America tried to intervene. America tried to intervene, could not fail. It was ceasefire call, desperate ceasefire call that went out from Pakistan. But this time around, America knows. America saying, we are aware it is a terror attack. And they have said India is capable of handling this particular situation. And if the Prime Minister says, or if the Home Minister says that we will ensure such punishment that it will never be done again, then, Shawan, I don't know, it's a strong message, but strong messaging happened even post-Pahalgam. Strong message happened even post-Operation Sindoor.
Well, let's be very clear here. Post-Pahalgam, there was twofold action that has taken place. One, those who are the mastermind, those who are behind the conspiracy. And that is the reason why there was specific action that was essentially taken against Pakistan, because these were terror dens that were essentially targeted. And then, of course, you've had Operation Mahadev. Those who are behind the Pahalgam massacre, they too were targeted, and these were precision attacks that were carried out. Now, once again, the government making two very serious messaging over the last 24 hours itself. You've had the CCS. The CCS is usually conducted when you have internal security issues or an external security issue, and this time it was after the Delhi blast. The last was only for Nepal as well as in Bangladesh.
I think we have a detailed statement coming in. Yeah.
Till the time you pull that out, let me just quickly say this. 24 hours, two strong messaging coming in from the government. One, the CCS. Second, today, Amit Shah, the Home Minister of the country, saying that strongest action will be taken.
Well, I have the full statement here. Union Home Minister Amit Shah inaugurated, this was during the inauguration of the Sri Motibai Chaudhary Sagar Sainik School and Sagar Organic Plant in Gujarat through video conferencing. While expressing his condolences to the families of those who died in the Delhi car blast, Prime Minister Modi's resolve to give strict punishment to all those responsible for this car blast will definitely be fulfilled. He says the punishment given to the culprits of the Delhi car blast will send a message to the world that in the future no one can even think of carrying out such an attack again in our country. All eyes are on the government. All eyes are on the government. Let's see what they do. Taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue this special broadcast. A reminder that at 8 p.m. with Arnab, looking at the radicalization angle. Islamist radicalization, a reality you can't run away from that led to these terror doctors, radicalized terror doctors and cleric network that led to the blast in Delhi. And at 9 p.m., the investigation. The pieces are being put together. It's time for a crackdown, and nothing less than a complete crackdown this time.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।